looking at us like we gotta go. Super bad, baby, and we outside. This the game everybody waiting for. Pick 'em up, off the floor. It's on the house and we about to blow. It's dynamite and who gon' stop it? Get the key and like it, baby, cause we at the door. Here we breaking the news, making the promise, not in it's to lose. Sorry, not sorry, don't pity your fool. Let's get it started, I've been in the mood. Take a look at the two, take a look at my views. I be all in my bag, then I'm picking up two. I'm the best on the map, not a regular dude. The respect on my ground when I set it and move. I'm ahead of the line, making the rules, I'm ahead of my time. Watch how I cruise, I'm rocking the ship, tell the haters to move. The champions here, and we pay that I do. Action, we want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active, let's get active. Action. Want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active. Rhyme with me, yeah, they rhyme with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. Yeah, the squad with me. Ride with me, yeah, they rhyme with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. And the guys with me, this is our mission. This is our mission. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Yeah, let's get active. Yeah. Tornado, let's get active. Straight off the cuff, I'ma smash 'em. So come try your luck if we crash it. I am the captain, calling it pack. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active.
So we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload up. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload up. Power up. La 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 la. Pump, 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 pump. La 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 la. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload up. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload up. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you got sauce, you ain't outsourcing me. Said you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in them. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy now. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out, finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up, hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining that, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I step in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me, it's higher than ever. You can let fast around me, get down, get minute. I push, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back at my family, gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should never been better. You gon' let it count, so fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign, yeah, oh. Can't get out of my way, there should no walk up a giant, yeah, oh. Don't want me showing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth, yeah, oh. I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever, yeah. Mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever, yeah. Mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, I don't switch sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and I didn't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. So no, I ain't looking back, I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind, yo. I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind, yo.
So good, it can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Get it right, it just keeps on coming. Tell me if you've had enough. So good, it's got you stepping this way. Yeah. My problems, I'm leaving at the door. Give it up, good stop.
Season 4 finals is very much upon us, the European edition coming your way. We're very, very excited to delve into the final 4 teams that are here for COD Mobile in Europe and see who comes out on top. My name is Chris Tunn, and we are bringing you all the action here today. We got Katowice to kind of decide and see who's going. One European spot is available and a hell of a lot of a prize pool to give away alongside of it. We're really, really excited to start jumping into things very, very shortly. We're going to have a couple of casters joining us in just a moment. We'll be chatting to them very, very shortly, but we're super excited to bring you guys this show. We haven't covered too much of this season, but we're excited to see how the final remnants are going to go down here today. We got Europe today and tomorrow, and then NA in a couple of weeks time as well. I'm so excited to see how the Western regions are actually going to go and do this. Yeah, are we going to actually see some performance levels when we're going up against the East in Katowice in November? We're very excited to see who we are actually going to be sending there. I do have Proper with me. We're going to have Infinity with me in a second as well, but we're really excited to be jumping into the show. It has very much been the similar story though coming through the regular stage. We've seen our typical teams that do come through. We are expecting them to go up against each other. It's a tale as old as time in Europe as far as what we have seen from Exclusive and Animus. A couple of roster change-ups along the way as well. It's just a curiosity for everybody of which way we are going to go. I'm going to bring my casters in a second. Of course, it is Brody who is messing me up here and hasn't quite joined. We always do like to throw him under the bus wherever it is possible. Hopefully, me and Proper can have a little bit of a chat about how the season is going to go down and how we are expecting things to go down today. But I think we should wait on Brody, unfortunately. I actually think he's here. So let's bring the casters in as soon as we possibly can, because I think I can, first of all, berate Brody for whatever the hell went on. And then also, actually, we can welcome Proper in. First and foremost, Andy, how did you like my 2-minute monologue whilst we went on this guy booting up his PC from 1995?
Absolutely impressive, first of all. I mean, like, how you filled for that long in that genuinely, I do have no idea. But it wouldn't be a start to anything for a broadcast if Brody doesn't leave you hanging for at least 2 minutes of a solo cast, man. I'm glad to be back for another season here to watch some Call of Duty mobile action alongside you two.
Anything to say for yourself apart from excitement, Brody, for today?
Listen, I'm really proud of you. I'm genuinely really proud of you. I know that you like the sound of your own voice, so I guess speaking for 2 minutes straight makes sense. So look, I just thought I'd give you the chance. That's all I'm saying.
Well, thank you very much, Brody. But you other people at home can actually start getting involved with the conversation, whether we want to talk about Brody's PC dying. All the games today, you can follow us on socials at Instagram and, of course, on X, formerly Twitter. We still call it Twitter. Don't tell anybody. But realistically speaking, you can let us know what you think of today's games, who you think is going to come out on top. Are Europe going to do better than they did last time? When we do, of course, get to champs, well, we will soon find out. We're very, very curious. We've actually got some conversation points. We can kind of go down that later on in the day if we have a little bit of filling to do, because we do have one American here who we can pick on if we need to, but we do have something else to go through, and that is, of course, the format. Brody, it's kind of one tried as a testable time, if you like, as far as the format goes, but please explain it to us.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you guys have been with us for any of the regional competitions over the last couple of years, the format has more or less not changed whatsoever. Of course, we start things off in the stage number 3. That was the top 64 teams going head-to-head in a bracket. We whittled the teams then down to the final 8, and then of course that led us into stage number 4. In stage 4, we went for two groups, of 4 teams going head-to-head in their own mini brackets, and the top 2 teams from each of those groups have made it through to the stage we are at right now, stage 4 finals. This is where all of it is on the line because there's only one spot for champs. Only one team is making it.
And they are playing for a pretty hefty prize pool, proper, right? I mean, this is some decent cash.
I'd say, yeah. I mean, if you're able to win the entirety of finals, you get 10,000 in your pocket as a team. That's a cool 2K in between all the 5 players. Of course, you got to throw some coaches and the organizations, whatever it may be. But realistically, what you're after is that number first spot. Obviously, the separation as far as the prize pool for 1, but the grand scheme of it all, you want to win it out here for finals. There's only one spot up for grabs when it comes down to the World Finals.
A lot of money on the line, but that is really the prize that a lot of these teams are looking to try and grab, and it is only one singular spot. But something we kind of want to talk on and go through is how we got to this moment, how we got to these 4 teams. Let's break it down with a small video to show you how we got these teams.
Stage 3 of the Call of Duty Mobile Championship was survival at its finest. 37 teams entered the BO3 Swiss Stage 3, but only 16 survived to fight another day in the playoffs. Exclusive and 117 cleared Swiss flawlessly, storming through the BO5 double elimination Stage 3 playoffs too, until they collided. 117 fell to the lower bracket where Animus was waiting. Fired up from their earlier loss, Animus struck back hard with a 3-1 and seized the second seed. Now it's Stage 4, 8 teams, BO5, GSL style groups. Animus versus 117. The rivalry continues and 117 still can't find an answer. Exclusive Untouchable once more with a 3-0 sweep. And Seed 8 Severity from overlooked to unstoppable, crushing their rematch opponents and shocking everyone in the top 4. Talk about a comeback. So now, the table is set with Exclusive being flawless, Animus fired up, 117 feeling the pressure, and Severity rising from the shadows. This is the road to Stage 4. Rivalries peak, underdogs rise. The battle for the finals starts now.
Thanks for Shift for voicing that over for us, guys. Obviously, it wasn't him, but we do like to just rib Alan wherever we can. But it kind of really did go as we expected, though, Brody. Not too many surprises throughout the original stages.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I mean, like, the teams that you expect to make it to the next stage of the competition, the teams that normally would be the teams that represent Europe at champs and Exclusive Animus, those are the guys that made it through to bracket play. And of course, you have some new faces in the competition as well. And yeah, I mean, as we look towards the bracket here again, you see the fact that Exclusive and Animus, they are currently on opposite sides of the bracket. I can't wait to see them potentially face off once again in that upper bracket final. But it is more or less about kind of the new faces to Europe, right? I think we've talked a lot about Europe being this region that's got a lot of new talent over the last year or so. That is especially true of a roster like Severity, placing Animus in that first round matchup as well. But a massive shout out to 117 Not Found, which is a name that's been around European Call of Duty Mobile for a really long time. There are some names in that roster as well, as we're going to talk about here in just a moment, that you're also going to love to see as well. So a lot of the usual faces, I think, in Europe here in this bracket.
Yeah, not too many surprises at all here, proper. But realistically speaking, we do have those 2 main names. We're expecting them to make it through, but some potential upset on the cards. I'm not too sure. Your schedule's on the right-hand side of how things are going to run out today. We do have that winners bracket final coming up, but to my point here, proper, we're expecting that winners bracket final to be Exclusive and Animus. Is there any chance it could go in a different direction?
No. If you're asking me plainly, probably not. I mean, wherever the matchup happens, it will end up being a massive clash, and you like to think whoever ends up winning that match would end up being your regional representation going into the World Finals in Katowice just in a few months' time. But look, there's a real shot that, whether you're looking at it from Severity or 117's Not Found, you could potentially upset one of these 2 teams, whichever one it may be. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's not going to be Exclusive. Those guys have definitely been on one as far as the most recency is concerned. But you never really want to count out Severity. Again, SSS, as they have been formerly known for. Daytel is on that roster, and he's pretty good.
Solid rosters all around, but it is expectant that Exclusive and Animus will be duking it out for that final spot. But expectant champions in Elevate are waiting in Katowice.
Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world! trying to step up the tempo work. Hawk with another double. He's been so good for his squad. First, a decent comeback effort for Tribe. Trying to force the Annihilator zip out, but still finds a way to break it through. 3 for Rehan. The break, they've got split spawns. Can they pick this up? No, they can't because Tron gets the double. Victory out of nothing. God.
So if you didn't regain from Fusion, a dub is a dub at the end of the day.
Oh, it's nice to not be having to fly over the Atlantic for that one, in fairness. It's just a short journey for the UK boys this time around. But Proper, it's your first time in Europe, of course, if you are coming to Katowice. Are you excited?
I am very excited again, as you're already saying. It's my turn this time to skip across the entirety of the pond to come see you all there for Katowice in Poland. We were having a long rap about it in the digital green room here just before the top of the show did commence. And just a beautiful city, just a lot of good ownership as far as esports are concerned in between from Katowice all the way to Krakow. Yeah, to say I'm excited to say the least is putting it shortly. Everybody knows that Elevate, as former champions, got a big target on their back, but everybody from that side of the globe have been fighting very hard to represent their region and to still be number one.
Yeah, it'll be nice for you to get some culture at some stage, I suppose, won't it? It's some actual history along the lines, of course, in Poland. But yeah, we are very, very excited to head to Katowice, Elevate being the team to beat. But who is going to get there? We're going to start figuring that out from the European side of things very, very shortly. We are nearly ready to jump into our very first game. And look, it's one that we have our expectations for here, Brody, absolutely, with Exclusive going up against 117 Not Found. But Exclusive have had some change-ups as of recent, and that is going to be a big factor in today's games and tomorrow's.
Yeah, for sure. Right? You know, for those of you guys who followed, of course, Exclusive, you know, this is a team that's pretty much been getting second every single time we've seen them in any major regional competition in Europe. I think it's second for the last 4. And they've had a couple of roster changes in between pretty much every single time we've seen them as well. And that hasn't, again, changed between Season 6 and now here in EU Stage 4. Notably, Sawo, a big player for them back in Season 6. He was a massive pickup for Exclusive. Has now been poached by Animus for EU Stage 4 for the 2025 World Championships. They have replaced him with Rob. Rob is equally a great player, but it's hard to say that impact that losing Sao is going to be minimized in any real way. I will say, though, I don't necessarily expect Rob to take starting 5 in this team. You've got such good talent on the lineup. Near, Veal, Champy, Spy, and Caesar, all players that are historied in European Call of Duty Mobile. So I don't expect them necessarily to change that starting 5 going to today and going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and for 117 Not Found here, Andy, it's a team full of players who have been around for quite some time here in Europe.
That's putting it nicely and plainly as well. I mean, Fahim, Grizz, your two big jumping off the page players that are going to be looking to set the pace and almost try to meet Exclusive when we end up getting to the best of 5 maps. That you'll be able to understand that fully. But you have a lot of good backline support. Lucky is, of course, one of the very accurate snipers. And when it comes down to the S&Ds, I think we're mostly going to be looking at his impact as well when you're thinking about Veer and Spy on the opposite side. Look, 117 Not Found, they have never beaten Exclusive. I don't even think they've taken a map off of them recently as well, and it's a tall order, but they have a lot of VOD, they have a lot of experience. It's just about showing up on the day here, Ton.
Yeah, which is, I mean, look, how often have we casted, how many years have we casted Call of Duty collectively here and know how on the day it really can be. So nothing is guaranteed for any of these teams, but what is a guarantee is the fact that Exclusive came through their Stage 3 extremely efficiently. They have looked pretty much lights out all the way through, Brody, but to be expected, really.
Yeah, I mean, Exclusive, to be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised in the way that they ran through Animus in the way that they did, right? Again, you know, you've got to remember that Animus have come in here as back-to-back champions. So for Exclusive to not only beat Animus, but also do so by not dropping a single map, not just for that matchup, but for every single matchup they've played through Stage 3 and Stage 4 so far, is pretty big for Exclusive. Maybe this is finally going to be it. Maybe this is finally the season that they're able to do it. They're able to take the dub off of Animus. And to be fair, again, we got to keep on bringing this point back up. This is the year, this is the season. You need to do it because only one of those teams is making it to Katowice.
Yeah, and for the European teams, it's a home major, isn't it? It's a massive tournament to have in the region, and for some of these squads, they're going to be able to get their family out there to see them on the world stage, and hopefully not just get slammed out of Braga player. That's always well, I think, you know, when you look at these two teams, they have faced up against each other recently, Proper, as well. You kind of alluded to it. but we'll give it another mention there. It was a very dominant win for Exclusive.
Don't know what the map score was, but this pretty much tells you the entire story. Every single time that 117 and Exclusive play against each other, it always goes one way, and typically that is Exclusive's way. Like, it just also, I guess, scoping out a little bit here, 117 versus any top team, aka Animus and Exclusive, have never beaten either one of them. So I mean, if you're thinking about it, ultimately, this is your big step up moment for everything that you've already kind of painted the picture for, Ton. If you're going to be tested for your medal, now is better than ever to put Exclusive on the back foot here, especially what's about to be this map 1.
Yeah, got to give it a chance, and have a chance, well, you have to have maps. This is how things are going to break down here, Brody. Map number 1 and 4 for the Hardpoint, Apocalypse, and Hacienda. Maps 2 and 5, Firing Range, Coastal, if we need to see it. I hope we do see Coastal. It's always a good time. And map number 3, Raid, never a bad shout. Anything in particular that is standing out for you here, or is it really not that important for the side of Exclusive?
Yeah, it's difficult to tell, right? Because again, we haven't really seen the maps outside of what we've seen so far here in Stage 4 Finals. I'll say this is pretty much the substandard Call of Duty mobile map set, right? You got all your classic maps in here. We got a Hacienda, we got a Firing Range. Apocalypse is always a really fun one. You know, I think it's super important, especially how you start that map on the P2 side. That could be a real money heal for you. You can start with like a 70 or 80 point lead out of the gate with the first 2 hard points. So I think that's probably a good opener. I think for 117 Not Found, we talk about them kind of having potential upset in this first game, in this series versus Exclusive. Starting strong on Apocalypse, that might well be the key to doing it.
And if you have a look at this map number 2 and 3 here, Andy, as well, for Fire Range, Search and Destroy, okay, we know that Exclusive are going to be solid on that, but the Raid Control, yes, okay, great team as far as Control goes. They're just all around a good team, but when you say a Raid, you think Control. I always think of swing maps, potentially, for 117 Not Found. Is there any route in that you see in particular here?
Got to be able to win that Firing Range, Search and Destroy first. Got to win that Sniper 1v1 to be able to tie it up and make it a true swing map mode combination, Tom. But into that Raid Control, you're going to get a lot more SMGs to be active. It's a foot race to be able to get those specialists in all of the different utility first. And who knows, maybe 117 can get it done.
Well, looks like we're loading into map number 1. Exclusive against 117 Not Found. It'll be Hardpoint on Apocalypse to kick things off. Boys, take it away.
All right, cheers, Ton, mate. Yes, it's time, folks. Stage 4 Finals here in Europe start on Apocalypse. We've got Exclusive going head-to-head with 117 Not Found. 117 Not Found, by no stretch of the imagination, are an easy roster to take down. Exclusive might not have lost a map the entirety of Stage 3 and Stage 4 so far proper, but I got a feeling Exclusive, they're going to have a match on their hands here.
It is Exclusive's map pick, too, and yeah, 117, they do get that choice of side, and you're right to already exclaim that Exclusive will have an an uphill battle, pun absolutely intended. They lose the opening gunfight, quickly recognize, okay, let's maybe get a couple more team fights going their way. Lucky, nice little nade, kind of evens the odds a little bit, but Exclusive trying to do the right thing first and foremost and just try to get themselves a handful of gunfight wins before they completely clear the 50-yard line. But 117, they have a really good spread of this opening map.
Yeah, 117 right now looking to try and keep control of the opening hardpoint time. They are actually going to lose it initially here. Just a little note for you guys at the top. The names are currently flipped, so Exclusive are on the right and 117 are on the left. Exclusive, therefore, currently leading here in this game. Fahim trying to go in for a little bit of scrap time there. Of course, the way the Call of Duty Mobile works, you got 8 seconds between hills popping, so you got a little bit more time to work with. Unfortunately, doing so, though, it loses those opening gunfights by new. One flanking player, Creed, could potentially blow it up. Does not happen. And now if you're at 117, you are fighting this from the front.
117 starting off on that side, like they were just anchoring on the backside of the gold head glitch where P2 currently is located at inside of ruins, and they allowed Exclusive to be able to get the time that you see as far as the lead is concerned, but able to fight their way back the long way around. Now you got Creed anchoring those back spawns. Gunny's up, pointed forward, Lucky with the War Machine. Fahim also pulling out their operators as well. Takes his own life along the way, but the damage is already there at the front.
Yeah, this is what we start to talk about, right? Those ops come out on P2. This is the opportunity where you can really start to hold down, and 117 Not Found now just trying to hold through post box. Nobody from Exclusive going any other direction. I'm going to just run straight through. Grizz having none of it for a couple of kills, looking for number 3, and we're popping our War Machine for 15 seconds here. If we're here, we're finding such value with it. Unfortunately, gets taken down off the third, and we'll not see a flip of control off the back of that War Machine. Exclusive still looking to touch, still sending a lot of players in towards the time, and in the end, it is just going to be Neil that gets in for a couple of seconds. So they steal about 10 there proper, but not a lot off the back of that War Machine.
They do get the War Machine pretty quickly, and maybe you could have set up a little bit of a spawn trap, could have been the calm, but Not with how quickly 117 are able to flip that backside of P2. Neil now with the operator in tow as well, just trying to hold on the backside of P3, but 117 already did the dirty work. They already found all the majority of the kills. Kree, he's got the death machine out, and he's just hosing everybody with bullets through the middle of the map on a 4.
Yeah, and of course, now you can start to really earn towards the streaks. The EMP, super important here in Call of Duty Mobile. Will be denied for it. If he would have got that EMP, it would have been nice. That would have been good to prevent any potential operators down the line. Right now, though, 117 not found. Tentative advantage. 20 points left off the back of this hardpoint. Exclusive, trying to make their way through. Jumping down around the back line. Investment coming out here from Champy with the equalizers. Can't find anything because Lucky will wipe 4. That doesn't flip the spawns, though.
As Lucky just doing it the hard way there with the gunny. You wanted so much more there with the equalizers. Luckily enough for Exclusive, you do have the back useless spawns. It could also be a damning thing as well. Look at the north side of the minimap right now, Brody. Everybody from Exclusive kind of trapped. They're going to be found out. They do find the opening first 2 kills, but 117 effective on the trades.
Yeah, we're now going to start to use some of that utility coming down as well. I think that was a Predator missile coming down from the heavens momentarily. Fahim going to bring out the Tempest. This thing is super frustrating to deal with, but he gets shot up from behind. Sparrow's going to have to cover their butts, and they do. Good for a second is Saturn's looking for more, trying to trailblaze through the post box, and it is just operators galore raining down hellfire towards that cut. And, well, I mean, Exclusive don't really have much of a choice. They have to hit it.
Yeah, you might as well, right? I mean, if you are Exclusive, you got no operators. You might as well try to get all of 117's out. Big 1v1 over by P1. Fahim wins it. Here comes Veer, though, just trying to do it the old-fashioned way. He does have a war machine. There's only 15 seconds left. Would be wise to hold on to that one going in towards P2, but luckily enough, through all of the antics, Exclusive, I know this is going to sound marginal, but they only trail by 50. That could have been so much more worse going into the second set.
Yeah, you really do have to give 117 not found a lot of love for the control they've had through the first set. Even taking, I think, the time away they did, not getting that initial rotation towards P2 has been pretty damn big for them. And a massive shout out to Lucky in particular. He's a player that I think has certainly impressed all of us across the board here on this talent team all the way back in Season 4. That was early last year proper on that Omniscience roster. Him and, of course, Saturn's duo all the way since then. They've been impressive, and now they want to hold on towards the P1 time. Immediate Tempest comes out, and you get no value for it, but he did not take a shot, so you got to remember he's going to get some charge back on that.
Really good history lesson there out of you, Brody. I will not lie. Exclusive going back towards that P1, though. You remember that 30 points that they got? The majority of their time on P1 was probably the reason why they were keeping things so close until we got over towards P4. Look at that kill feed in the space from Neil being provided inside of maps. He's going to at least be seeing one member poking their head out over inside of ruins, but there comes the spawn in. Neil spawns into the backside of the tomb. The spawns have flipped, and now Exclusive are about to be putting just the stranglehold around 117. Champy goes huge in the mid.
And this is the opportunity here for Exclusive to get a full 60 and start to take a serious advantage here in this game. That Pred's going to come down from the heavens. That will offer not just potential kill, of course, it will get stopped by a trophy system, but actually more to the point, information. You know where the pressure's going to be coming from. You got to deal with it. Neil ready to go. He, I believe, will find one. Still alive in the situation, but the players around the back line now shut down. Neil going to get sandwiched between some players, and all of a sudden, 117 have broken through the front.
Oh, the equalizer from Champy finds 3 in towards the back. They'll still keep the spawns. Here comes the war machine out from Veer. I was calling it out going in towards P1. This is the moment. You got the back gold head bars glitch working your way. Death machine from Spy for the front, but they're still not finding kills. All the operators get pulled the opposite way. 117 just kicked the front door down.
This is what happened last time. 117 now going to invest their operators to make sure this remaining time goes their way. Grid's going to push out just a little bit far. That's going to spawn a player in the back line here. Do they recognize that Neil has breached the back? I think they're going on the hunt for him. Pressure being held by them in the front right now for Lucky. He is continuing to find kill after kill. 34 now for Kim, pushing through the front once again. Exclusive will be investing in towards the scrap time. So they'll take a couple of seconds away, but you cannot understate how important taking that time away on that hardpoint was for 117.
You are taking note that the 3 operators that were pulled from 117, Neil has one in their back pocket. What's close now for Exclusive? Neil's going to use theirs first. Just try to use the Tempest to beat them, but the game, he just rushes through the smoke. There was spam on the opposite side. That's not what you wanted with the operator, and now 117. They have the opening. Caesar's trying to hold things off, but Lucky there with the back 2 again just opens things up for Creed, who drops down over by the broken down chopper, keeping things interesting from 117 to cut through maps.
Yeah, still got to do a little bit more work though. Grizz. Saturn's needs to try and tread out your teammate. Neil takes himself out with the operator, and that's going to make things more feasible here for 117 to break back through. Spy desperately trying to hold on here. 117 fighting from one side. Fahim and Satins will pick up gunfights, and Satins is just fully leaving it to try and flip out these spawns. That is not a bad idea whatsoever. You can afford to scrap this scrap time and flip those spawns out, but he needs a little bit more work to do. He needs to find more of these gunfights. And you've got a player on the backline, Spy, who might actually be wise to it, trying to play his life. That's not going to happen, and that should be the spawn flip.
And those were team shots there from Lucky. Lucky clears all the way back. He's so far out, he's almost off the screen. That's the anchored spawns. But you're not finding success all the way through the chicken coop. Caesar's got the Sparrow. Just dinks Fahim right in the forehead. So that's going to be the initial time here for Exclusive. Any more operators? Lucky's been finding so much value. That's kill number 42 with his life, Brody. And that means that 117 can break back in. That's his third war machine.
Yeah, this is the same thing happen again. Death Machine, one of the newer things in the meta since Season 6 of SPS. Now it's going to be Satins firing right back. It's going to be 3 kills coming through. 1 through the side door, though. No one's watching it. Spy can only find 1. That was a good swing and a miss, though, for Exclusive. The smoke providing the coverage. No operators holding them at bay anymore, but a nade will from Lucky at 117 are brutally tearing them apart. They are not even allowing them to look through the door. Veer, though, going to find 2. Follow-up kill from Caesar. That's going to give the entry here for Exclusive to perhaps steal the back 15 away. 117 should be able to send a couple of reinforcements towards that scrap time, and Fahim and Lucky will do exactly that. So they'll steal away the last 5 seconds, but as we get in the third and final set here proper, once again, 117 not found. They have a slight advantage.
Just a very slight advantage. Still at 20-point lead, though. Spy top maps. He found value with this exact transition from P4 going in towards P1, and Exclusive were able to get themselves not only the majority of time on P1, but then the initial time going over towards P2. They need that, plus a little more. Lucky, he's halfway to 100, by the way. That's kill number 51. He's getting more streaks. His 4th operator being pulled in the middle of the map, and Grizz also has the equalizer all the way through Chicken Coop. He's wrecking house, but Exclusive, they're still hanging around the joint. You need a lot more time for that investment. The thing that is happening around P1 is a little scary.
Yeah, Grizz is investing this a little early. I think he's trying to play for the EMP to prevent any operators being played from Exclusive in towards the next. Immediate pred come down. Oh, the spawn protection only going to save 4 of them. Caesar will go down. Exclusive now trying to battle through the hard point. They can't afford to give this scrap time up. They're trying to go for it, but it is a full blue feed. I don't think that streak would stop. Champy need to pull out these equalizers for the transition.
The EMP is being pulled, though. Look at the screen. Champy's just waiting for the call so that way he can try to push a little bit further forward. Space not being provided inside of maps. 3 for 2 goes the kill feed. 117 still hanging on. They got the back spawns, but the hop buff comes through from Champy. He gets spun on. Grizz holds the line.
There we go, Grizz. Gotta go huge. Kills also being made from Hakeem around the front. Somehow Caesar and Veer, though, they've broken through. You can fight this one from the front. Sparrow now out for Caesar. Nothing. Champy now going to be able to equalize this as well. Veer, nothing. You get the charge back, but you kind of need it now. 117 are just 13 points away from victory. Spy looking to get the time. Not going to happen. Everybody now from Exclusive coming from one direction, and Creed is running through every single one of them. One player spawning in the back, though. That might make things awkward.
It might. It's just play number 2. It's Champy, but not going to get there in time. The lead just too far gone. 250 to 203. 117 not found. They certainly spawned up inside of Apocalypse, man. That was a Herculean start. The lead was felt there towards the end of the second set, but it was almost insurmountable going through the end of P4. It was somewhere 50, ended at 30, 20-point lead through the second set. But this start, man, watch the blue arrows on the minimap. The macro play from 117 not found led them to victory just in the early get-go. They were hard hitting everything together, but the P3, this position right here that Saturn just kept on exploiting, nobody, and I mean nobody from Exclusive, both times we went over to P3, checked out her. That lower helicopter push happened 3 times over from Saturn's. I hate when people double dip. He triple, sometimes quad dipped, man, and he got away with highway robbery.
Yeah, just really good positioning, I think, on the whole there. And I think another big thing that happened towards the closing moments of that game was this massive spree coming out. I think it was Grizz again. You know, you pull out the EMP. The EMP sometimes feels a bit underutilized because it literally only has one use, which is to prevent those operators from coming down. Of course, you know, it messes with your HUD and everything else, but you can't use operators while that EMP is active. And the fact that Exclusive were not able to pull out those ops on the rotation, right? I mean, they had to delay their ops. It allowed 117 to set up properly for P2 on the final set. And all of a sudden, Exclusive lose their first map in Stage 3 and Stage 4 here in the first map of Stage 4 finals. And you got to get a lot of love to Lucky. 54 and 29, over a minute inside the hard point as well. That boy was having a game.
I would say 42 assists also between Grizz and Saturns. Everybody was playing around the objective again. Just overall, just fantastic teamwork. I think was being exemplified there for all of 117 Not Found. And like I was talking about as well, you go back to Apocalypse, you want to talk about a map mode combination, especially for exclusive that you can get a lot of VOD on. This is dating all the way back to when like the core of these players were actually playing back in Atlanta last year as well, when we were playing Apocalypse Hardpoint. So like you got a lot of time to be spent, but even most importantly, you do have time spent with each other if you are 117 Not Found. So going in towards this one, is he lucky? He's got the high hand, 54 kills, got a massive impact for that game. Again, the moment that he was getting somewhere near 40, I was like, all right, this kid's just going off. But the way he was able to continue just fighting a lot of value with the War Machine, this kid's playing with a lot of danger. And going in towards the search and destroy, especially for firing range, you know that sniper rifles are going to be on the map, and you know they're going to be really impactful as well. We're going to be looking for Lucky to be able to have that impact with the boomstick in hand, so that way Grizz and Saturns can continue to get in those very tight-knit positions like you saw on Apocalypse, Brody, to continuously have impact. To say that Exclusive are on the back foot after not winning a single map, or after not losing a map all stage so far, would be putting it lightly. This is supposed to be the #1 team, albeit losing their star player not too long ago to Animus. Not looking like it so far.
Just crazy. Really is just crazy, isn't it? Isn't it wild, by the way, that Lucky is a player that we haven't seen play since Season 5. He didn't play in Season 6. He didn't manage to qualify. Neither did Sans. Of course, those guys have been playing together for an eternity at this point. It is just wild that we haven't got to see these guys in a really, really long time. I've missed watching them play, and they really brought it to Exclusive in that first map. The second map, you talk about it, right? Sniper rifles are everything here. First bloods are everything on firing range, search and destroy. And while I want to give a lot of love to Lucky, of course, he's going to be the guy that Exclusive got to be worried about. They have a Hulk. They have Neil. Neil, of course, being one of those players on the sniper rifle that we've been talking about for the longest time as one of the most potent sniper rifles in the entirety of Europe. Of course, Marvel being the other notable one. He's now playing on Seoul in India. So Neil, I mean, he's top dog now. He's going to be the player off the start here that you're going to be worried about.
It's very rare that Neil misses a shot, and if he has to go back for the reach out, he will not miss. Ceremonious nades over the top. Lucky's there for the first blood. Called it.
All right, and that's a big play to take down. Neil now out of the play. This is going to give 117 so much more room to maneuver around the map. That's a good start. Veer, oh, through wood. It's a common spot to check, but Veer pops two almost immediately. And what was an advantage just immediately slipped away from them.
All right.
He has the bomb.
My bad, Veer. Here comes the repeat. Creed. Ooh, reach out. Oh, now he's missing. All right. I gotta say, the moment that we're spectating him, he can no longer hit the shots. Lucky's still alive on the map. He's still playing in and around wood. That bomb is dropped inside Banana. It's being watched by Spy. He doesn't have an immediate angle on it, but he can somewhat see the cross if his timing is great. Exclusive are rethinking about this timing through the middle of the map. They know that it can move over towards B. There's still 60 seconds to work here in this 2v4.
Yeah, I think Caesar just saw it, though. Just made the com that, hey, Creed was top wood, so they're probably still thinking about A more than anything. Vera is watching like a hawk. Has to watch the cross. Of course, you can, technically speaking, shoot through the bomb, but he probably just wants to get the kill on the cross. Can he get it? Yep, easy for Veer. Third in the round, looking for number 4 now. Lucky is stuck in a horrendous spot.
I'll say, he does have a USS-9. He gets good information on one player. The wallbang will be there, has to get towards the reload. And yeah, he's inside trailer. Everything's made of paper mache right there. Everything was looking so good until it wasn't. And wasn't is personified by Veer and that sniper rifle. What a two-piece.
Yeah, dude, Veer just doing Veer things. Of course, Neil, you got to show a lot off to him, but he immediately got popped off by Lucky. For Veer to get a couple of players through wood there was huge. There's all the util off the start. Something to note, I guess, about Europe is that they don't necessarily use them to get control of a particular bomb site. For Exclusive, for 117, I should say, excuse me, a lot of it has been smoke coverage through the middle of the map to prevent any immediate pushes. That hasn't happened, though. Caesar already drawing that first blood on towards Lucky. Now it's 117. Going to have to back up here. You're down amount. Where do you go from here?
A lot more freedom on rotation, taking Lucky out of the mix. Saturn still has that second sniper rifle, though, ready to be played, but Champy takes Creed right out of it. Numbers always there for Exclusive, and Odin in hand just for the wallbang check inside of Woods. The bomb is moving its way through Banana. Neil's got really good timing for this Chow. He does find damage, gets info for the 2.
All right, now all of a sudden that's going to pull the reinforcements from Exclusive all the way towards a B-bomb. They've 3 stacked it. More noise being made from Fahim. No, wait, 1 versus 1 and Spy down for the count. And that's going to be everything. Smoke covering the cross now, but you don't have the bomb. So there's going to be time here for Exclusive to transition back over towards A. Grizz's position is everything. He needs to hold trailer. Keep an eye on that American jump up as well. At this point, just plant bomb. And yeah, they're going to plant it for A-Long here. So the idea being, of course, that Sands is going to move all the way back towards A-Long. He's already picked up a player as well. This is very, very difficult for Exclusive to retake from. And they're just going to have to go for it. Caesar looking for the initial. Veer at the very least takes Sands out of the play. So that A-Long play is now no longer the case. They're going to have to reposition in towards Fire and Rage. And through the wall, Veer is just taken Fahim out of the play. Grizz shots in towards 1. And in towards the second as well. Easy peasy for Grizz. He's doubling up. And despite some phenomenal snipes from Veer, it wasn't enough.
I mean, we talk about how long Fire and Rage Search and Destroy has been in the game. We talk about how long Grizz has been playing the game, and we talk about how many times Grizz is probably playing that exact position, right? He knew he was in the 1v2, got info on the first damage, expected the reach out. What a read to tie things up. Now here comes, at least for this round 3, very quick hit to maybe try to get somebody inside a trailer, but it comes up with Fahim getting first blooded again. So 117 again, down in numbers early.
117 really haven't been that good at getting back in a position off the back of this. And you've lost another man now. At this point, I think you've just got to try and commit to something. Instead of looking for another pick through the middle of the map, Satins is still going to try it. Lucky will take Veer out of the play by trailer. Exclusive, of course, man advantage. Now no longer the case. So Satins picks up Neil. 3 versus 3 we go. Satins on the hunt for more snipes. Caesar's just chilling like a villain in the middle of the map right now. He could still blow this entire thing up.
Got a smoke nade just to cover the trailer cross, but Bomb's still thinking about moving its way through Banana. The problem is that Grizz is the only player watching it, and he's waiting for the assistance so that way he can start pushing it. Still, Saturn's expecting the chow, wasn't expecting Caesar to be up too close like that, so easy kill given away, needs to be traded, and Caesar can just continue to play for information. He does, but gives a free kill away, and now we're stuck in this 2v2. Yeah, I like this play out of Spy. I'd get the heck out of Dodge, too. Just rejoin your teammate, at least play for the retake.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I don't like it, though. Obviously, you don't necessarily have the information here. You're trying to play as a 2 versus 2, but now you've given up the angle. So 117 going to get this bomb down for free. And now Exclusive going to have to play for the retake. Of course, the PKM significantly less effective over on that side of the map. PKM, generally speaking, used to try and pick people off through trailer on towards the A side. But bomb now down at B. 30 seconds on the clock. You've got to reserve 4 to 5 for that defuse. And you can't make too much noise. Every single slide you make is going to let 117 know where you are on this retake. That nade most certainly will. Now you're going to see the players turn around. No, Grizz looks the wrong way, so now it's down to a 1 versus 2. Lucky towards the back of the snipes. What do you have for us? Machine pistol, good for the first. Oh, didn't know where the second was coming from, and there is ample time for the defuse.
Yep, and Champy's going to be able to walk away with this one. It'll be pretty close as far as the clock is concerned, but you knew that Exclusive were able to work that one like absolute magic. The moment that you completely give up the B site, Caesar dies over inside of wood. That death cam probably saw them sprinting down Banana, Spy, even with the PKM, just full wraps the map there for the retake. That's the smarter of the 2 calls. Completely catches 117 by surprise, but we got to start talking about these first bloods. 117 have not won a single first blood fight. They get side trailer very, very quickly, and this is something that Exclusive have not seen. A quick hit over towards A, but Banana is exposed.
Yeah, generally speaking, it's not something you ever get to do because as a player in American watching the jump up from the middle of the map, and now Fahim's taking Veer out. It's left Neil exposed. 2 kills so far. Hasn't had the best start to this one. Pushing through toilet. You'll get the trade. Exclusive. No chance. Neil needs to go big. Needs to try and get something. It just doesn't happen. He whiffs the snipe, and now all the presents coming down A-Long. You're getting battered by a multitude of players. Too many places to look. Too many players to try to take down, and you get none of them.
Yeah, you get the kill inside of American. Get the kill on the cross there from the smoke. Get inside a trailer. Get the bomb planted. Lucky was the player inside of the toilets, and he immediately saw 3 there on the flank. The fact that he went 1 for 1 is just absolutely insane, but a little bit more of that if you're 117. This time the aggression goes over towards Banana. This was met by, yep, that stun. Got a lot of connects. Spy, he's sitting here with an SMG this time, Brody. He's prepared for you. He's called for backup.
He's backed all the way up. Not going to sit on that back heady anymore. No trophy to protect him. Spy now very much damaged up. Champy has to find something. Somebody has to find something here. Fear able to walk straight through. Stunned up. Spy should be able to take him down for free. Next one, good. 3 players down. Exclusive of clean this one out, and they've got nowhere to go. It's a beautiful retake for Exclusive there, and then that round slip.
Yeah, as far as B executes are concerned, I've seen worse. I've seen better. And that's it. Just pretty much. You get stunned up, and at least you found the damage. I would have been more than fine with just like kind of posted up and just waiting for the reach out to come through off of reinforcements, or you just leave. So, chance to tie up the half here if you are 117. It's your last offensive round, and it's fast over towards B. Yeah, they isolate Spy instantaneously. First blood here for 117.
Now you got the trades. Creed still backside control though, pretty good. They don't know about Saturns. They have not a Scooby about Saturns. Here we go. Out towards, and it's an easy double for Kim. Yeah, you weren't accounting for it. He made no noise whatsoever. You were lasers focused on another player towards the back of the site, and Saturns takes him by surprise.
3-3 half here for 117 not found. Much better than what it was going to be looking like. Again, they did not win a single first blood until about round number 4. Now here come the opening nades. This first blood, very, very important for the sniper 1v1. Nobody's giving much of an inch. It's allowing Creed to take some space away from the middle of the map. Grizz is playing a very unsuspected position as far as B is concerned. But the only player to maybe find positional advantage on that would be Champion. The bomb is lurking there, though.
And we're back to what I will call the X-Rock strategy. For all of you CDM fans out there, it is basically just camp up and do nothing for the first 30, 40 seconds of a round. And you know what? I don't blame them. They've got 0 information at this point. There's no reason to move. But 117 will adapt. They'll send Grizz right to that close corner towards B. Something they might not necessarily check through the middle of the map. Fahim now able to take one, expecting a second reach out. Not going to happen. Smoke to try and get out of the play. It's a beautiful exit frag. Grizz gets over aggressive through Banana, perhaps to try to make a little bit of a flanking play. It does nothing for your team. Yeah,
exactly. It's Champy. He was that player that's just been playing for the overextension to come through off your X-Rock strat. Just wait for everybody to overextend, and, well, you know, 117. They're the ones that do it. Here comes Fahim, expecting for the trade there inside of the top side of the treehouse, but Creed will find it. They have no idea of Fahim's position. I don't think he was scouted. Creed's also taking positioning away inside of America, and it's so disjointed. At this point, easy read for where Fahim might be located at. It's where you haven't checked.
Well, you think so? No one's watching it. There we go, finally. Spy will turn around, should be easy. Nope, Spy down.
Man.
Oh, the team from the slide. And I tell you what, Neil was very lucky he had a sniper rifle there, was able to take the player down super duper easy. So, 4-3 now. Exclusive off the back of their first offense, looking pretty good.
I just don't know why you overextend there. Again, if you get no information with your stuns and nades, that's fine. Fahim got that position inside of wood. You got first blood. You're on the defense. Just chill.
Oh, look at this aggression through the middle of the map here for Exclusive. Fahim, oh, good for one. Fahim doubles up. And it was a good play. It was a beautiful play, but there were no pre-stuns whatsoever. It was all predicated off the back of a smoke, and none of that will connect. So now Exclusive here have very little map control and very few numbers.
As you two snipers, too, and Veer and Neil just in there just like, the heck just happened over there? We're watching you guys, and all of a sudden there were 3 smokes and three dead. So, gotta be space first. At least Veer has the bomb. Able to at least find 1 kill, but now it's just the IGL left alive, and he had a great first game. Brody can't be giving away him free kills like that. Gonna retrain his aim all the way through toilets. He's got A in his line of sight, and he's expecting challenges in all the right places.
He's walking through the middle of the map here. He's very lucky that they're not watching this. They're just stuck around him. This time it could be huge. Creed has no idea. Oh, you need that snipe off because now Creed has the information. And again, Creed and Lucky do not need to move. Worth saying, every little bit of movement that Veer makes within earshot, a slide, a run, anything, will let them know that he is still there. But he will use the bomb. 40 seconds on the clock. Going to try and get this thing down, and it is going to be planned for very long.
It sure will be. Or he's going to try to go back toilets, maybe? He's going to try to push inside of American on their side. He's expecting for the quick chow, and yeah, they were all the top side of trailer, and I'm just going to drop down, just completely belittle him. Great usage of the numbers, and that could have gotten funky very, very quickly. The centering was there for the sniper, was not ADS in time to be able to get that kill. I was expecting Lucky to almost like over aggressively chow, but Exclusive have been I'm sorry, 117 have been a little bit more tamed as far as that defensive round was concerned. It all started off really aggressive in the middle of the map, but a little bit more tamed out of 117 not found. Let's see if Exclusive gonna look to continue to get aggressive. These nades over through B would suggest so.
I gotta be honest, I gotta see these teams stop getting cutesy with it. We'll talk about that in a second. Neil currently looking to snipe off. Oh, Neil, good for a second. Overextension from 117, read like a damn book. And Neil will take those kills to 3. Through wood, though. Greed will take him down. So 3 versus 3 we go. Exclusive, have a free bomb site. Just plant the bomb. Just plant the bomb, please.
No.
You've got a 3v2! Plant the bomb!
Must get kills. Spy's playing at least for the Chow to come through the big door. They know that it's coming from the flank. He's not playing the bomb. Still got 90 seconds left. We're good.
Plant the bomb.
The thing is, too, is like Lucky's not going to move from this position. Like, he's just expecting for like the reach out to come through. And they're watching like 2 of 3 of the exits. The only player that has to keep their head on a bigger swivel would be Lucky, but... Oh, this is so aggravating. Like, I'm aggravated more for 117 than I am Exclusive.
I don't necessarily think Fahim is within earshot here. I don't think he's going to hear this. I think he's just outside the zone at which you can hear that. So you just plant the bomb. Thank you. Finally. Right. Exclusive. You get the bomb down. You've got the numbers to watch every single point of ingress here. And Fahim is just going to wait. Fahim is doing the right thing, to be fair. Just waiting for Lucky to come at the same time. They're going to hit this from 2 different angles simultaneously. But they have to find the kills. They have to get individual 1 versus 1 to slide out. That should have been heard by Spy or Caesar, and it is. Yeah, Lucky down for the count. Fahim now on the other side. He's walking super slowly, looking for the kill. Going to find the first against Spy. No immediate response. Tagged up down to a very small amount of HP and not really a lot of time to make this one happen. It doesn't. Yeah, that was a round.
You alright, man? You need to take a walk? Your blood pressure high? Like, grow some gray hairs there, bud?
Defend the objective.
There was so much time on the clock, man. Come on, it's X-Rock strat. Just pop a squad and just wait for the overshot because 117's been giving it away. It's exactly how that previous round started. You gave away 2 free first bloods to Neil, and he's looking for top America and would be Saturn to give it to him. 117, though, they're posted up. Fahim's going to start encroaching towards wood. Caesar's playing for it this time around. God, these guys are so nerdy, just taking notes on everything.
Yeah, Fahim's been up the middle of the map, though, over and over again. Oh, you really need to get away out of gunfight because now you're going to have to exhaust the smoke to actually get the hell out of dodge. That's exactly what happens. You don't really even garner that much information other than Exclusive of playing slow off the back of that play. You really kind of needed that frag because now you don't have a smoke for later on in the round. Veer also playing chicken with Saturn's down A long. Just going to back out here for the moment. Saturn's now taken out of the play. That might give Exclusive the opportunity here to move forward. But of course, because we've got 2-minute search and destroy rounds, they're not going to do anything.
No. And why would you? Got 60 seconds left to play for a pick. And maybe find an easier advantage. It's safe to say there's no real information on where Fahim did leave or what angle he is being watched. So there comes the repeat out of Caesar. They were waiting for that call because Fahim could be lurking. This nade gets thrown over the top of A, connects with nothing. They have no coverage inside a trailer. Here comes the onslaught on A. They're leaving Champion behind to lurk inside of the treehouse as well.
Yeah, he's watching for a long flank. This is absolutely the right play call. He should be able to catch Grizz off guard as well. Creed looking for a kill. You can technically shoot through the bomb site if you really want to. He has no idea elsewhere. Grizz is shut down in that flank, so you've got to be honest with it. It's not going to happen. Creed will find one. Lucky not going to get anything either. An Exclusive, they might well take their time. They want to get the kills before they do get the rock down. But in the end, they do, and they have the numbers to make it work.
Yeah. All right. Match point here for Exclusive.
Defend the objectives.
Just one offense away, and they have been looking stellar. Both of their snipers. Veer, again, has just been having himself a really good series. Albeit they lost that map 1, his sniper rifle has been the truth this map number 2.
Oh, aggression. Like it. Nobody inside trailer to worry about. You're going to kill pretty much everybody here. 3 versus 3 we go. Everybody's still on American side. Veer, the snap on towards Lucky. Now just down to Grizz and Saturns. And they're going to have to go for the reposition here. You can get an exit frag. Oh, you really need to hit that one. And Veer has not moved. That stun should connect. Looking good for it. Shot's not really good on the other side. And you lose Grizz through the middle of the map. All of a sudden, it's down to Saturns to salvage this map. You're getting tagged up. You're weak from the first. You're stunned up and you're dead. 117 lose the S&D Exclusive. Now tie the series.
He was looking twisted there for a second if you're Saturns, but Hey, can't drop 50 kills in the search and destroy. At least I think mathematically you could if you find every single kill. Maybe not every single one, but regardless of the matter, yeah, the big bounce back here for exclusive. They take that macro sandwich and they shove it all the way down 117's throat. 117 just continuously got over aggressive. I don't understand fully. Like, the first 2 rounds, fine. Like, not a whole lot of util to be gained, not a whole lot of narrative to be found, but like, these blind challenges through known spots being watched by sniper rifles, I just don't understand it. Offense or defense alike. It's like, he got 2 minutes on the board. I felt like it go back towards, like, what was it, the round 10, maybe round 9. I can't remember. But when they had a 3v2, but they weren't planning the bomb, because like, they're just sitting there like wagging the dog treat in front of the retriever's face, and they're just like, yeah, come here, like, come chow us. And 117 were more than obliged to do so every single time, whether they had a numbers advantage or not. Exclusive just completely played them like a fiddle, and it was Veer to lead the way. Double positive, 12 and 6. This guy's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild, isn't it? Because again, we were talking about Neil going into the match, and albeit Neil had his moments for sure, right? Veer was the one who stepped up to the plate, was sniping his buttocks off in that S&D, especially that was like that 2-piece through wood or something ridiculous like that back in like round number 1. Just insanity, a way to start the S&D from Veer. And you know, I think talking to your point a little bit about the kind of egregious chows that we had from 117 not found. I think so much of S&D in COD Mobile is down to those opening snipes and who can snipe better. I think, you know, you look towards something like CDM and you talk about some of the most powerful teams in the competition and what kind of separates them the best from the rest, as it were, right? And it very often is sniper rifle prowess, right? You know, being able to ego chow stuff and win those fights more often than not. And I think for 117 not found, making egregious chows against sniper rifles is a perfectly fine thing to do, but you've got to be doing it with the snipers of your own, and you've got to be hitting those shots. And I think more often than not, when we were going towards the snipers that exist on 117 not found, they were not hitting those shots. I expect a little bit more from Lucky and Creed there, and we just didn't get it.
I'm going to be even more brutal than that. Yeah, here's Veer's stats. Again, double positive, 12 and 6. Again, this guy is also the IGL. He's also incredibly handsome, by the way. God, I can't wait to see that guy again.
Crazy, isn't it?
If of course, if exclusive do make it, with that being said. But like, I think you're putting it too kindly. Like it's even beyond like the sniper chows, because like Lucky did get that first blood in the opening round on offense. Like he was sniping very, very cleanly, and it was going to be against Neil on the opposite side. But even like for like the SMG XM4 double chow that we were getting on both sides of the bomb, Fahim with the Odin pushing up inside of wood, like it just wasn't it, man. Like the timing just wasn't there. The raw gunny was not hitting as well as it was back in Apocalypse, and that's not even the reason why you were able to win that map number 1. So we got to lock in here. If we are 117 not found, we're guaranteed to go to the Hacienda map number 4. But now we do truly get Chris Tunn, his favorite phrase ever as far as the series is concerned. At least I'm going to go ahead and coin it. Here's his stray for the day. It is a flip of the hat. We got ourselves a swing map combination.
A flip of the hat?
Hey, have you never heard that?
Is that what he says? Is that a thing?
No, that's what I said. No, it's swing map mode combination. You know, like Alan's got like the pinstripe kill feed. Yep. You got like the usual suspects.
The money rotations. Come on, man. I got better things than that.
You got a lot of idioms.
I got a lot of things wrong with me. Yeah, a lot of idiots.
We know.
Anyway, look, Tun's one of them. He's just sitting in the back right now. We got control on raid. This is pretty much the box standard map mode combination that you're always going to see in map number 3. It's been in the rotation for the longest time. It works super well in control, and it is very easy to take an offense here on raid as well, especially when operators are thrown in the mix, right? I mean, making that transition from B towards A is I wouldn't say it's easy to do, but you get control of kitchen, you get control of money, and it's super easy for the defense to fall apart. So just something to bear in mind here, I think, as we move forward in towards this next game. I think, especially when we talk about exclusive, I think feeling themselves a little bit more, getting more aggressive off the back of that firing range search and destroy. That's something I think the 117 have to be very careful about, is just making sure that transition from B to A doesn't happen.
Yeah. We're also going to be keeping a very close eye as far as the foot race. I was talking about this at the top of the show. To be able to see who's going to be able to get those operators first. Again, War Machine is probably going to be your first accrued operator, I would say, more than anything. And we did see a lot of good value with that as well. So Veer is probably going to be the one that you're going to be watching out for. Also needs to be said, there's been a lot of conversation in the past about how long we're holding on to snipers as far as control rounds are concerned. And I don't want to see Neil fall into that because Neil, as far as his gunning is concerned, needs to be felt on the map. Again, snap rotations. We see a lot of teams get trapped quite literally in the spawn trap, both garage and the backside of jungle, way too easily, and they just never really adapt just until it's way too late. So just need to be able to see those quick adaptations coming through as quick as we did in the firing range, search and destroy Brody, and I will be a happy camper.
Yeah, we're just waiting for this next map to get underway, folks, while we're getting the lobby ready to go. Again, we talk about Europe big picture here for a second. Only one team is making it to champs at the end of this entire competition, which is just wild. I will say, I'm very pleased that 117 were able to take a map off of Exclusive and we're able to be competitive with Exclusive in the search and destroy as well proper, because I think coming into this, my mindset was, and I mean no disrespect, maybe a smidge of disrespect. I mean no disrespect to 117 and Severity, but I think most people, when they talk about the European region, and this has always been the case, you're always looking at Exclusive and Animus, and one of those teams is going to be the guys that take it the whole thing home. To only have one of those teams in champs is freaking wild, man. I mean, both those teams, they're staples at this point of COD Esports on a champs level.
Well, let's put it this way. It doesn't exactly raise their chances to be able to get out of groups, because even when they did have more than just a single team, they didn't get out of groups the past 2 times. So, like, I don't know, man. Like it just puts more of, like, this, pun intended, the severity on the team that does end up making it all the way towards the very end, right? And, some humility as well for Animus, because they have been the #1 European team, showed up to groups both times, didn't make it out of groups. They show up towards this stage, the race to be able to make it to Katowice, and they lose to Exclusive along the way. So, like, it's tough for me to sit here and truly fulfill this prophecy that is going to be one of these two teams finally getting over that hump. But hey, man, I love to be able to see the evolution of the European region. I think that this is probably the best that they have looked, at least off of the handful of maps that I've been able to see on stream and at least today so far.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're just waiting for the map number 3 to get underway here real quick, guys. So we're just going to get into the lobby here in just a moment. We'll see what happens as we try to get into the game. Here we go. We're ready to go. Not too sure if we were going to get in it. We're in it. Ready to go. And 117 not found are starting things off aggressive in towards A. This is not something you see teams do very often, but it works out for them.
Yeah, no, it really does. Again, go for the unfavored side. It does leave your driveway more than open, and I love that Grizz just immediately picks that up. He's not expecting the secondary chow to be here, but he's already gone. And Veer's not a part of this play whatsoever. Luckily enough, some kills do come through. Spawn protection will be there for at least the third, so Veer will find 2, but he's still got Fahim. He's working on the second segment.
Yeah, he's just chilling like a moment, and nobody's inside bedroom, so they're going to get the close spawns in towards the point right now. Fahim's just going to sit in the corner. Somebody has to come and deal with him. He pops his head up. Can he find any value for the play? No, he cannot. Shut down. Down the last player. Satins. Everybody down for the point. And I was going to say, I was looking towards the mini-map there. You saw a couple of players kind of break out of the driveway in towards B. I was hoping that they could make the transition. Not going to happen, so they're going to go straight back towards A here. 1 kill comes through from Spite, and now you're just waiting for everybody to try and get their way out. They are stuck in the spawn.
Yeah, they sure are. Good luck trying to get yourself out of this one. 6 life advantage here for Exclusive. Got all notable power positions held here. Champy playing for the timing inside of RDA. He gets great communication from a player that's playing around side of Ring. So Grizz trying to be that player, trying to push over inside of Ring, but Champy's still playing in that position. He's got himself a little paper plane and maybe try to push himself a little bit further forward, but he does it the hard way.
19v8. Caesar! Oh, burns through Fahim. And it's getting worse for 117, not found. The lives are not being found right now. Champy on a spree. Going to get cut down before that EMP can go his way. It's going to be a yellow kill feed for the moment here. So 117 might be able to add another tick to their names. It's going to be a triple stack actually coming through on the point momentarily. So that first tick does come through, but it is a short-lived victory as it's all just down to Grizz now. Last one left alive. You can see the name through the smoke here in Call of Duty Mobile, and he is immediately shut down. That is an indomitable round coming out the gates from Exclusive.
Able to get those 2 segments, those 2 consolation segments. So, I mean, yeah, started off with a really good A push. Nobody got inside a basketball court. Nobody got inside a money window. So it's one of those things that it was so good until it wasn't. So Exclusive winning that as dominant as they did. Look at the operators. Veer has that war machine. He wants to find space through P5, but everybody besides one are pushing out from Laundromat right into Champy's hands with the death machine. Finds his space forward, but it's not as cleanly as you would hope.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the Death Machine is just one of those options you probably want a lot of value out, right? You want to get like 3 or 4 kills with it. I don't know what the averages look like for actual how many kills you get from that, but it is one of the most potent, if not the most powerful operator we have here in COD Mobile. So you probably want a little bit more value, but it's fine because Exclusive are full sending absolutely everything, including the kitchen sink and, well, the entire kitchen at this point towards B. Everything is gone. That third tick is going to be through. Exclusive's response. They've set themselves up for the transition. Exclusive have 3 players in towards kitchen. They have put a lot into a potential spawn trap, but you don't have the kills. Exclusive are on the way in the flank.
Yeah, no, they're going to push all the way through jungle. It's going to be a full 3v4. Got 1-on-1 inside the spawn protection. It's not going to be there. So now you got numbers into the backside. Spy's got the Annihilator. He's playing for the spawn kills. Lucky's going to at least stay alive. Saturn spawns on the other side of the wall. Here comes the push over towards the basketball court. Nice shot out from Spy. He's finding so much value here with the Annihilator, but nobody's on the zone until just now. First segment's going to be locked here with just under 2 minutes to play.
Yeah, at this point, I'd start considering chalking the round if I'm 117. Do not invest anything into this. Yeah, 16 versus 6. They'll lose Caesar, so the number's starting to get eroded ever so slightly, but that life advantage is daunting. At the very least, you hold off here for the moment. Caesar now looking for the first. Jumps down for the second. Oh, Saturn's dead in the water. He is going to go down. One flanking player also in the mix as well is going to be Champy. So you can find your way up the swimming pool, but he is your secret weapon in this entire play. And here we go. Finally going to activate. Looks good for the first. Going to check Tiki here for the second. Doesn't actually check left. So Lucky will find both of those gunfights. Chris is going to find another here. A little bit of resistance to be found in this 2v8.
Grizz has the equalizer. I was about to say, please do not pull that out. That would have been something if he was going to be able to swing that one in a 2v8. Here comes Lucky, though. USS 9 just trying to play his way around Tiki, but he's unequipped for the entire situation at hand. He just wants to give away his life to deny any extra segments, but look at the way that was Exclusive. They're not giving it to him too easily. Lucky gonna walk away with a couple consolation kills. Second segment's gonna get locked, so yeah, Lucky just needs to go take this 1v1 on the control zone. Spy is gonna be there. He loses it. Lucky's going to keep this going for now.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about Lucky in this 1 versus 5. He could potentially win this 1 versus 5. He doesn't have a net to take himself out, and that's actually against the rules here in the World Championships as well. So he has to win this 1 versus 5, and he also kind of has to do it quickly because the longer he takes in this 1 versus 5, the more time he's giving them to charge their ops. So him sitting here doing nothing is actually so beneficial for Exclusive in this moment. They are just going to charge their ops. They're not going to challenge. They've got 40 seconds left. They don't need to make a move. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised that Lucky is doing this and not just full sending it. We're investing a Hunter Killer. All right, cool. I mean, why not at this point? Lucky's Hunter Killer drone is going to go to nothing. I think Veer actually shot that thing out of the sky. 30 seconds left now. Lucky is finally going to go on and hunt for his kills, but again, if I'm honest, the damage... What? We're war machining in the 1v5! Okay, Lucky, sure, why not? He's going to try and salvage it. Let's see if he can pull this off. Trophies down, not going to do anything. He gets a kill. Lucky, I think that's just a cataclysmic set of errors from Lucky. First of all, you let Exclusive charge their ops for like 30 seconds, and then secondly, you pull a war machine to save around with the Hunter Killer drone as well. I don't know, Lucky. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Man, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, that's not great. 2 operators being ripped, and it's an explosive one, wouldn't you know it? I mean, Caesar only has 4 eliminations, but I mean, Veer's been having himself a great series. Creed trying to battle things back, but the EMP keeps them honest, even though that 117 had operators Exclusive. They had the outright lead as far as resources are concerned. The clock will be stalled here. This play is alive as far as A is concerned, but open stairs not being watched. The flank comes through.
All right, well, Satins make a slow progress on towards A, trying to draw the attention of the entirety of the team. Also going to whip the Sparrow out momentarily. It will finally go down, though, so no more secret weapons for you, Monferret. And you're now with the Tempest. This thing's deadly in control. You can really chain the kills together. Can he find any value with it, though? A couple of missed shots. Now going to get the second. There is that chain off the back of it for that second kill. B is cleared. I will say, though, there's a lot of damage done by 117 off the start of this round.
Yeah, you got a total of 4 segments. Wherever you spawn parallel to closer, just make that push happen. 1v1 through the middle of the map. Veer will take that one with a smile on his face. Here comes the push all the way through the open stairs. Progress over towards A. It is locked. 18v17. You still got 2 operators if you are 117 not found. They want to try to complete this without using them, though, Brody. They could flip the map, and any kills on transition are going to be good. They find the kill at least inside a kitchen. Got 2 players trying to clear away inside of red. Spy pulls out the Annihilators, trying to meet them at the gates, though.
Yeah, now you're in a position though, aren't you? Because you're kind of getting spawn trapped here. You've got 3 players to deal with in and around the base, and that life advantage is already starting to get a little bit out of control. Oh, yep, Neil, another one down. You're working towards an EMP. It doesn't even really matter when Neil is burning through you like this. Hunter killer drone in the air. Predator missile. Let's go to the hard point. Why the hell not? Lucky's got the war machine out, and this one, well, it's not going to do anything either. 3-0 in the control. Exclusive, take it.
Yep. And you go back towards that moment in the second round, Brody, and you're like, oh, maybe we got to be talking about next round. No, we got to be talking about next map, because there was, I don't know, man. It didn't feel like 117 Not Found spawned into that one the way that they did. The latter half of that fighting range S&D, and especially that Apocalypse map number 1. Wow, that was a sight to behold. From Lucky's operator pull and all of the util dump in a 1v8 in the second round to give that one away, the opening breakoff wasn't that bad. I mean, we were talking about it just off the get-go. Hitting over towards A is not the most orthodox thing to do, but it just comes from the trades. It just felt like that 117 didn't really have a good grasp on where the power positions were being held, and where those players that found those multi-kills then escaped too. Going in towards that second round, you didn't have an operator advantage. That's fine. You reset yourself. You fought your way back in towards that setup. But then afterwards, you go back to everything that went wrong in that round number 2, and it's just overextension after overextension, and it just never set themselves up to mitigate the life deficit, and it played right into the hands of Champy, who was playing every single good corner you could possibly imagine. Neil, even with the AR in his hand, and Veer, again, 16 and 13, but his War Machine was infinite value.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this much, right? I mean, fundamentally speaking, 117 Not Found, I think, struggled off the back of that second round because of the fact that obviously, you know, the way that kind of the operator economy works, right? You know, Exclusive, they have a phenomenal first round. 117 can't really do anything. I think it kind of all starts with the meltdown of that initial A push. I don't fully... I think there's a reason that teams don't push A off the start, because it's not really a good idea to do, because if you lose that A push, you have zero map control whatsoever. And, you know, off the back of that first round, Exclusive, they had full ops into round number 2, and they used everything. Not just the ops, but also the Hunter killer drone and the Predator missile that obtained off of a dominant round number 1. I think all of that utility, it is very difficult to win a round number 2, right? But you're right to point out, I think, you know, you're in a 1 versus 5. I got to bring it up. That is just one of those situations where, you know, again, we talk about the operator economy. Lucky's play made things disproportionately worse for round number 3, because he gave them a couple of extra ops. He used the Hunter killer drone that could have been great. He used a war machine that, you know, you do use off the start to cover the middle of the map, right? There's a big play through the middle of the map through Zig. You know, you start off on defensive, offensive side. You just fire that thing down the middle of the map, and you're going to get kills off spawn. To not have that is so damaging off the start of control rounds. That is something they are going to regret massively. It's something that they were going to go watch this back. Yeah, that's going to be painful for sure. Anyway, 117 Not Found. They're going into a very strong map mode combination now. It's going to be Hacienda Hardpoint. This thing is bread and butter for Exclusive. It's going to be difficult to take this one away.
I would say so, yeah. Exclusive coming in towards the Hacienda Hardpoint, they're going to be feeling rather comfortable with themselves. I would say that they're feeling comfortable with themselves regardless. I mean, you go in towards that map number 1, they have every single possible imagination and excuse, I guess you could say, to why they scammed that first set of rotations, but going in towards this one, it will be 117 Not Found trying to force the coastal map number 5. You go back towards that map number 1. Lucky, look, we don't have to continue to beat that dead horse, Brody. He did drop 54 kills in that map number 1. And the one thing, no, chill, bro. 117 Not Found. They were fantastic. And I mean utterly fantastic as far as playing rotations are concerned. They were quite on point with playing every single power position to be able to get rotations, fighting those transition gunfights, getting those anchor spawns for money hills like P2 and P3. So I have higher hopes than you do, for sure.
Yeah, listen, maybe they can come back into this one, but it is difficult. I think, yeah, again, that control is going to be frustrating. It's going to be a rather large pill to swallow, and I don't know if they've got any lubricant. Hardpoint and Hacienda, like I said, it's a really good map mode combination for Exclusive. This is a map that's proven great for them, not just here in Stage 3 and Stage 4 of the 2025 World Championships, the road to the World Championships, I should say, but also in the past. They didn't lose it back in Season 6, and even back in Season 5, it was their strongest, despite I think it was like a 60% win rate or something like that on this. It is, just insane. Hardpoint and Hacienda, it's going to be real difficult. I feel like, look, we kind of talk about 117 Not Found being great on Hardpoint back in map number 1. This is just totally different gravy, mate. Hardpoint and Hacienda, it's a very, very strong map for exclusive. Fair play for 117. Look, they took a map off the exclusive. I don't want to say this series is over just yet, but it does kind of feel like a game number 5 might be too far in the distance.
Maybe, man. Because again, when you're thinking about it, just when this exclusive team gets rolling, that is a train that you do not stop, let alone slow down. So should be interesting, right? Again, you go back to that map number 1, and the only thing that really left them was just how complacent they were within that first set of Hardpoint. So just coming here, not taking for granted the team that you did 3-0 just not even about a week or so ago. And to take it very, very seriously if you are exclusive. We expect high things from them. Remember, it's only one team that goes towards a world championship. Who says it's not you?
Yeah, for sure. Well, 117, they might have taken one hard point away. Can they take a very strong map away from exclusive is the question. Well, so far, exclusive looking pretty good off the back of P1. I honestly, Proper, I feel like a good precedent to set here, a good way to measure how good exclusive are going to be on this map is how much time they're able to take on P1.
Yeah. If you're able to generate any time off of P1, that would be fantastic. It all comes through the upper hallway control, which you can see the arrows on the minimap, at least 117 Not Found did have for themselves. But you think more importantly for that rotation that's going over towards P2, that's the bottom left side of the minimap. Just for certainty, 117, they do have at least those well spawns. Nobody's anchoring out that head glitch. Everybody's just head bashing in the middle of the map.
Oh, this is all right for 117 Not Found, right? You're not bleeding a ton of time to exclusive at this point, at this moment. So you look towards the rotation as well, and 117 are going to be the first team to touch. Currently, Saturn's and Lucky, 10 kills between them off the start of this game. So we're seeing more or less the same advantage that we saw at the end of the first map. The big reason why they're able to take that away. But backspawn's now locked in for exclusive here. Are they going to read it out towards the lobby? Lucky is going to go down. Saturn's trying to keep an eye on the white stairwell, and it is a wave of blue in the feed. Exclusive break within the first 10.
Oh man, it's a whole rave here inside of the Lambo Hill. Everybody's just throwing out their smoke grenades and trying to keep things interesting. Watch those back driveway spawns, though. Exclusive, they're going to be able to anchor out this area, but 117 Not Found, they're reading it. They have all the operators first, plus the Sparrow and the War Machine from Lucky. Again, Kid dropped 54 kills in that first map, and he is already on pace to maybe drop the same, if not better.
Yeah, I mean, that's just box standard there. War Machine control, isn't it? On the Lambo you go. Fire down driveway, you know where they're spawning. Why not do exactly that? But nobody's blocking those close spawns here. So going through lobby will be exclusive. Looking for control. Farkeem just sitting in the corner, able to get the melee kill off. 117 looked like they could get the last 5 seconds. Via's the last player you got to deal with. And exclusive actually sending a couple of players towards old time. Those players do end up going down. So 117 here, get a good look at P2. They get a good amount of time away from exclusive despite that initial break. And we move towards new. This is the mixiest of mixiest hills here in Call of Duty Mobile. It's fences on Hacienda.
Yeah, it sure is. Again, watch your inners, watch your outers. Make sure you got a player top plat and make sure nobody flanks around the back. Was that a long enough laundry list? Okay, and let's go ahead and lock into it if you are exclusive. Neil does have the Tempest. Very accurate with the sniper rifle. Had a great map number 3, and he's very good here with the Tempest as well. Does find 2 within the feed. Here comes Veer again, off-pacing their operators, Brody. This is the exclusive you want to see.
Yeah, also keep an eye on Neil because I believe he's currently streaking out. He's very close to an EMP. That would be disastrous here for 117. Champy starting to get forward here. Neil gonna find Saturn's, looking for more. Champy left and right. Everybody getting pulled into the grinder. Will finally get shut down. Again, Neil weak, trying to play his life. Gonna get cut down before that EMP can be obtained. Now the operator's starting to go 117's way. Neil off spawn, immediately gonna bring that pred down from the heavens. Not gonna find anything. The trophy system will salvage 117 as they look to try and find their way through. Champy, a couple of extra bullets in the body there towards the end, turns around to try and get Farkeem. That's not gonna happen. Exclusive, the better look, but I guess the good positive news here for 117, they don't have an EMP to deal with.
And Grizz does have the equalizer already ripped though, and you can just find so much value with it here on the Rock Hill. If it's not going to be the corners per they could be played, it's going to be the equalizer. Big trade out from Spy. The Death Machine to be ripped here all the way through the main staircase isn't exactly where you would want it to be, but it allows exclusive the footwork forward.
Oh, Exclusive are only coming from one side right now. Caesar just trying to play contest spot on the other side. Hunter Killer drone out to try and deal with the players coming off the spawn, but Pinstripe feed in for effects here. Veer able to double up now, just down to Fahim. He's going to get shut down as well. Again, full blue feed. And now the ARs are just going to sit on a heady and watch as the entirety of 117 even dare to look at the hardpoint. Coverage through the middle of the map. Now spawns flip once again for the back 20 seconds. Caesar looking for control. Sparrow out, shut down again. Did not take a shot, so should get the charge back off the back of that. Now towards the hard point though. Exclusive still winning the majority of the fight. Saturn's trying to play his life. He gets shut down. 2 players through on the other side. It's Creed, it's Saturn's. Are those guys going to be able to play their life? No, Chris and Creed down for the count. And once again, Exclusive, they just look like they're getting the better look at the moment off the team play. Their team shot's phenomenal.
And it'll lead to a 27-point lead going in towards the second set. War Machine being popped here for Veer, his second. Lucky up to 22 kills. Is Caesar on the opposite side, leading his team with 20. 2-for-2 trade goes the kill feed again. We're back towards the scrappy warfare that is the battle for secret control, the battle for P1 supremacy in upper hallways. The difference, though, Exclusive do find an avenue through the open stairs. Puts player number 5, and it's Neil with the Tempest up close. He's behind everybody, and he finds at least the dart to at least allow his teammates to get inside of the time. And he's inside of bottom secret, Brody, looking to make an effort forward.
Saturn's gets shut down. Exclusive, you can't really afford to give them this time. This is a lot of time you're giving away on P1 at the moment. 117, not winning any gunfights, and there comes a point, if you hit 10 seconds on this hard point, you don't want to spawn out. That's just happened for Fahim. So you got to keep an eye on those fences spawns, and now Exclusive are starting to spawn there. You can see it. Nobody in lobby to block them. So 117 have players coming up the driveway through the white stairwell. Champy going to get connected by a stun. Through the stairwell he goes. Lucky to the War Machine. Flanking play coming through in the X-ray as well. Is anybody looking in that direction? Well, this is a full investment coming out from 117, so the initial hold is pretty good, and now they're starting to extend out into lobby as well.
Yeah, brute force coming away from the front door, and it's Creed with the death machine. He's got players spawning all the way towards the back, needs to preserve his life though, and he's basically trying to take all the information from where his teammates are communicating, plus the Pred missile from Fahim pushes everybody in towards the interior of the mansion, but it's Champy comes in with the death machine, or the equalizer, excuse me. We'll clean up at least one from the front door, and that should be 30 seconds left to fight over the 117 spawn in the back.
20 seconds left to go for here. This isn't the worst equalizers I've ever seen. Sparrow also coming out here. Exclusive want to maintain their advantage. 117 know that they've got to try and fight for this time. Players coming from all sides of the hard point. Neil and Caesar, though, they are there to meet the aggression. Creed, the last one, just looking to contest some time at this point. Grizz is also here, so stealing that 5 seconds away would be huge. Champy tries to not allow it. It's not going to happen. So honestly, for that little kind of engagement there with, what was it, the Sparrow and the equals, I'm pretty happy with that if I'm 117, but you look towards the rotation, I'm starting to get less happy.
Starting to get a lot less happy now if you are 117. Look at the exclusive setup. Veer has his next War Machine ready. 25 eliminations. Caesar up to 28, getting close towards his next as well. Equalizer being ripped here from the opposite side. Out of 117, not found. Grizz needs to find value with it, and he does. He reads the spawns, but he might have overheated.
Exclusive are all coming from one side of the hard point now. 117. All you have to keep an eye on well side. Champy with an aid in towards the hard point here, using the coverage of the smoke and the coverage of the carnage to get in towards the hill. He is firing absolutely everywhere, but where there are players, fine, you're going to locate those guys, and it's going to be Spy for 3. Champy putting some team shots through as well, and now it is 117 who are spawning on the opposite side of the hard point. Looking to contest for the back 15. Creed now down towards the hill, getting shut down. Grizz, can you do anything for the contest? He's just using the contest spot up top. Fahim also firing through tin, looking for a second gunfight, and you will get it. Again, 117, they feel like they're stealing time away from Exclusive, excuse me. Apart from really kind of taking any time for themselves. They're not really doing anything for themselves here, Cropper.
No, they're not. Look at Spy. He's going to be that route man. That stun's going to connect on to who? So Saturn has to try to execute off of that. The trophy system's late. It reads the corner, but there was no assistance. Fahim, he's got the Tempest out, and he was watching over by water. It's so disjointed. Was Fahim's 3-piece enough? Lucky's got the War Machine pop now. He finds another kill forward. It's all disjointed, but it leads Creed alive with the Death Machine. That should at least generate 15 seconds.
Everyone trying to get through in the middle of the map here. Creed's Death Machine, this thing can last an eternity, and well, he hasn't actually found that much value for it at the moment, I will say. Everybody else is actually clearing up the kills here, so it's not a bad Death Machine by any stretch of the imagination, but it isn't exactly doing anything by virtue of the fact that the rest of the team are finding said kills. Now Saturns can try and get something. Did fire off. Not a single kill apart from a posthumous one. So now Exclusive can get past. Neil using the Tempest. Couple more shots left in the barrel, ready to go. Gonna get shut down here. That's a couple of big shutdowns coming up from 117. They hold here, and they are just within touching distance of Exclusive as we get to the third and final set.
Yeah, I was hoping for a point-blank chain maybe to try to swing the exit eliminations, but look at the kill feed. That is some unanswered kills if I've ever seen it. Coming through from 117, not found. Exclusive. Got to count your respawns and stop over-challenging. Look at Champy. He's the first inside the hill, but he's shrouded by a smoke grenade. Caesar's here to assist, and that means that Grizz will go down. Saturn does find one off of the retrain. Veer has, what is this, now his 5th War Machine? This guy is shooting so straight. Able to find himself the 4th elimination. Exclusive. They're about to beat down the door of 200 points.
And the reason Veer has that War Machine, of course, the overclock perk. He's going to get it pretty much every minute or so. It's a big reason why teams are able to hold hard points with great War Machine players on side. 117 trying to get control at this point in time. Player number 2 up top goes down. That was Grizz. Creed now trying to take Exclusive out of it. It doesn't happen. That's a full blue feed. And once again, they're kind of left facing with a question. How much do we really want to put into this one? Because we might be carving a path for Exclusive to hit the rotation. That is exactly what has happened. Nobody is watching new. And you have a player in Neil who is here, ready to go. Neil tearing through them. Only going to find Fakeem. That's a big player to take down.
Yeah, it really is. Watch the setup, though. Player number 5 off the respawn. It's Fakeem. He's up to kill number 40. He's got the Tempest. He's watching the archway push. Grizz has the equalizer. He's inside the time. Veer pulls out the War Machine. He tries to move his way forward. He finds 2 kills. Caesar there with the Sparrow finds the 3rd, and the 4th comes through soon after. The spawns will flip into the backside of the driveway. Exclusive again. They kick the front door down.
And nobody's watching the stairs. Champy, though, going to immediately pick that up after one of his teammates goes down. Now looking all around the hardpoint here for some freebies with the equalizers. Players coming up around the back line, though. Your recalls need to get in a position to deal with it. He's stunned up from a variety of different positions here. Just 20 seconds away from victory, and Champy's equals finally go down. Now through the carnage of the smoke. Players looking to try and get through from 117. Next up, the Death Machine to drill through the opposition. That is exactly what happens. It's 3 ops from Exclusive, and Spy is tearing through every single player. Turn and burn are the ones coming off the spawn, and that's going to be it. Exclusive walk away with beautiful P2 control. They move on to the upper bracket final.
Yep, it's the reverse 3-0 coming through for Exclusive. They lost map number 1 by a whopping 47 points. And then they come back in and just absolutely beat the brakes off of 117, not found in the latter 2 maps. Wonderfully done for Exclusive again. That's their first taste of defeat all stage long, but they look dominant there. 54 bomb out of Lucky. You had Fakeem, had himself a great map number 4, but it simply was not enough. Neil, Veer, just some of the usual suspects like Brody likes to call them, just showing up there continuously. Champy was going rogue. Things you love to see for Exclusive as they continue to march forward to be Europe's number 1.
You really do just have to give props, don't you, to Exclusive. We talked about it. Hassi and a Hardpoint is one of their strongest map mode combinations across the entirety of the map pool, and for good reason. You guys just saw it there at multiple points there in that game. Exclusive, I mean, I think they just managed to kind of full hit Hardpoints as a team, and I think more to the point as well, their operators in said Hardpoints were just brilliant. You talk about Veer with the War Machine, right? And again, you know, pretty standard strat from him. You know, put overclock on, make sure you get it pretty much every single time the next Hardpoint pops up. Every minute or so, he's always getting that War Machine. But it wasn't just that. Great DM value, great Sparrow value, great equal value coming out from Exclusive. All of them firing on all cylinders. Good utilization of the operators, and that really does split the best from the rest here in Call of Duty Mobile.
It really does, man. Just being able to find value with all the space being provided as well. Veer, 43 and 39. I mean, truly to be said, like, it's no shade towards this guy, because I've been casting his career for a very long time, but like, I haven't seen Veer have a takeover series like we had today in quite some time. 12 and 6 in map number 2, 43 and 39 here, 26 assists with 90 seconds of OBJ time. Impact personified in a handsome man.
Yeah, Veer is just
work.
insane.
Incredible work here from Exclusive. Brody, sorry to jump in. Yeah, but Veer played insane. But I think realistically speaking, it's the result we expected. But I would have actually liked it maybe a little cleaner from Exclusive. Am I being a bit ignorant there?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think so. I think the first Hardpoint, right, was not the best from exclusive, I want to say. It was a little bit scrappy, I think, especially on key rotations. Obviously, I don't want to take anything away from, from 117 Not Fan. I think in particular, I think it was Grizz made that massive play towards the end of that game where he got the EMP. I think it was either Grizz or Creed, and, stopped them from getting their ops. There's not really much they can do, but yeah, I think you're right. To lose a map, I think is going to be frustrating for them for sure.
Yeah.
Probably wants to be cleaner.
And pretty close statistics as far as Lucky and Via went in that final map there proper. But as you were just saying, Via really did have a takeover series there, helped them push it over the line. But again, kind of sentiments from you in the sense of that we were probably expecting exclusive to look a little cleaner there.
Yeah, again, just to kind of piggyback off of Brody's point there for the map number 1, I wouldn't say that it was full-on complacency because I wasn't at the pre-match comms. I wasn't in the comms all series long, for crying out loud. But like the way that they were playing, just allowing way too much map control to come through on Apocalypse. Look, if Hacienda is their staple as far as a map mode combination for Hardpoint is concerned, Apocalypse shouldn't be too far out of the wings as far as similarities are concerned. And that just was not the same exclusive between maps 1 and 4. So it definitely looked like complacency, just giving away way too much map position. But you got to see all of that be rectified through 2, 3, and 4. These guys, when they have operators, they have any sort of advantage, they are very, very poised to be able to make that advantage felt in the lobby.
But one man in particular who did well for his team, then helped exclusive over the line, was Via. And we're going to have a quick chat with him about that series and how things went down. Via, how's it going, my man? Eventually a very good performance for exclusive there. But I think, were you guys expecting maybe it to be an easier time than it was?
First of all, thank you guys for having me. Actually, we were expecting it to be a 3-0, but we didn't expect 1-7 to come out swinging like that. But besides that, losing APOC was a shock for us because it's like one of our bread and butter maps, but we just didn't came out shooting straight, so it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're not shooting, you're not gonna win it, so sucks for us, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to talk about the maps in particular, right? Because obviously you guys, you lost the first map, right? Going into the Search and Destroy, you were piecing with the sniper rifle, dude. I mean, you were going crazy. You got like that 2-piece through wood or something in round number 1. Talk to me a little bit about kind of the composition of the team in Search and Destroy, because, you being on the sniper rifle, I think, has been kind of a massive call for exclusive.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the flowers, but it's pretty much, we've been practicing SND a lot, and everyone knows what they have to do, and the comms are just instantly as well, so it's just easier for us to be able to trade things quicker, especially with me on sniper switching positions with Neil just helped it a lot as well. And it just showed, like, it was just pure confidence, and we just trusted in each other, and that was kind of the result of it. Just everyone peacing.
Dude, Veer, my guy, it is great to see you again for another season of Call of Duty Mobile. It's been a very long road of watching your career absolutely blossom. This series has been absolute takeover. Again, I've seen you play this game for quite some time, but as you already talked about, the long duo shift there with Neil, like, y'all's teamwork is absolutely impeccable. Going back to the Search and Destroy and the Control, there were so many different points in time where you guys were stuck inside of these 2v-odd situations, you in particular in 1v-odd situations. Going back towards the previous stages that we did have for the season, was the macro play what you guys were mostly focused on? Because you guys have always had good gunning.
I mean, yeah, particularly this time around, we were focusing heavy on team play and more on just getting new strats down, new ideas down, obviously playing better teams and just making sure that our stuff works. And I'm certain that it just showed in the SND as well. Same with the Control. We're just playing more safe, more together, and just making sure we're doing the right play at all times.
So, Veer, you're going to have your winners bracket final this evening as well, potentially taking on some of your old foes in the side of Animus. Is there anything you guys want to change up for that series, or is it just play your own game as per usual?
I mean, we will definitely tweak some stuff based on the vetoes, but I don't think we would change that much. Obviously, it's like the rivalry we've had in Europe, but we'll see. I mean, I'm happy to face them again. I'm ready to face them again, and this is what we're expecting. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you go and get yourself ready for that next matchup. We'll be seeing you right after our next series, and good luck in that one, and we'll see and speak to you very soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, guys.
Thank you, mate. Excellent to have Veer on there. Little post interview. We get in. He was in quite quick, to be honest with you. I was quite surprised. Usually, COD Mobile players take an absolute age to get into this one, Brody. But confidence, inspiring performance from him at the end there, and obviously feeling excited after the win.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, they're going to be confident in a matchup against 117 Not Found. My question is, are they going to be confident in a matchup against potentially, I'll add the potentially in there, we don't know who they're facing yet, potentially Animus, because that's been their biggest issue the entirety of COD Mobile, the entire COD Mobile history. It was versus King's Clan last year. It's been versus Animus this year. Just constantly in second place. Is the confidence going to be good enough to finally take that spot?
Can they eventually get it over the line? Well, I mean, we do have to find out who they are going to be playing, though. It's not quite as simple and drawn out as it's definitely going to be Animus. We are fully expecting it to be them. But, I mean, based on what we just seen there, who honestly does know? Because it just has been shown that Europe can potentially throw up some surprises. Is it going to be in this one, though? I'm not 100% sure. And I mean, it should be a great game. But we are expecting Animus to get it over the line, right?
You'd imagine so, right? I mean, if there's a number one, there's always going to be a number two. Where number 1 and 2 do stand in between Exclusive and Animus, that's completely up to you guys and whenever we do see them fully face each other. But we even saw today, like, Veer was very honest and very humble as well, might I add. That 117 Not Found caught them by surprise going into that apocalypse. Look, these top 4 teams, being Severity, formerly known as SSS, are going to be here to play, just like what we got from 117 Not Found. Maybe we could be in store for another shocker.
Well, there we go. We have Exclusive into the winners bracket final, but we need to find them an opponent. It's either going to be Animus or Severity on the other side of this break.
Yeah. 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 Okay, I've been at the bottom. Let it down from the top. I can't let them feel it. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I got to reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me, it's higher than ever. You cannot fly, so run me, get down, get minute of pressure. I've been on the way. I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should not put never been better. You gon' let it couch it, fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't get out of my way, they should know all of a time. Yeah, oh, don't want me showing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never, yeah. Might at the satellite calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never, yeah. Might at the satellite calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. I'm loyal to the till I die, I don't switch sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and I didn't gain as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't gain as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as far as do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. So no, I ain't looking back, I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind, yo.
So good, I can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Get it right, it just keeps on
Welcome back. The first half of our two semi-finals has been dealt with, but of course we have Animus against Severity now coming up to decide who will be going up against Exclusive in today's winner bracket final. Of course, it is stage 4 finals here in Europe to see who is going to make it to the World Championships in Katowice. My name is Tun, joined by Brody, of course, and Proper, and we are really excited to see how this one's going to go down because we got ourselves a little bit of a surprise in the first series, Brody, and the fact that Exclusive losing map number 1. Any chance of that kind of a surprise here in Animus against Severity, I wonder?
I mean, Animus aren't impenetrable, right? I mean, they're a roster that, you know, has lost in the past. You know, look, I know that they've been back-to-back champions, but, you know, Animus in, you know, external competitions has lost. They got second at EACS to NRW International. So they're a team that can lose. Just whether or not Severity are the team to take them down, that's a different story.
It might be a difficult task for Severity here, Proper, but realistically speaking, they've got experience, not quite as much as Animus, of course, but it's not out of the realm of possibility in Europe for these crazy things to happen, right?
No, I mean, again, off of what we just got from 117 Not Found, taking that map 1, again, just reprising that wonderful point, is that we don't know what's in store. There's so much time in between what this team looked like after getting 0-3 by Exclusive twice in the recency. So I think that you have to really give a lot of flowers as far as what could be the Severity team. And, you know, like Brody was even saying, the Animus Squadron, we've been able to see them lose maps before. It's not out of the realm of possibility for them to lose the series. We've seen them struggle against some heavy macro teams before. Who's to say that Severity aren't prepared for the matchup?
Well, let's see if they are prepared. Let's delve into the rosters, though, and have a bit of a deeper dive on both of these two squads. Because, I mean, look, we know them quite well at this stage, but we'll just refresh ourselves of how they're looking in just a second. But I think for the side of Animus, we've talked about it. You know, they did go through kind of how we expected through the regular stage, but we maybe weren't expecting them to lose to Exclusive in the fashion that they did there, Brody. So that's going to be a question mark, but they have upgraded their roster as the season has went on, poaching players from Exclusive specifically, which is going to be a tough look for Exclusive, but Animus, all the better for it, you would think.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the driving forces behind Animus has been kind of this willingness to change, right? Obviously, you know, this key French lineup has been the same for the longest time, right? You've got a lot of players on there that are very experienced, but I think they've been willing to try out new players. You know, Keiru was the big one coming into Season 6, right? Yeah, he was on Season 5 Wanted, joined the lineup for Season 6 and proved to be a valuable addition to the roster. You know, even though they had Marvel on side for that season, you know, he was kind of basically on loan between Vitality and Soul at the time. I think still adding Keiru was a real good sort of thing for them to do, and they've done it again. They've added Sao to the lineup, and so I think it's just kind of this willingness to try young stars, try new players. I really like that about Animus, and it's worked out for the better because that's the kind of thing you need to do, not just if you want to win here, you want to be the best of the best in Europe, but also if you want to upgrade on a global stage. You need young, fresh talent because even some of the best teams in China, that's what they've been doing.
Well, the improvements have been made to the roster. Is it going to be enough to get them over the line? They typically have been the team who have been on top in Europe, Exclusive looking to try and get that crack. I mean, it's been tough for them up against Animus specifically, but is it going to be Animus that get there? For Severity, I think we can kind of chat through this roster as well whilst we wait on things getting up and running. But here we go, this roster that we do have now on our right-hand side. I mean, they have some class in this team, though, don't they, Proper? I mean, for me, I look at Daytel immediately. A very, very solid player, but is that going to be enough to get them over the line? Against a team like Animus, that's where the questions are going to be asked.
Yeah, I don't know if it will be because history always is doomed to repeat itself, Ton. And honestly speaking, I have never really been proven to the point that Severity, as far as the roster sake is concerned, can at least hang with this Animus squad even before they packet punched the entire team and brought Sao into the mix. So it's going to be really tough to be able to push that bargain. But yeah, I look at Daytel at the same time. He's going to be your SMG player, probably pop-off potential for this roster, excuse me. Chuzo, though, on the other hand, I want to really talk about this guy because if there's going to be one person to be on the lookout for, especially for the specified map set, if we do see that map number 5, it would be Chuzo. He's very, again, easy pun seems to be my profile today. He's very choosy with where he is as far as his sniper is concerned. So he's a very high impact player on the map with an AR, but more specifically his sniper rifle, Ton. So I think if you're looking for anybody to make an impact for Severity, to put Animus on their heels, it's probably those two for me.
Anybody else in particular that you're looking at, Brody? You're nodding along in agreement, but is there anyone else you're kind of thinking along the line?
it happens every so often. I actually do agree with Proper here. I think Chuso is the guy that you need to be looking for. I mean, he is insane. I think you got to remember, he currently holds the kind of kill record in World Championships right now for the most kills in a single map. He dropped 74, I think it was, on Hacienda Hardpoint versus Hexad. Obviously, Hexad now, of course, Daytel coming over from that roster to this team. So Chuso is definitely the guy to watch out for. The one thing I will say about this roster is, Chuso was their best player last season by far. Omer was another player on that SSS team that you wanted to look out for. He has been replaced now, and I think the vast majority of their kind of gun power came from those two players. So losing one of them, I almost wonder, I mean, maybe Skinny is this right. I know nothing about Skinny. Maybe Skinny is the replacement to Endor replacement, but I think losing Omeri is going to add a couple of question marks to this team for me.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be question marks when you're going up against Animus, right? You need the answers to every single one of those questions that are going to be thrown your way. I mean, it is a case of the giant versus the underdog. Yeah, Severity coming in with a bit of experience. We've seen a decent amount of them in the previous season. But is it going to be enough to dethrone Animus? It's a really hard question to ask, and how they're going to actually get it done. But we're going to figure it out as far as the maps go in just a second to see which way we are going to be going with it and see if there's any curveballs potentially being thrown our way. We'll have a little look at the maps right now and see if that has been the case. I'm going to presume not. Map 1 Hacienda, the least curvy of curveballs. And map number 4 on Summit, yeah, pretty standard across the board here, Brody. I mean, the crossfire control is something that we've seen come in maybe a little bit more recently as far as seasons go. We haven't seen as much of it as we have some of the other control maps. It can be a little bit awkward at times for some teams, but squads have kind of got underneath their wings now, so to speak, as far as how to play it. But is anything in particular that it does stand out for you? Because for me, not necessarily.
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing about the crossfire control, right, is that it has recently changed quite significantly. So previously with crossfire control, obviously it had that kind of age-old problem of control here with the static spawns, where you would basically just like get a player in behind enemy lines in the spawn and just use op, get a claw out, get equalizers out, get the DM out, and just burn through the opposition. So crossfire control has actually recently changed now so that there's more dynamic spawns on the map. You can't really do that anymore. So yeah, something to look out for, I think, as we go further into this series.
Well, we'll see if that can be a curveball in there. Probably we're going to be losing you for this one. So any final predictions from yourself for Animus against Severity?
I definitely got a 3-0. 3-0 here for Animus. Easy peasy.
Oh, nice and easy. I was expecting some articulate, some long drawn out, very
OPM ran out last year
from yourself. No, okay, well that's more than fair. Well, we'll let you go and take a breather for a little bit. Me and Brody are going to take this one over, and well, what better map to do it on? A Hardpoint Hacienda to kick things off here. I mean, this is tried and tested Call of Duty Mobile at this stage, isn't it? Realistic. I feel like all I do is watch Hacienda at the moment, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's everyone's favorite map. I think it was like a ridiculous statistic or something like that. It was like 60% or something to that effect. It was in like 60% of map sets back in the last season of Call of Duty Mobile. So not surprised to see it again here. Let's see how these teams get on.
I've just realized we weren't supposed to lose power. We were supposed to lose you, weren't we? I'm just throwing him away. Andy, do you want to come back? Does he want to jump in?
No, it's too late. No, you reap what you sow.
I've just completely messed everybody up. Well, I was supposed to be here. Maybe I'm just narcissistic, buddy. Either way. Well, one team that we do know are going to be here at Animus, and that is a relatively good start, to say the least. P1 looking solid. 35 seconds to go here from P1 over towards P1. It's the last time they're going to let me host. I can't even get the casters right.
Yeah, all right, it's fine. Look, you're doing a wonderful job, mate. It's all right. Look, there's two of us. We look, we sound very similar. Well, blind and deaf. It's fine. It's totally understandable, mate. It's perfectly fine.
You're going to have to look at. I don't know how prepared you were to be casting, mate, but we're going to have to, get ourselves on board for this one. I mean, I suppose it means, you get a bit of a rest for what would be the absolute bomb burner of a game today, but irrelevant of that. We're into it. Animus with a decent enough start over towards P1. Rotation coming in over towards P2. Right now, not looking terrible for the side of Severity, but Animus is just about trying to find a break on through over towards P1. Sour finding a couple along the way.
And we look over towards it, keep an eye on those back spawns. You saw on the kill feed there, Narcs was trying to flip those spawns out towards Drive A. Not able to do so, and Severity, with the way that they're playing this right now, they are forcing Animus to come through the front. It makes things super awkward.
Still trying to find a way through. Trying to find a bit of a toe hold in, but right now, relatively decent hold from Severity. And they keep them off it though for a bit more than 10-15 seconds. Well, yeah, so far so good. Some decent time over towards P2, but the side door spawns coming on through. So can they find a way through? Not if Skinny can find a couple of kills like that. They ain't finding anything. This will find one over towards the other side, but here we go. Yeah, Skinny bringing out the Gravity Vortex gun. That's going to zone them off for a little bit more time for Severity. Decent hold over towards P2.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong here. I don't know, my brain gets kind of muddled sometimes. That's not necessarily an op you see very often on a map like Hacienda. It is a very open map. I mean, it is seen on a few different maps. Hacienda, generally speaking, isn't one of them because there are such open hardpoints here that the Grav Vortex gun can sometimes feel a little bit, I don't want to say useless, but less valuable than maybe something like a Claw or like a Sparrow, for example, right? It's difficult to find value on, especially when you go down to a kill like this. So to see it is kind of interesting. An op that you're going to see a lot more value out of, but is going to be the Tempest that's currently in the hands of Sawo. Mixing Hardpoint, and that 3-piece from Narkston, that's going to make things a little bit more easy for Animus.
Yeah, there's 4. Animus starting to bring in the artillery, quite literally says we'll find through. I mean, they brought the kitchen sink alongside of it. Everything being thrown at this one. Over towards what is typically very mixy hill. Over towards fences, and Animus went, yeah, no, this is not mixy whatsoever. We're just going to absolutely slam everybody off the respawn as quickly as they possibly can. Everybody's starting to fall here for the side of Severity. And I wonder for Animus, was this just a case of, okay, we don't get a great deal of P2. Let's invest at P3 and make sure we get a good return.
Yeah, I mean, in P3 is just such a difficult hill to, generally speaking, actually get a lot of time off, right? I mean, it is just so mixy. The spawns, I think, you know, compared with something like Black Ops 6, are more difficult to actually block to control properly. So to get any time off it whatsoever is pretty good for any team. So Animus, I think, you know, not going to gamble on that. They can, though, gamble on rock spawn. This is a hill you can definitely hold, given how locked down these spawns can be. Sour right now trying to hunt for this early control, though. He's not going to get it done, and now it's going to be Severity in control to try and lock this down.
Here we go. And they managed to get some more good time. When they have got a hold of the hills, it has looked strong for them, but are Animus going to be able to find a way through this time? It's looking more likely. Says will find as much as he needs to. Samuel finding another through the middle of the map as well. A little bit of control about to fall up here for Animus. Was looking like not too bad of a rotation for Severity. It's turned into pretty much a lockdown for Animus now. Get the Nox finding the kills. And for Moby and Co, can they find a way back through here? This is where they've got to maybe try and find an extra level you can hold. And can you break? Well, so far so good. Shark can answer back, but not a bad answer here from the side of Severity.
Yeah, good effort there, I think, as well from Shark to try and actually push forward in towards P2 to cause some issues for Severity before they get anywhere close towards the hard point. This is still, it should be said, scrap time worth fighting for both of these teams. That's why Severity are trying to go for it. Looking away there momentarily will be Shark. That makes things a little bit weaker for the players that were watching that open cut. And Skinny, well, he's been a pretty good player so far. He's a player that I didn't really know anything about coming into this one. I remember saying the same thing about Special Suicide Squad last season, where it's like, hey, before UEC, before the last season of European Call of Duty Mobile, didn't really know anything about. Skinny, another player that's really coming out of nowhere, surprising, 18 to his name. Turns out they were right to bring him on side.
Yeah, not a bad start from him whatsoever, and from his team. Find themselves around 15 behind, but you take that all day. It's one good rotation to get you back into the game. Githella and Cole starting to heat up over towards P1, but after one rotation, it's a relatively even game with a small lead for Animus. That lead now starting to grow. Seeker and Kodo can find a way back through. There's 3 kills for him. Finding a way in, but it's only over towards P1. It's hard to really get a decent amount of time on this one. They picked up 10 or 15 seconds, though. That lead now down to 10. It's about these transitional kills, though, Brody. 20 seconds to go at P1. Next couple of gunfights, massively influential.
You can already start to see Animus prep themselves for that rotation. Any kills whatsoever that Filler can get from P1 is huge. He also has help coming up from both sides of the hard point as well. Stealing that time away is everything. And now you set yourselves up for the money kill here on Hacienda hard point. This is the hard point you can get the most control of. And already, Sawo picking up gunfights here. He is getting kills with the Tempest. That's the right thing to do.
Can they find them? That's going to help them get some points on the board, though. That's the thing. Nox again with the Sparrow, so strong. Githella here, typically with the War Machine over towards P2, is where he eats, and there's a couple more following up. But the water spawns coming through for Severity. This is not necessarily where you want to be when all these operators are on the table. And we so often talk about it, how efficient these top teams really are with it, but not so efficient there for the side of Says. He's going to get taken down. Daytail will find 2. Secret answers back with an equalizer of his own. Can he find more than just the one, though? Would have liked a little bit more value, but he's forced them away. Severity find a way through. Can they hold?
The problem is the smoke is going to make it easier for players to move up through the driveway. Severity holding here for the moment, and there's not really much in the way of operators to speak of from either side. Moby's going to bring the Death Machine out, though, and this is the big one. This is the one that helps you zone control more often than not. He has a multitude of directions to look at. Now just going to try and push the players out from the white staircase and towards the hardpoint itself. Shark is looking for potentially some exit frags. Oh, that DM actually runs out of the perfect time. Shark will find those kills, and that's going to be a little bit of scrap time going Animus's way, but still, that Death Machine, that affords Severity like, what, 15, 20 seconds off that hardpoint? Yeah. That's big time considering how close this game is.
No, they've done really well, to be honest with you, when they find the breakback. You were just presuming. I mean, I kind of called it. The water push had to come through from Severity. And you think through all those operators, that's where they're going to struggle. And now Animus are going to be chasing their tail again. It's been 2 good P2s from Severity, but the problem has been the other hills. Animus found themselves with a lead after we went over towards 3 and 4. And of course, after that first rotation, had themselves a slender lead. Now looking to try and extend that if they can find a good amount of time over towards this side. Shark finding some good value here with the side of the equalizer. Everybody else combining, and once again, it's another good hold of P3 for the side of Animus.
Yeah, they seem really good at this hard point in the way in which they're stretching out right now. You've got Sour keeping an eye on top flat side. You've got Godzilla pushing out from spawns from grass. This is pretty good setup from Animus. 15 seconds, you start to get the feeling that Severity might well throw a couple of resources towards this hard point, and that is exactly what they do. Shark actually takes himself out of the play with the Hunter Killer drone. That's unfortunate. You can't really control where it lands. But still, yeah, big hard point for Animus. They were down going into it. Now they have themselves a pretty solid lead. Again, massive shout out to Sao. Man's on 36 right now. See what damage he can do going to the next.
Yeah, you can see why they poached him away from exclusive, right? The guy is absolutely frying for Animus, who have their best lead of the map so far. And you managed to find a breakthrough here from Severity, though. They did manage to just about squeeze their way into probably about a 50-50 over towards the Rock Hill. Shark and Godzilla, though, trying to shut that down. Good positioning coming in from Shark. It's so difficult with the office hold. The flip will come through. Severity will have to push through the other side of the map. If they can find it from Garage, there's 30 seconds still up for offer.
Yeah, this is just so mixy. Sometimes this hard point, you can get a full 60 on it, and I think that's what Animus are now trying to vie for, starting to really push out the hard point from both directions, and both Sour and Shark there are successful in doing so. Lovely nade over the top coming through from Daytel. Almost immediately, Severity know how important it is to get this back 15, but they're just losing the majority of the gunfights here. Tunsays of a beautiful 3-piece. That's going to keep them out. And what was a really close game between these two teams, it hasn't blown wide open, but Animus, I think, have now a pretty solid advantage with that 60-point lead.
Yeah, it's a comfortable hold, isn't it? You think at this stage, Animus will just start to put their foot down. And a decent amount of time over towards P1 is potentially on the cards if Nox keeps frying like this. 30 kills to his name now. Sour with 42. Incredible work from them. You look over towards the side of Severity. They've started to slow down as Animus have started to speed up. Sour with 4 through the middle of the map. Severity not with many answers to the questions that are being posed by Animus. 210 and rising. They can, well, just about close it out here. I don't think they will, but they're in prime position to find map number 1.
Animus, anytime they can get off P1 is everything. That's why you're starting to see Severity invest in towards this time. Sparrow doesn't really do anything. Neither does the Gravity Vortex gun from Skinny. He gets a couple of kills, and that's all they're going to get. And again, Gravity Vortex gun, not really that great on Hacienda, especially here on P1. So to use it, not even save it for P2, is kind of a question mark for Severity. You can really see them struggling to keep their heads above the water now. Animus now looking to move forward in towards the next rotation. Skinny, the weight of the world's on his shoulders, and he is going to get crushed.
I mean, that's just one of those moments of desperation from Severity. They need to find something, and they need to find it now. It's been tried and tested over towards P2, where they have found a lot of their time, and they need to be perfect pretty much from now on out. Sour can find something over towards the backside, but Chuto has done well to find his way through, but Godzilla is there to answer once more. Now just trying to hold it down with the War Machine once again. The investment from Animus has to be good once more, but from Severity, it has to be perfect.
Gotta hold it. 20 seconds left. Animus using everything to throw at this hill. They're getting all of the kills as well. Severity find themselves in the meat grinder. They are lambs to the slaughter. Incredible work once again from Animus, just bringing it in and bringing up the level when needed. 3 seconds away, Severity nowhere near. And a minor, if only a minor scare in that first rotation. Animus shut it down immediately after. Hacienda will go their way. And again, these top teams just seem to find a way. It feels like, oh, okay, maybe we've got a game. Animus goes, yeah, bet. just wild. I mean, for the first set, we talk about it being pretty close between those two teams done. And then the second, Animus really started to walk away with it. And I got to be honest, I think, part of it is the fact that they were panicking. We talk about it, right? Especially in those final couple of hard points where Animus get an ungodly amount of time. They get like 60 to 70 points in the final couple of hills. You can feel Severity panicking. And, we talk about kind of the best teams in the world, what makes them the best teams in the world. It's having a kind of that baseline level of operator usage that you really need to be able to qualify for the World Championships. And at points there, it felt like Severity didn't really have it. We weren't seeing those phenomenal performances with the ops. As a matter of fact, I can't really even think of a single great operator play out of Severity in that game. Whereas I look at Animus and I can talk about multiple good points of control with all the best ops on that map, just the right decisions. And Severity, I think, just left totally stranded at the end of that game.
Always going to be a tough one up against Animus, but I mean, that for me was one of the first times I'm going to get to see Sour and cast over him 58 and 33 out of the gates. Eyes are firmly locked on at this stage. Animus looking very, very solid here in map number 1. Severity, again, it's just one of those moments for me, though, that you see these top teams always invest at the right times. I mean, we see over towards P3 and you think, okay, is that a hill that we're going to invest absolutely everything on? Typically, I would say probably no. You go, okay, well, it'll be 50-50. We'll see how many points we can get. And Animus just said, no, we're going to invest absolutely everything. Secure 30 or 40 seconds. Absolutely no problem. Severity have no answer at that stage. And then are trying to find something themselves with a break over towards P4 and aren't able to convert in the fashion that these top teams are. I mean, look, we see Animus do it there in map number 1 as expected. Now heading into a map number 2 in just a second. Are they going to be able to carry it over the line as you would expect? You would think so. They'll want that Date World exclusive as much as anyone. I mean, we kind of mentioned at the top of the show, it fell to them 3-0 in a previous part of this stage. They'll be wanting to answer that back pretty quickly, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Animus, they want revenge, right? I mean, that's the key thing, 100%. Right? We talk about kind of the story in Europe has always been Animus and Exclusive and how often they've gone at each other's throats. And Animus, whenever they've had to get revenge against Exclusive, have always done so. We always talk about the path that Animus has taken to the last couple of championships they've earned in Europe, and it's always been from the lower bracket. So Animus, pretty damn good at that. And again, it has to be said, they've gotten a lot better since last time. They took Sawo from Exclusive. So if Animus want revenge, they're on the right path to do so.
It's so mean. Stop doing it. I mean, it's kind of like any of my Europeans in the chat, any of my Germans specifically. It's like when Bayern Munich in the football, in the Bundesliga, Brody. They just seem to take everybody's good players, and that's how they're so good every single year. And Animus have just tried to do that to Exclusive. They've seen the threat, and they're like, yeah, Sour, do you want to play for us instead? And he said, yeah, bet, let's do it. Search and Destroy Tunisia coming up. And now they're going to be able to close this one out nice and quickly. I think they'll want to. I think, there's something to be said about playing from home and then that mental with the concentration levels. You want to be able to get this one done and dusted pretty quickly and head into a winners bracket final where you're going to be able to go up against the other big boys in the region. They want to get this one done pretty quickly, but Tunisia is sometimes a map where we can see some of these, I don't want to say lower end teams, Severity, a very good squad, but is this something where they've got something up their sleeve, Brody, or is it going to be to try and test the Tunisia of Animus, which can be so strong?
I mean, right now, I'm going to say Animus, they're kind of ego-challing right now. They didn't do anything in terms of holding down the B-bomb site, so Severity almost immediately going to get full control here. And now it's going to be about all getting control of these opening gunfights. Say's looking to snipe off. Narc's already down for the count here. Severity have been given an absolute gift in round number 1.
Flash out.
It's a heartbreak back. Animus did roll the dice and, well, came up with 2 at this stage at best. Right now, it's a 3 versus 5. Daytail will find Getella. This one is over unless Sour and Co can produce some magic. Now, Sour has actually managed to slip the net here, but unfortunately he is on his own left against 5. Not gonna happen. Yeah, tough one to say. I mean, he managed to squeeze in, Brody, but I think he would have done well to find the round there.
Honestly, I think just generally speaking, I don't know why Animus are fully abandoning the B site off the start. Like, you pretty much always have a sniper close back sets. I mean, like, it's round number 1, right? At the end of the day, you try things. I don't know why Animus are full sending towards A off the rip, though. I don't know what strategy they're expecting Severity to put in their favor, but they've gone for a more standard setup this time around. Ton through the middle of the map. They've got players watching every single point of ingress. Now it's going to be whether there's going to be any players from Severity they're able to puncture it.
First kill falls secrets away. Animus will be defending without the number advantage. Inside through over towards this A side. Now, Say's just trying to protect the middle of the map. Typical fashion when it comes down to Tunisia defense, though. You got one player over towards that B side. Not typical of what we've seen in round number 1, of course. Say's is being tempted. It's been lured out, and I actually like this from Severity. They got Daytail very close. They don't need him. Secret will find his second kill of the round. Say's gets shut down, and Animus crumbling in the defensive side of things here so far.
Yeah, but this is when you've got a sniper towards the back of that B-bomb site. This is when that's important. Narcs, so much to do here. He could still crumble this entire offensive effort. Also, flanking players here, so Narcs, the man.
He's to find something, and does. Daytail will get taken down. He'll just try and slow them down. But here for the side of Severity, they don't need to rush things. That bomb will go down. 3 versus 4 retake. Those are shots you have to hit if you're Chuso, because Shark will undoubtedly hit his. And now they got them pinned a little bit here. If you're Severity, are you stuck in there with the bomb site, or are you stuck in there with the rest of Animus? Shark will get taken down through 2 versus 2 now, I should say. Skinny inside of the site needs to find this gunfight. Sawu can find it. And all of a sudden, when you thought the numbers were on your side, Secret, he was the guy that found 2 in this round. To break things wide open, he needs to find 2 more. Shots falling through. Trying to find a way through. Can he get it done? It's not looking likely. And Animus should be able to hold this one down. There's the pickup. Secret will get taken down. For me there, Brody, I mean, they had an opportunity. They just didn't take it. I thought, honestly, the bomb was going to go down, and it didn't.
Yeah. That's literally it for me. I think, you know, Severity in a 3 versus 3, you've just got to get the bomb down. I mean, that's how you put the situation back in your favor, right? At that point, you just got to make sure that you're watching all the points of ingress towards the site, and they just chose not to do that. So, yeah, I kind of, a bit of amateur hour, I think, from both teams off the start of this search and destroy. Maybe Severity's pushing towards A will be different. The immediate util has been used through the middle of the map here. Very little actually sent towards A. So that trophy that is currently plotting down on towards A isn't really going to be that challenged here for the moment, considering I'm not too sure how much Severity actually have left.
Slow and steady, though. Right now, they did find that first blood in the previous 2 rounds. So looking for that again before they really do make any moves. I wonder if they're waiting for Secret to find a way back, because right now, he seems to be in the spawn. And he was the linchpin, if anything, for them in the previous round. So he's playing with fire here, considering Daytail. Well, the HSO is ready to pounce, but not quite quick enough. A bit of a stalemate here so far on Tunisia. So often we see it.
Yep, 2-minute search and destroy rounds. You've got a lot more time to play with here in Call of Duty Mobile. Reposition from the Says, though, that might well affect them, because one Severity player has slipped the net. Shark has a couple of different directions to watch. As long as Daytail doesn't make any sneaky, beaky noise, should be right. Shark actually going for the kill here, and he's going to get some good timing. Daytail should be dead to rights, please. Shark, get the gunfight, and he does.
Nice done from Shark. Sour finding one alongside of that as well. Right now, it's still kind of for Severity. A 2 versus 5 situation. Secret holding down the spawn. Already found 4 kills to his name over 2 rounds, and he is just not involved right now. Moby though can find one on to get the Sours there to pick up the pieces, as he so often is. Chuso, again, shots that you've got to hit if you want chances against Animus. We've seen in the previous round, he wasn't able to land on the Shark, and the round is just going to, well, disappear into nothing. You would think so. Chuso with an incredible shot into Nox. Oh, and an incredible shot into Says. All those shots, yeah, okay. I mean, you need to hit them a little earlier in the round. Of course, in a 4 versus 5, that situation doesn't help, but just a little bit slow from Severity.
Yeah, I think the other issue there was that Secret wasn't actually in the round. He DC'd. You could tell that he was, he was back in the spawn for the vast majority of the time. So Chuso was on his lonesome. He was trying to play for some kind of aggression, and it just never arrived. And by the time he realized, hey, I've got to move, that, well, he doesn't have the time to do so. Despite the last couple of shots, I'm going to see aggression coming out from Animus at the start of this round. Sour draws the first blood. Skinny is just trying to wait and play his life. He cannot die here with the bomb.
Will continue to survive. Look at this aggression coming through, though. Bit of a change up from Animus, and yeah, I mean, Moby is kind of getting baited into it. No, he isn't. Nox will find him. And look at Shark.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
Hunting, as he so often does. Sour will find Skinny. A bit more aggression has paid off for Animus once more. Chuso left on his own. And for all Severity were very, very patient in their previous round. That was not patient whatsoever from Animus. They wanted that one done 3-1.
Yeah, just much better from Animus. Getting aggressive in towards Winery is a strat we've seen from a lot of teams. And again, there isn't any util stopping them from doing that from Severity, right? Their set nades have been kind of meh through this early round, right? I mean, especially this, right? You expect set nades over the top. You see one go through, a couple more towards the back lane. No trophy to stop it. Do any connect, though? No. Nox is pushed forward. They're not going to expect this.
Tough spot. Are they going to be able to deal with the pressure that's inevitably about to come through? Looks that way. Shark says finding the kills. Oh, they're just lighting them up now. It feels like Severity get some sort of a foothold in this game for only a moment. And Animus say, yeah, no, you remember who you're up against. 4-1 to the good now. Looking sensational for the side of Animus. Severity need to turn it on. They found some decent offerings in round number 1, albeit it was a bit of a coin flip from Animus. Round number 2 was winnable as well, and yet they still find themselves down 4-1.
Here's that util again, over the top. Animus running right through it. It hits absolutely none of them. They run straight through. They're getting aggressive. Moby hits 2, though, with the snipe.
Okay.
That's a collat, and that's going to stop them dead in their tracks.
And that might just be the kind of moment that Severity need. It absolutely feels like it anyway. Find yourself 5-1 down. That would have been dangerous. They still could fall in this round, though. Says Nox. Very much alive and kicking. Chusa trying to find a way through here towards Winery. A is on the offing, but Animus are reading this. Albeit, Severity's patience may well help them, but this is the replay. Moby lines it up and puts them in a sensational spot. 3 versus 2 still.
They're going to get the bomb and move it slowly towards A. Says is everything to this defensive effort. He has to take Chuso down on the jump.
Chuso finds Says. That's going to open things up now. And I just don't know if Nox has got it in them for the 1 versus 3, but who am I kidding? I think it's Nox, right? Just the positioning. Very well known to Severity at this stage. This close angle from Daytel, not going to be readable. Nox will get taken down. It's a nice round from Severity, but Moby, he's the one that finds the collat to kick off the round, which really does send them on their way. But that will be 6 rounds of defense coming in for Animus. They find themselves with a 4-2 lead. Not too bad for either one of these two teams. I think Severity would have maybe liked another round from the position they were in, but 4-2, it's doable.
It definitely is. It's a big round as well, I think, for Severity to take, considering how dominant Animus had been in those defenses. Start this round. Shark trying to get aggressive. Nice couple of kills coming through from Animus. Now all of Severity here effectively kind of bullied in towards A. Animus, if they so wanted here, off the back of those kills ton, could theoretically rotate towards B. Nobody's there. And I think Severity are well aware of that fact. You can see those players kind of panicking somewhat like, hey, we've got no B control whatsoever. We need to try and plug that hole now.
That hole may well have been filled by Animus players, sadly for Severity. And now they can get aggressive. Push over towards the 10 side. This is really where you just make it so difficult for the defensive team to try and come back. I mean, Moby is firing shots off, but they ain't landing through the wall. Secret is here also with a sniper, and this is just not what you want for the retake. Attila is there just holding it down. He won't offer up more than a shoulder than he needs to. Secret is dealt with. Another falls. Animus, a very clean, simple round from them.
Hey, just get those opening bloods, right? You have the opportunity to go A if you want to. You recognize, hey, hang on, they're still going to be all around B, so we're just going to immediately rotate, and nobody from Severity met them there in time. So, beautiful play from Animus off that round. Good way to start their offensive efforts. Remember, folks, a couple more rounds, and they're able to take the search and destroyer's way. Set nades through. Both get tagged up by trophies. So that is some information as to where Severity might have parked themselves on the defense. But for the moment, Animus again going to take the luxury that is the 2-minute search and destroy rounds. They're going to slow things up, park the bus, wait for Severity to come to them.
Severity nice and slow on the defensive side, as have Animus. Being here on the attack. Just waiting for an opening to present itself. Or can they just craft one of their own? Right now, it's not looking like anyone is about to run into each other, but Skinny might be offering himself up the chopping block if he throws too heavy of a shoulder here. Shark is not too far away, but hasn't seen Skinny, who did go for a little peek. Bit of a stalemate between the two squads so far.
Animus just don't want to make that first move out there in the first blood. Yep, there's the snipe. Oh, Daytel just gives way too much of himself away for free. Peeks out Narcs, and that's just not a gunfight you're ever going to win. At the very least now, you put some pressure on towards Sao. Time starting to run out in this round. This is an over-aggressive chow from Skinny. You don't need to do that. Just pick a corner. That's now a lane that's opened up for Animus.
Wide open now over towards B. Chuso going to have to play a defensive angle. Doesn't have much support. And knows that Animus will probably walk through that open door. Secret goes for the chow. Good initial shots, but the problem is he's going to have a lot more players to deal with if he doesn't find that first kill. I think it was Shark who was potentially the one there, but they baited out Gothilla, who does fall, but Shark is there to pick up on the Moby. Now a 2 versus 4 bomb going down. Nox will secure it, but if Secret can find that kill and does, makes things a little bit more questionable. The Saves will fall as well. Chuso will find Nox, and all of a sudden Shark on the rotation is going to get some good timing on the Chuso. Finds it, expected the bomb diffuser to be there, but the gunfight all out between himself and Secret, who's found so much, but Shark will find the second, and such a well-timed flank. He'll find the kill, he'll find the 1 versus 2, and another round for Animus.
And did the right thing there, Shark. Just beautifully done in that 1 versus 2. Had to slow walk his way around the flank. I'm almost surprised in the way that Severity weren't checking for it. They were checking for a flank through the other side. And in the end, Chuso just not ready for it. So, set nades now. Animus, they just need 1 more round. Severity have triple stacked around the A site. They know this is their biggest issue. Nade through the window for Narcs. That's going to fly by. Doesn't connect. But they're going to be feeling confident after just a full chalice.
Oh, Nox actually getting it through his teammate of actually anything. Kills being traded across the board. Moby will find one. Gothilla is there to open it up, though. Now a 3 versus 3. Daytail still lingering around. Says will deal with him. 2 versus 2. Nox and Says. Both momentarily with snipers. Nox, though, has grabbed a more suitable weapon. Skinny on his way. Needs to be quicker, but it's being read by Sage, but not read well enough. Skinny will find it. 1 versus 2 now for Nox. Needs to find this. Gunfight Chuso. Oh, those are the kind of things that give you a yellow or a red card. In traditional card, a little bit of snaking going on as Chuso will find the gunfight. It's a nice one to find back. Good fight coming in from Skinny. Chuso, though, the cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the original play was maybe, to just like kind of keep your head down and play for Skinny, but Chuso's like, nah, don't worry about it, Skinny. I got this, buddy. I'm going to get that kill for you, and that is exactly what happened. Severity still hanging on here in this search and destroy. Animus now, once again, set nades over the top early on. This is not a different look whatsoever, and maybe a little bit more leaning in towards this A attack. They've been good at getting the first bloods. Just got to make sure you take Secret and Moby out from down low. The bomb site will be yours.
Slow and steady wins the race here for Animus. 1 more round is all that's needed. Spotted out Secret, who really has been the guy so far. Or Severity, 7 kills to his name, and tagged up at this moment in time, and will find Gothilla from down low. Sour and Co will have to kick themselves into gear, though. Sour will find 1. Moby will answer back. But Secret has done so well to stay alive. Bottom scaffolding, he's kind of drawn them out, and he's dealt with them rather easily.
Says is now on a huge flank here. I was going to say, I don't know if he's just like trying to get the hell out of dodge and get that bomb over by B. I wasn't entirely sure. Narcs is now looking for some kills. Yeah, good play. And now what could have been a great play from Says, and he still will get the bomb down. Kind of becomes a little bit more difficult. He is going to plant this bomb so that it could be covered from a multitude of different directions. He has to hit every single player he sees with the snipe. No questions asked. Every single kill has to go his way.
These are the kind of situations you say you're at a massive disadvantage, but you never know when it comes down to Says. 3 players over towards his backside door going to stack. He'll find 1. The rest are not there for the Chal immediately. Swaps to the other weapon. Not going to be able to do it with the Odin. Needed to deal with that player and then some. That was always going to be difficult, but Severity make this interesting. They found another round. They found themselves 6-2 down. It's now only 6-4.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
Yeah, I think just in that moment there, it's a lot to ask for any player out of a 1 versus 4, right? It's not easy to pull off by any stretch of the imagination, but you've got to Tundra it. You just have to hold the angle instead of switching over towards the Odin. Unfortunately, can only find 1 kill. So Severity now pulling 3 rounds here back to back. Animus starting to lose control, lose their grip over this. And I think a lot of it has come down to kind of maybe the one-dimensionalness of these pushes on towards A. They've been kind of butting heads with Severity and not finding these opening bloods. No mid-map pressure at all as well. I'm kind of surprised that Animus haven't changed things up a little bit.
I wonder if they're just thinking that their gun skill is going to carry them through. We'll find out. Lineup's coming. They're ready to try something out. Everything's been sent. Players pushing through from the winery side, but they're not getting the better of it. Moby will find 2 again. And for Severity, they're just coming up clutch when needed. Nox will find Secret. Not quite evening the odds, but making it a 4 versus 3 and more plausible for Animus, but oh, look at them. They're ready for it. They know that their flank came last time, but Skinny will not overextend. But somebody who has his details says we'll find him. Sour will open things up on the Moby, so that flank needs to come through and needs to come quickly as Chuso's butted up. All of a sudden, what was a disadvantageous position for Animus is now a 3 versus 2, maybe a 3 versus 1 in their favor.
It's on both sides of the site. Severity, you got to be quick with this. You have to win the opening gunfight. Skinny's going to find Sawo, and now you're looking in different directions.
Says he's found an angle, though. He gets around Chuso. Nox will find Skinny, and Animus will find the map. 2-0 up. Some scares once again, but just minor nightmares. Nothing to really worry about. Nothing to tell. Animus and co get the job done fairly simply in the end. Tunisia will go their way and find themselves in cruise control here against Severity.
Yeah, Search and Destroy has never really been a good thing for the Special Suicide Squad, now known as Severity. I mean, you know, we go back to the last season, and it was definitely their weakest game mode by far. Hardpoint was their strongest, and so, I think, they were already struggling. You kind of asked the question, look, are they going to change this? Actually going to change things for Severity in any real way? Are they, materially going to be different in Search and Destroy? And I think the answer became pretty apparent through the first 6 rounds. The answer to that was going to be no. Animus just look a lot more composed as a roster. The team strategies were more dimensional. They had, just a lot more strategy to them than maybe Severity did. And to be honest, I don't want to take anything away from Severity because they still earned their way through those, 3 rounds they managed to put back to back. But still, I kind of feel like part of it was because Animus became very one-note, right? They tried the same thing for 3 rounds straight, and obviously that's going to become readable to anybody. You put you and I on a COD Mobile team, we're going to be able to read, maybe not get the kills, we're going to be able to read what they're doing. And I think Animus there just became a little bit too lax towards the end of that Search and Destroy, but it doesn't matter. They are able to get it done.
Yeah, I think when you're in that comfortable situation, they're only human. It's very easy to take your foot off the pedal. Severity, though, do find themselves 2-0 down and heading into a control as well. I mean, Crossfire is one of the... I don't want to say it was cheesy at first, but, you could definitely get yourself a spawn trap and steal around out of nothing. Is that going to be possible against a team like Animus? And how Crossfire plays now, I'm not 100% sure, but at this moment in time, it's looking very, very solid for the side of Animus, as you kind of would expect in this one. They want that rematch. They want that revenge opportunity up against Exclusive. It's looking like they're going to get it, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like it at this point, right? And that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Again, we don't want to, go into this control with any, foregone conclusions. Like, this control is going to go Animus's way and they're going to run through their opposition. But it's kind of difficult to suggest to anybody that Animus aren't going to win this. They've looked better throughout the entirety of the season so far. They are back-to-back reigning champions in Europe, and they've only strengthened their roster with Sao joining the side as well. So it's difficult not to say that this is a roster that you're going to be like, all right, cool, this is who Exclusive are going to face in the grand finals. We go back to season 6 and we talked about Severity needing to make some changes, needing to do better in Search and Destroy. I'll be honest, I don't think they've done that between seasons.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've shown some fight in it, but other than that, I don't think there was anything really that looked like it wasn't going to be Animus's, right? Even when it was 4-2, that's a pretty solid defensive side of things, but as soon as they find those first couple of S&D rounds on the attacking side, you kind of know which way it's going to go. Crossfire control, though, going to be coming up in a second. And is this the route in for Severity? I mean, it's going to have to be if they want to continue here in the winners bracket. As mentioned, they will not be going home after today. Well, I mean, candidly, they are at home anyway, but they won't be dropping out of the tournament. They still have an opportunity to get the Katowice. Only one team will make it from the European side. But this is only the winners bracket. We have another day of competition tomorrow, and of course a winners bracket final coming up on the other side, probably of this control, but after this series nonetheless. Animus will be looking to try and get something done as quickly as they can. And to control their way, well, they wouldn't mind it whatsoever.
They would not. Animus going to start things strong here, almost immediately trying to make the flanking play happen. Nobody has any idea whatsoever about Sour. And Ton, I don't know if I've ever talked to you about it, but I'm going to introduce you to a little weapon called the HSO. It has the most ridiculous range of any shotgun in any Call of Duty ever. You know what? I'll make a comparison for you. It's basically the Remington of this game. This thing has insane reach, it one-taps all the time, and it's going to be a problem for teams.
Wasn't a problem for Daytel that time around. He, well, not his own. Was able to deal with Sour, and the HSO is going to be a big factor for some of these teams. But I mean, for Odin players in particular, Gathilla, no problems whatsoever there. Sazen going to try and force them back as quickly as they can, but a bit of an inroad made over towards this B side here for Severity, and of course, over towards A. Looking good at this moment in time. Secret can find something. Sour's able to find one. Back Sour's able to find two. Constantly flanking, just making Severity's lives very, very difficult, but their lives are, well, looking a little bit better. 18 to 12 now, as Severity finding plenty of good fortune here on the attacking side.
Yeah, Animus haven't actually done a good job either at transitioning in towards B, right? They've focused on broken building and they've let players through. Daytel doesn't find anything with the HSO there, so no value. That's going to enable Animus a chance potentially at holding on towards this point. They're going to back up as well and let Severity have a little bit more space to focus on the point itself. You're winning the majority of the gunfight. Only Daytel gets through and he doesn't last long on the point either. So you might well be at a life disadvantage right now if you're Animus, but your map control actually pretty good.
Slowed it down a little bit and found the kills on top of that. They were down like 6 or 7 at one stage, now only down to 1. So Severity have managed to get kind of what they wanted over towards this A side. It is expected. B, the harder to get a hold of, especially with Nox up towards this top side. Doesn't really have any other cover. No, actually, sorry, he does have Sour underneath him. USS 9 in hand. Say's watching over towards that side as well. Chusa trying to pick them apart from the outside and succeeded with Shark falling. If they're like also going to fall, you need to stop showing their face here, Brody.
Yeah, you talk about the life advantage they built up after the A capture. It's almost completely fallen away from them, and there's only 50 seconds left on the round as well, so you're going to have to start making decisions. Chuso with a sniper will find one. There's also a couple of ops in the back pocket if you want to use them. The War Machine might well be a good one, but you also kind of maybe want to hold that for the beginning of the next round. Gathilla doesn't. Gathilla's going to immediately whip out this War Machine to stop those players on the cross.
They're investing. You want to hope the coin doesn't go to 0, as this one is going Severity's way. But the problem for them is that they have to make the move. They're the ones that have to do something. A lot of them stacking over towards this B side. The push through Butcher not going to happen. Shark will shut down Skinny. They're running out of time. They're running out of lives. 6v6 need to get going. Says is lined up 2. Sour's just holding patiently. Secret will be dealt with. That was your opportunity if you're Severity, and you have not taken it with both hands. In fact, you've been dealt with by Says and Sour. Animus get it done in, well, relatively comfortable fashion in the end. Severity had opportunities there, Brody, just did not take them.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be, I think, a little bit more well put together in terms of your offenses on the swinging from A to B. Obviously, you don't want to use an operator if you can kind of afford not to, but maybe that's the way you get in through the front. You can't solo challenge. I think you had Daytel trying to get through a couple of times, and he gets absolutely beamed off the start of that round. Speaking of which, Animus now starting to invest at the beginning of this one. You win in the vast majority of gunfights. Now you're looking to try and put a spawn trap together. Oh god, the DM is in.
Oh, this is just not good viewing if you are a Severity fan. Shark getting aggressive, but Secret's done well. He's found 2 here with the equalizer, so now all of a sudden, the investment from Shark over towards the other side of the map doesn't really equal much, but Sour has pretty much an operator in his hands in the HSO. Deals with the pressure that was coming on through, but everybody else now having to start to redraw their battle lines. It was looking great for Animus, but maybe they overextended just a little. Good resolution here from Severity, though. They've done well to hold on.
Gathilla now starting to make a capture done by over by A. Sour is going to be the next player to try to do so again. You do not want to invest ops on A if you can afford not to. You just need to get control of the A building. That's exactly what Sour has done. So Animus now, I think, should be able to capture A with little to no resistance. I don't know that Severity are going to invest in this, and they would be smart not to. Just hold on towards the cross. Make sure that Animus don't get across the way. You've got a couple of players down. It might be tempting to send players towards A. There's no real reason to do that. Hold the fort.
Moby here. Gonna get taken down inside a Butcher. That's gonna open up some doors over towards the B side. They haven't overcommitted over towards A. They listened at least, probably. Chuso holding down towards this side. Daytel just gonna try and hold if he can as well. He's able to find one. Gathilla taking down his teammate, but slowly and surely Animus making their way up the map. couple operators available here as well. This is going to spell danger if they bring them in at the correct time, which they so often do. Says Annihilator out into the spawn we go. And this is just going to be dangerous. Everybody on Severity who are coming back up and running. Animus trying to really get this one done quickly. Shotgun.
It's not bad investment whatsoever. Says is easily going to find one hit. And find more on the cross. Sniper towards the back. You want to take Moby out of the play with that weapon up top. Type 63. Nope, he's going to get shut down. Not really any value whatsoever found off that Anai. Drew the attention of the players, but that's really all he's going to get. So Animus have to kind of start from square one again on this hit. They're 2 lives down right now, and they need to try and make this transition.
Not many more opportunities here for Animus. Those 2 operators are maybe going to give them some onus to get something going, but Gothilla finding 2 is definitely going to give them an opportunity. Chuso, Skinny answering back. Nox going to invest the call, find absolutely nothing, but here comes Sour, HSO in hand. You know the rest. Daytail, is he the next one to fall? No, he isn't. Sparrow in hand, deals with him, and Moby brings in everything that he can as well. 4 versus 2. Investment needed from Severity to get this one over the line, but it may well be enough. Says Gothilla will fall. If it's investment to find the round, then you say wet.
Yeah, I don't know if you need a DM. I'll be honest. That DM was probably a little bit overkill. You probably could have got that done with the Anoi. You didn't necessarily need the DM to close out the round. I will say, though, they're very lucky because Sour switched away from his HSO for that last gunfight. If he has that HSO out, I don't know if he ran out of ammunition. I presume that was the case. He has that HSO out for the gunfight against the Sparrow player, and he is good to win that one. Animus want a blazing start to this round. They did the exact same route that they did before, and it works out to perfection. That is 6 down off the start of this round, and they are continued to breeze through the opposition ton. They've only died once.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is just not good news for Severity. You were like, oh, you know, look, it seems like we're hanging in this one. It's not looking pretty, to say the least. Sour. No, I mean, just dealing with every... Oh my goodness me, I'm barely seeing their pixels and they're being deleted. Skinny and Coach just trying to escape through the butcher shop, but oh my god, Machete's at the ready for the rest of Animus. Everybody is falling, so it's 26-10, Brody. I barely had a second to breathe and this round's done.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh my god.
I was talking about blocked spawns, right? You know, the fact that, you know, you've got these new dynamic spawns here on Crossfire, but Sour's positioning is making it almost impossible for Severity to actually get out the spawn. They're still spawning towards the backline. Sour putting phase 5 clips up on the timeline right now. Spotting out Chuso. It's a couple of players, and it's feeling a little bit like Order 66 right now. Absolute annihilation of the opposition. Daytail and Chuso, they're finding some gunfights. They're still finding kills here. Finally, Daytail goes down. And Chuso, please don't use the War Machine. Please don't do it. I've seen stranger things. You've got 5 seconds left. Just try and do whatever damage you actually can in this situation. He needs to get this kill. Why are we letting them charge? Get the kill. What are we doing?
They're just letting the time run down. I think they are taking the mick is kind of... It was a very British saying, in fairness.
Yes.
I'm sure Andy's sat there just wondering why he's not casting this and what the hell that means.
Possibly. That was a big round, though. I'll say that much for Animus, right? I mean, obviously, you know, they managed to basically destroy through Severity. Fact of the matter is, though, they also do not give a single tick away from that round. So this is going to be a big one for Severity. They know it. That's why they're investing off the start.
Some good shots coming out immediately from Says. Oh, and everybody's starting to fall at the wrong times here from Severity. Now the push coming through Daytail. Is the shot going to be enough? Yes, it is. Jock and Says dealt with. Nox will be able to answer back with something, but Severity, it just seems as they do have something to offer every now and then. Daytail, he's the one trying to hold things down over towards the Says side. Says has to be very, very careful. Daytail still there with the HSO. Secret, though, has been dealt with, as has pretty much everybody else here from the side of Severity. Nox getting some pressure in over towards this B side as well. Yeah, Daytail needs to be the hero. Dead.
Oh, Skinny!
Find a second. Yeah, Skinny's done well there.
Huge investment of the Tempest. You really needed that to clear some space, and Skinny isn't done as well. He's looking for more. Finally going to get shut down. That's only a couple of kills, but Skinny actually buys a little bit of time. I actually really like that Tempest play, just to try and take a couple of players out of the play, albeit you do end up losing A. Still, takes an Anai down. That could have been a good transition. Now they're going to have to fight for it again.
A gone. Pressure in over towards B. Unrelenting Sour. Incredible shots again. Daytail will eventually deal with him. But was he the tip of the spear, and has that gotten them far enough up? Daytail will be stunned up, but investment could be made. Here from Severity, still with one operator ready to get up and running. No trades coming through. Sour starting to get aggressive here with the machine pistol as well. Can he find it? Can't find much. Secret will take him down, but the kill's being traded in the favor of Animus. 11 versus 7, 11 versus 6. This map's going one way, Brody.
Does feel like it's over, doesn't it? And to add insult to injury, you get one with the Sparrow Daytel. Not going to find any value of that whatsoever. You've got no tricks up your sleeve. Severity are out. Into the lower bracket you go. Animus breeze to the upper bracket final.
I think breeze is the right word. That was dominant. I mean, there was a flirtation of hope from Severity every now and then. A couple of decent rounds in the search. An okay rotation on the hardpoint. And a round in the control, but I feel like we're grasping at straws every single time we talk about the opponents of either Animus or exclusive in Europe. It is just so difficult to dethrone these two absolute titans of European COD Mobile, who once again are going to meet each other in a winners bracket final. We usually know how the story goes, though. When we get to this stage, when we get to this point, we know who typically has come out on top in the grand scheme of things, but will it change today? We'll find out on the other side. But realistically speaking, that was dominant once again from Animus. They stepped it up when they needed to. Severity never really offered a challenge.
No, they didn't. And, we talk big picture here for a moment. They needed to win the Search and Destroy, or they needed to win the Hardpoint at the very least, frankly. I mean, that was their best game made last season. And despite the fact, seemingly, they had added a couple of different players to the roster. Daytel and Skinny look like, pretty good additions. They're keeping up with the rest of the squad. Still, when your Search and Destroy isn't great, you need to improve in the respawn, and it just didn't really look like those improvements are there, especially towards the back half of that Hardpoint. But ultimately, what can you do when you're facing a roster like Animus? They are just that good. They have always been that good. They've been together for the longest time, more or less, that core four. You're asking for a little bit too much, maybe, for them to kind of take them down.
There we go. Animus finding that one very, very comfortably in the end. I kind of, as we expect, probably nice of you to join us. Thank you for sitting that one out.
I see you remember me, Ton.
Yeah, you know what, mate? I do sincerely apologize. I just had you on the brain for some reason, and I thought you were the one that was leaving us. But either way, you didn't have to leave us for very long, because that was pretty clinical from the side of Animus.
No, I would say that Sawu and Guthilla made very tidy work. Let's just put it that way. They were very pleasure to watch, that entire team of Animus, as they always are, right? We always talk about how that entire roster, how can you pack and punch the team? How can you make them better? They do bring in Sawu to the mix, and who would have thought? He is a plug-and-play individual. You just give that guy a platform, and he will run and gun just with the best of them.
Yeah, incredible work throughout, Brody, by everybody on the side of Animus, but it was kind of the result we expected, in the fashion we probably expected as well, you would say.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if they were going to take any map, it was going to be the Hardpoint. Hacienda was actually probably a good shout for them, considering Season 6 Hacienda Hardpoint wasn't that great of a map for Animus. But still, I mean, you're asking for too much. If you're not going to win that Hardpoint, you're probably going to get decimated through the remainder of the series, and that is exactly what happened. If I'm Severity, I've said this before, you got to take a really long, hard look at the way you're playing Search and Destroy right now, because at the moment, it ain't good enough.
Didn't work out for them whatsoever. I think, look, we could talk about some more things in this game as time does go on. Githilla's statistics in the final map is maybe one of them, but realistically speaking, it kind of has led us to that road of what we are expecting when it has come down to these two teams who are going to go up against each other, Animus and, of course, Exclusive. We've got what we wanted here, proper. Are we expecting absolute fireworks in this next game? Because I am, personally.
Absolutely. You're talking about two EU powerhouses that were more than guaranteed to at least see the champs. But once they got that announcement, it could only be one. Preparation has to be a must between these two. It's going to be fireworks for sure.
Really excited to see how it goes down. We are trying to grab an interview as soon as we possibly can with one member of Animus before that matchup does come on through. But I think for them, realistically, that's the kind of game they would have wanted as well, Brody. A nice, easy, breezy 3-0. It's nice to always have the mind fresh, if you like, heading into such a big game.
Yeah, I think, you're going to be feeling confident ultimately. I think they knew that they were going to throw out that series. I think it's just kind of another day in the office for both Animus and Exclusive. The one thing I think they will be thinking going into this one is, look, Exclusive can bleed, right? You talk about them not losing a map the entirety of the tournament so far. They hadn't lost a map in Stage 3, hadn't lost a match in Stage 4. Then to come out the gate and lose map number 1 is going to be a big boost of confidence for Animus. They're like, look, we know we can beat these guys anyway. Now they've just lost the map for the first time. They're vulnerable.
They definitely seem to be. I mean, realistically speaking, they didn't lose anything over the previous stages. That is showing that weakness. Are Animus going to be able to punish them when they get those opportunities? You would presume so. But, well, I mean, we're not going to worry about that just yet. We've got that game coming up shortly. But I believe we have Gatilla from Animus alongside us to chat through that game. Nice and easy one to get yourselves up and ready for this winners bracket final there, Gatilla. No challenge necessarily in that game.
Hello guys. No, it was good match, good best of 5. We play our game, we play our strat, and that was clear.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on the dub, mate, first and foremost. You get Exclusive in the next match. I'm assuming we'll talk about that in a second. I'll leave that to one of these boys. I'll talk about the match in general, though, where you guys kind of strengths and weaknesses lie right now. Because obviously, I don't know how much VOD you guys are doing on other teams outside Exclusive. I'll be honest, like, I can't imagine it's that much. But, for you guys, where would you say your strengths lies right now? Because I know that in the past, maybe Hardpoint has been something that Animus has needed to work on. Is that something you guys are looking at?
Yeah, you're right. The last year we got issue on Hardpoint. This year we try to be better. We vote a lot of China team, of course, Wolves, Q9, and we improve. You're gonna see after, but we improve on the Hardpoint. SND for us, it's the best mode. The same for Control, and we try to be good on every mode, every game. That's the objective.
Gatilla, congrats on the dub, man. Happy as always to bring you back on broadcast and be able to see you finding continuous success for this Animus roster. I guess bigger picture, since Brody had handed me the silver spoon, I suppose, is the matchup versus Exclusive. Keep it real. Is that the only one you guys were preparing for? Because there's only one European team that's going to be there, and it's the only team that's given you any semblance of difficulty.
Yeah, that's like Barcelona, Real Madrid. Like, it's the main match in Europe. We focus on us. We didn't play them in Scrim this summer. We never played them in Scrim, so we don't know what will be the result. But we are confident. Like, every year we work a lot. We just focus on us. We didn't vote Exclusive. No, we just focus on us, on our strat, on our game. That's the most important. And yeah, the objective is to win Exclusive, but also to prepare for the stage 5.
Excellent. Well, Gatilla, we're going to let you go and get ready for that game. But is there anything in particular from yourselves that does need to be at that top level? Is there anything you've figured out that really does need to be at A1 if you want to beat Exclusive?
It's the mental. Because, for example, for me, they just push, and we have to be focused to the beginning at the end. That's the big difficulty against them, especially in Hardpoint. So yeah, just to be focused. It's just us against us. Like, we have to play our game. That's all. We need to be focused. That's all against Exclusive.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you go and get ready, Gatilla. Good luck in the game. We're really, really looking forward to it. We'll be jumping in very, very shortly. We'll go and let you get ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for the cast. Bye bye.
Look at this guy coming in with his shirt on and everything. Just play. I mean, it's just so
a gentleman.
Bloody handsome, isn't he? As well?
I know, right?
And everything. Honestly, these COD Mobile guys, it's so infuriating. But confidence is kind of just coming through from Gatilla there. I found it interesting that they haven't VOD anything on Exclusive, Brody, whatsoever. So they're feeling confident just in their own gameplay.
Yeah, I think it's more just making sure that their own strategies, their own gameplay is just down fundamentally before you start working on Exclusive. I will say that, I mean, I got a lot of love for Animus. I got a lot of love for Exclusive. Obviously, with us all here on the desk, we've all had basically years of casting these teams at this point. I got to say that that's a little bit worrying, to be honest with you. You know, that's one of the things we always talk about is, VODing for yourselves, playing for yourselves versus playing against other teams is a constant conversation. And it does really split the best of the best in the world from the rest, right? right? And I think for Exclusive and for Animus, I kind of want to see them play against one another, making sure you're vetoing against one another. That's another big thing. So, not voting against Exclusive, I do wonder if that's going to hurt Animus in this series.
How are you feeling about that, Proper? Because there's something to be said sometimes about focusing on yourself. Has those mistakes in the past come from within yourself rather than who you're going up against? Animus and Cthulhu are clearly feeling that that's the way to go.
I don't really hate it because like the question kind of supersedes just the even look ahead, right? Exclusive versus Animus winners finals about to be on the docket. But look, Animus haven't already struggled on the international stage. It supersedes just getting out of your own region. They have been number one so many times over, but they do have to look internal and make sure that it is squeaky clean. That's the pack a punch with Sawu, trying to make sure they can keep up with the pace, making sure that internally when things are even at the second set of a Hacienda Hardpoint, they can internalize themselves and play on a more macro development and being able to flip that map on its head and win the way that they did. So I like the answer, and I like the poise for Animus to be able to be Europeans number one, and Goodfilla's interview locks that in for me.
Excellent. Well, we have the game we really did want with Exclusive taking on Animus, the two titans of European Call of Duty Mobile, going up against each other in the winners bracket final. That's going to be the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Right now I need it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never disarm me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic, like a pendulum swinging. But I feel myself slipping. Everything's static. My body can't map it. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. It's like holding up the ocean. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. In and out. In and out. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me.
Well, this is very much what you came for. Exclusive taking on Animus in the winners bracket final. It's what we very much expected heading into today. Of course, it is just our winners bracket portion. It's just our winners bracket. We still have a lot more competition to go through before we do decide who is going to Katowice from Europe. But Brody, I'm excited to jump into this matchup. Let's dive in. This should be an absolute classic, as it so often is between these two teams.
Yeah, listen, gambling is bad, kids, but if I had to bet my mortgage, which I don't currently have, my imaginary mortgage on something, it would be that the upper bracket final was gonna be between Animus and Exclusive.
Yeah.
It has been for the last two major European events. These guys always go head-to-head, and for good reason, because they are the two best damn teams in Europe. However, again, a reminder, only one of them can make it to Katowice at the end of the year in November, so that kind of adds a lot more to these teams, a lot more pressure to these teams than normally it does.
I mean, probably it's a season decider. Maybe not so much this game. The presumed grand final, of course, would be the winners bracket final too. But it is a full year decider, realistically, isn't it? Everything leads up to champs every single year, and these two are the two we are likely going to see duking it out for that final spot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you think about it, this is back to your regular schedule programming when it comes down to the European Call of Duty Mobile region. We see these guys play time and time again, which is why it's utterly surprising when you go back to the interview out of Guthilla. He doesn't have any VOD to be watched as the entire team across the other side of this server. And that's quite a boasting of your chest if you're thinking about it from the entirety of this perspective. Animus are looking past exclusive, knowing that history is probably going to repeat itself, and they're going to get past them regardless, but they're mostly just thinking about what could happen in Katowice, but they got the big dogs in front of them first.
They really, really do. I mean, realistically speaking, well, we're going to get straight into the maps here, Brody. Actually, I'm going to lean on to you for this one because we have some interesting ones coming through. Combine is going to be map number 4. I'd imagine we'll get to see, but Slums to kick things off as well. Search and Destroy, as we can see, Fire and Range, Coastal, and Raid for the Control. Anything in particular that's glaring out to you?
I mean, you get to the last couple of series we saw between these teams, right? And you talk about kind of Fire and Range and Raid. That's the big one for me. We just saw exclusive earlier on today at the top of the show play both of those maps, and they looked pretty solid on them. And for Fire and Range, I mean, we were chatting about Neil going into it, right? Neil's the guy to watch. Now, Veer was coming out and he was piecing up with the Tundra. To be fair, almost anyone could piece up with that thing. But Veer was on another level. So I think that's going to be something pretty good, I think, for exclusive to look at into the Fire and Range, Search and Destroy. But also, I think Raid Control, the reason they won it in that first series was probably more because of the fact their opposition maybe weren't playing it properly on the hits that they were doing in round number 1. I don't think that Animus are going to do that. So they're definitely going to have their hands full here as we go into those maps number 2 and 3.
Interested to see how they are going to go down in 2 and 3. We were having a quick discussion before we went live here, Andy, of how we think things are going to go. How are you feeling with this one after you've seen the videos, though? Has it changed your mind somewhat?
I love how you immediately just like set me up again. I mean, even looking at the maps kind of cemented even further for me as well. I think it's going to be a hot 3-0 in Animus' favor. I think they're going to come out of the gates absolutely swinging for the slums. They're going to set the pace. They have Sawu towards the mix alongside Guthilla. Those guys were absolutely gross side by side.
I mean, Brody, we say that he's favoring towards Animus, but we typically know which way the winners bracket finals go, right?
Every single time for the last couple of major European championships, exclusive have won the upper bracket final versus Animus. They might be cold, but I still have a feeling they're going to do it again.
All right, Andy, well, we'll see you later again. But no, I'm joking. We're serious. Brody, you can have a little bit of a rest. Brody, you can have 5 as we get into the winners bracket final. Animus taking on exclusive in what has just been the titanic fight here in European Call of Duty Mobile. We're so excited to jump into it, and what better map to kick it off than Slums, an absolute classic in what will be a phenomenal series between the two champions here on this side of the Atlantic. Let's see how things are going to go down here.
The operator usage could make or break how things might swing in the decision as far as the opening set is concerned. Big old 50-50 across the brick side, but most importantly, we're watching from Animus' perspective. They are starting on the favorite side.
I think it makes much of a difference to them, but already Shark and Co. continuing where they left off in their previous series. 3 kills in a row for Shark to kick things off. And just another small pointer with this game, we didn't really have too much of a chance to talk about it in the pre-show. There was Sour obviously being on this exclusive roster, now on the Animus side, and looking very, very solid here over towards P1. 27 seconds and rising. Exclusive finally getting themselves onto the board here, although a contestation will come on through. P2 coming up in 25, but Shark already bringing in the Predator missile. I mean, this is a brilliant start for Animus.
It's pace. It's being set. Now it needs to be met from exclusive. I mean, Shark, just the selfless player of the SMG. You talk about a lot with Sawu over towards the last series, especially on that map number 1. Shark was able to pop off inside the time, able to get those score streaks working for him as well, ton. And he got himself that Pred missile to be able to really bolster the rotation, but they overextended. Got one member to worry about. Never mind, just kidding. And yeah, now the rotation is going to be brute force around the back. 1v1 though, can Neil hold on? It sets up a pinch well timed for exclusive just to be able to anchor the spawns.
I have to be careful. You can see they're trying to cut off the reinforcements that are coming through. Guthilla will eventually it was Caesar. Spike can find one over towards the backside, but Vieira's been dealt with. Sour with 6 in a row. Is this going to be the lockdown here for the side of exclusive, potentially? They're the ones who have flipped in on its head. And just about a hold coming down through. Back spawns. Still here for the side of Animus, though, so the pressure will start to come through. Sour, you can find one. Spy's trying to hold on with 33 seconds to go. This is not bad time for the side of exclusive. Animus trying to find a way through, but it feels like the backs are against the wall. Exclusive doing a great job.
Yeah, they are really doing a fantastic job, and that's all off the overextension. Veer now with the War Machine. He found so much value with this ton back in towards the original best of 5 that kicked off this Super Saturday, and that's going to at least cement some foothold here for our exclusive to remain and posture themselves around the time. But where one operator gets popped on the opposite, it does get met from the opposition, and that would be Animus still holding their lead for now.
Exclusive getting themselves some decent time though, and that was important for them to do so. P1 was not pretty. Yeah, trying to find a way through, not going to be able to get it done with the machine pistol, but now all of a sudden Caesar on cock, and they actually managed to get something done. Sparrow out. Investment coming through, and you said it's going to be so paramount to who invests the better between these two squads, and right now exclusive investing in kills. It's not necessarily coming from the operators, but they are holding it down. Nice rotation from them. Things going to go in their favor. The lead now with the exclusive.
Yeah, they lost at least a crucial 1v1 outside of the garage. That's where P4 rotation will be too, but the trade was just so immediate. Here comes the Death Machine out from Spy. This should at least be the last 20 seconds at least guaranteed, but everybody's so focused around the front. Narc's busted down at least 2 with the Sparrow, and now you got the back garage spawns. Champy's still hanging around here with the equalizers. That's the only thing that is keeping exclusive in the time.
Via with 14 already. This has been a phenomenal hold. Over towards P3 for the side of exclusive. Feels like Animus a little 1-by-1 here. After a really good start, the confidence was flowing, but maybe flowing a little too much. Gonna have to slow things down now as we head over towards the garage side. Gathilla, shots coming in. Spy, now going to be the next in the chopping block. Not quite. A little bit of control over towards this backside. The transition from 3 to 4 can be so influential. Not a shark is here to say anything about it. Exclusive getting cut down. Really nice job from the side of Animus, but they need a decent hold here.
Spy's doing a fantastic job of just playing this side of the map ton. He will ink through the spawns, and Neil will spawn in alongside him, but this is a lot of time. The opening 20 over towards P4 is good for Animus to set up shop, pun intended, around the garage, and you still got the anchored and spawns in towards the back. Exclusive, they got the numbers. With Salvo, he's got the Tempest, he's landing down some shots, and those chain and the arc bolts will flip out the spawns there in the end. A great turn of events when you needed it for Animus.
Yeah, both these two teams just trading holds at this moment in time. Sour investing pretty much immediately, try and get a little bit of control over towards that P1 side. Of course, they will be wanting to try and flip these spawns as quickly as they can, but the 10 seconds that do remain over towards the garage hill are being threatened by exclusive. They'll find a couple of kills, and the contestant will come on through because of those kills, and we'll have a pretty close game heading into a second rotation. Saves with a big investment there, not finding a great deal for it. It feels like Animus, I don't want to say clutching at straws, that's probably not the right term, but it feels like they're maybe grasping at opportunities and just falling a little short as exclusive clear the kill feed.
Yeah, sure will. Be looking out for that ever so wanted P2 rotation, but exclusive, they've been gritty through that first set. And realistically, it was just an overextension away, and the only reason why exclusive were in towards P2, but that P3 to P4, absolutely sublime out of exclusive. We are not looking past that. Player 2, Sawu, he's gotten past enemy lines alongside his SMG duo of Shark. That's 3, now 4 in the feed, favoring for Animus. They're able to posture themselves at the 50-yard line, and they hold the P2 rotation to boot.
And they do as well with it, as they did on the previous rotation. It got them straight back into that game. Exclusive. Can they find a way through? Animus now going to be fighting over it. Can they just make sure they lock this down? Still 10 seconds remaining here over towards P1. If we have a look at the operators, more on the side of Animus, and they may well need them. Pressure starting to come in through already. Here from Neil, he all got dealt with, but the rest of the team on their way. Champion big gunfight win. And with the equalizers in that position, that's going to be dangerous for Animus to try and deal with. Gathilla now, of course, with the War Machine out, Sour on the other side. Everything else being invested. This P2 hold's looking good for Animus so far.
And the triple pop of the operators, you need to find value if you are Animus. I mean, this should be a guaranteed 40 just with the operator investment coming through. They're holding the line thus far. Shark's still alive with the equalizers, able to get the communication from his team where the next hit's coming from, but he does get traded. Caesar finds 2. Veer's got the War Machine. They can realistically break this and hold from the front.
Sour gets taken down, and so often we do see that from teams who are able to just bring that level of slaying. They can really get the job done from this side. Vieira's found a couple, Neil Chambi all chipping in, and now all of a sudden Animus, who thought they had the good spawns, well, they're stuck in them. Exclusive trying to keep them pinned back, but eventually they will find a way through with 14 seconds or so to go. Animus, they can hold this time, will find themselves with a lead, but Cesar and Champi challenging every single second. Rotating over now towards P3. This is where Exclusive really started to extend. They started to get themselves in a decent spot in this game. Can they do it again here on the second rotation? There's a spawn out there for Animus. Yeah, that might help them.
Really needed stays, just trying to push a little bit through. Currently, where all of Animus are trying to posture themselves on the backside of the garage, it should influence the spawns, and it sure will. But it's a moment's too late. Again, Todd, you remember the last set. This is where Exclusive really sunk their teeth into the set.
We've taken the lead.
Spy. Over towards this side. Sensational job from him. Cesar trying to find a way through as well, but Animus all of a sudden over towards this backside. Are they going to be able to have any answer this time around? Shark through the front door, finds two. And that might be the break that Animus need over towards P3. Nox is there to combine. And there you go. That's a break they couldn't find on that previous rotation.
That's right. But can they win the rotation over towards 4? You still got 2 players that actually spawned in over towards there, and when they're reading it a little bit late, but luckily enough, Narc spawns behind all of that. Salu's got the Tempest out just to try to hold things down at least towards the back. But Exclusive are still funneling all of their numbers through the garage, trying to break P4 just from the front. They're set up inside of the garage.
I suppose for Animus that time around, at least you stopped the bleeding. It wasn't nearly as severe as it was last time, but this time around, Exclusive are the first ones over towards the garage side. War Machine is out from VA. He's been so effective with it so far. Finds another on the Says over towards that backside, and what a game we've got so far. Cesar turns. Shark dealt with. Exclusive trying to hold on, but out being shot from the outside. Nox just pushing in all on his own pretty much. Exclusive have done well to find a way through here. And this is the first pretty significant lead potentially on the cards for Exclusive. 35 seconds to play for with a 30-second lead.
Death Machine getting shut down. Is that enough to guarantee the back 30 here for Exclusive? They should be over 200 points regardless, depending on how the trades do produce. But 2 more in the feed. Last inside is the time for Neil. He is dead. So back 20 seconds secured. Should bring them up to about 170. War Machine pop late there from Shark. That might come back to hurt Animus in towards the end. You still have Narcs. He still has his operator. Exclusive, though. Look at the setup around Bricks Ton. They can keep Animus trapped here for another wave of gunfights.
Let's see if they can do it. P1 popping in 10. Animus do well to maybe stop that bleeding, to prevent themselves from being out of the realm of possibility of a win here. Exclusive were looking good for a fantastic hold. Samuel has managed to find a way out, but right now Animus still struggling to get a bit of a hold over towards P1, but the nades are perfect from Nox. Perfect from everybody else on the side of Animus. That had to be. Now for the side of Exclusive, you've got to try and find a way through the middle of the map, and they have done so. It's a bit of a 50-50 toss-up here, but the gunfight's going in the way of Exclusive. 210 and rising. Can you do anything for your Nox? You land nothing but air. Exclusive now find themselves 30 away.
Only player that's not above 30 kills on the side of Exclusive is Neil, but still 30 points to the good. Now 25 and counting all the way up. Phil is good for 2 more. Is that enough to allow Animus to posture themselves a little bit further forward? You got one rogue spawn to come in over by the junkyard. It's Spy, and I don't think that Narcs is going to read it either, so the pinch does come through just in the moment's notice. It's not enough to win here, but Exclusive then setting themselves up. They're counting numbers. The 1v1 towards the back doesn't get one, but the moment that it's traded, they can set themselves up for the win at P2.
There you go, Champy finds a way in. Animus maybe had a route, but now they have everything to throw to try and find a way through. Exclusive are 20 seconds away. Operators out on both sides of the coin. Can they manage to find it here? Animus to find a way through. Exclusive just holding it tight from loads of different angles. They've got the back spawns as well. They are 13 seconds away, but Animus find a way through.
You sure do, and can you set yourself up from the front? I mean, this is realistic. If you are Animus, all of this time could be yours. Says he's got the Annihilator in towards the back. He finds himself 3. The spawns in towards the bricks. All of Animus spawn in towards the back. They can hold.
Says is going to find 5 in a row with the Annihilator. Sow and Shark combining well, but now all of a sudden, if Exclusive started to panic, 23 seconds remaining here. They just need one decent break. Shark Says lighting up the kill feed for the side of Animus. Says will find another. Can the gunfight fall? Says out no way. It's not quite going the way of Exclusive. The gunfight coming through from Says. He had no right. It's 5 in a row. And now the rotation's on as well. You can't win it here if you're Exclusive. You can't win it here if you're Animus. It's all about the rotation over towards P3.
54 kills.
Big
EMP
win.
ready here for Says as well. Sawu, he dies. 12 seconds is all that they need. And the Death Machine will meet all of Animus at the door.
Can they find a way through? Animus have got something on their side as well. It's not going to happen because Shark's being dealt with. Exclusive find the gunfights. Spawning over towards the other side. You've got 5 seconds to get there. If the Animus Sage was the hero over towards P2, are they close enough to get there, or Exclusive causing map 1? They are. A back and forth battle all the way through. But Exclusive get the job done on Slums. I mean, my goodness, that hold over towards P3 time and time again is where they got the majority of their points, and it's where they end map number 1.
It's just crazy that it was a 23-second difference. The only difference was that lead that they maintained going in towards the second set. It was the consistent difference that was finally met at the end. But, I mean, you go back even towards the second set that we had versus Severity out of Animus' perspective. They're on the Hacienda map 1. How many times do we need to be pushed against the wall before we finally realize that we're just oversetting way too many times? Your simple gunny is not going to get away a lot of hardpoint wins versus the top teams. And Animus just kind of got smacked in the face with Exclusive, just reaping the benefits from their misfortunes. Sawu, he found somewhere closer to 60 kills and he was further away, but it felt like at the end ton, they were just useless kills. Wonderfully done there for Exclusive just to be able to maintain that lead. They knew their strengths where it lied on that P3 side, not just the first set, but also the second going into P4.
I mean, the fight we had at P2 for that last rotation, incredible work. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. 56 for the L from Sawu. But then looking over towards the other side, it's just pure efficiency from Exclusive. Every single time we've seen them get themselves a setup specifically over towards P3, they made the most of it. Really nice job from Exclusive to find map number 1. But it's something we've kind of talked about between these two teams. Animus' struggles is with Hardpoint when it comes up against Exclusive. Exclusive typically have had their number on this game mode. A close game albeit, but Exclusive ultimately will find the win and find themselves with the lead in this series. Into Search and Destroy we will go in a second, but that's one of those moments where Animus will say we did have our opportunities, especially with Sawu dropping as many kills as he did.
Yeah, and again, like when you have a teammate that's dropping that many kills, you feel like that there's no reason whatsoever that they should ever lose a map, let alone a series, especially off of what we're seeing from Sawu. The space that he was able to produce, there's the final tally right there, 56 and 38 out of Sawu. The space that he was able to produce by himself, just to be able to get them out of these spawn trap situations, to be able to get themselves in the rotation over towards new. Even at the end, we called it, he was that route player all the way through the graveyard that was going to be setting up the rotation over towards P3, but just didn't have the numbers. There was nobody else to be able to help things out because the rest of his teammates were still looking at P2 for a whopping 5 seconds. It just didn't make any sense. But Veer, on the other side, he only got +3 as far as KD is concerned. But I talked about it in his matchup versus 117 not found. This guy's been having an electric Saturday. This is a level of Veer that we knew he's always been able to have for himself, ton, that we're finally being able to see here versus Animus. We know that Exclusive always get the job done as winners finals, but the way that we're seeing Veer playing today, if he can find some consistency in that going into every match, in every map and mode going forward, I like Exclusive chances.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game for Animus if that happens, right? Very dangerous indeed. And it could be the case here on firing range as well. We speak about the snipers and the battle that will ensue between them. That's going to be important. Animus off their previous series, pretty comfortable in the Search and Destroy on Tunisia, but we did see Exclusive just about deal with 117 not found here on firing range in our very first game of today, a very first game of Stage 4 Finals. Let's see if they could do it here as well. A 2-0 lead for Exclusive will be huge, and they managed to find it.
12 and 6 from Veer on that map. That was absolutely insane, dude. His snipes versus Lucky, all the hard reads, the teamwork, and overall just understanding of how to milk the clock and force the team into submission is what Exclusive did really well. But going against Animus, you'd imagine that they would probably have to plan for it too. Again, no VOD studied on the opposite side, but it's firing range. We've been playing it for quite some time.
Man, I remember the first iteration of Fire Range I competed on. That's how old I am, and that's how long it's been around. He'll have an absolute freebie on the stage, but Sawu will find one of the champion, opening things up nice and quickly here in the first round of Fire and Range Search and Destroy. A little bit of control towards Tim here. Spineco just trying to keep them at bay with a PKM. Exclusive have a tight hold here, but Animus not far away at all.
Really good setup for exclusive. Again, it's just forcing all of the issues just to try to lure them in towards the sniper line of sights. Caesar overextends, though. And what was an advantage as far as terrain is concerned quickly falls away. 3v4 now for exclusive. And Animus with the bomb in hand. Tip of the spear is Guthil with that bomb. Gonna have a 1v1 versus Neil. He's watching it with a sniper. And I think 150 cal ball probably just rang right past Guthil's ears. And he's thinking twice of it. Tin control's gonna convert into an A plant for sure.
Looking that way. Bomb is en route. We'll play over towards this B side momentarily. It's going to really be Spy and Veer to defend all on their own. Hit market. It's going to threaten and kill over towards this side, but it's not going to happen. That bomb will go down. There will be a 4 versus 3. The retake needed by the 3 of exclusive here over towards it.
Lots to do for Narks. He's going to have to catch good timing. Nobody's on the flank. Everything's coming from the side of American. Can Spy find enough damage for the rest of his teammates to move forward?
Nox gets taken down by Viet. That really is that catalyst that we've said they needed. Shots going through Tin, not landing, can't find it. He will pop his head up, but he misses the shot, and Sour will find Spy. Shots being rung out, and all of a sudden they're running out of time. 15 seconds to go. Veer has to get aggressive. Finds one. Nelly finds the second as well, but Shark can deal with him. Neil now left in a 1 versus 1. No time. Shark will deal with Animus. Find round number 1.
It's just, it would have been so much easier if Caesar just doesn't overextend through mid. I mean, regardless of the information, nobody top wood. You already found that kill. That's fine, but you got the information that they're stuck inside a tin. You watched all of the rest of the crosses. Nobody crossed back through bathroom. It's just a very perplexing decision to come through. Animus able to walk away with that round off of a blunder. Let's see if there's a bounce back here off of what we learned. It's a very different opening offense, and even different opening defense. Great reposition out of here to find first blood.
He's been a problem. A big one on that. 3 kills already. We said he would be a catalyst. Right now, Animus are struggling to deal with him. This Nox, the next one on the chopping block, not quite healed, back on up. And Animus now just going to figure out which way to go. Looking for information, looking to try and find a pick and then make their move.
Have to be some pretty godly timing to catch Spy having to pause the game to reload the PKM, but he's back, just spamming back through a banana, stun right over the top. He knows that somebody's still hanging around, and this time Caesar's just waiting for the exit inside of wood. This is good positioning. You got the numbers, no reason to scam. Just now under 60 seconds.
Slow and steady. May well win the race if Says can find 3 picks like that. Cesar will fall. So Animus now will even the odds as far as bodies on the ground. Still just looking for a pick. 1 minute and 25 seconds already gone in this round. And the thing is for Animus, okay, they haven't moved up very far, but also at the same time, exclusive haven't taken complete map control. It's difficult to do it on firing range, but looks like A is the target. Utility over towards the backside. They're going to start making the move.
Trying to look for some wall bangs. They know the shots. On the other side of the barrel, nice positioning and good prediction out of Says. 3v3 now. Bomb planted. They have no tin control.
Can you make a move from there? If you are Champy. Spy over towards the top side. We'll start to get aggressive already. He just wants to try and get some information over towards that backside. Champy still inside of 2. Neil over towards the backside of American. Big fight going to go on over towards the woods side. Spy will find Says. Putting the numbers in favor now of the side of exclusive, and Neil is threatening them off the site. Going for the defuse, not going to happen. Nox will find it. 20 seconds.
Oh, here comes him right over the top. 2v1 around the back. Spy just trying to play the head glitch. There's not enough time for the 1v2. He's got Narcs weak, but there's just not enough time to be able to get back for the defuse. Unless Champy can stick it now, it's going to be real close. Does he have it? Just with 1 second left.
Just.
And plus the body shots to boot too. I mean, that's something spicy considering we're 2 rounds deep. That's interesting, right? Because I mean, like, you're taking note of a lot of this if you are Animus as far as an offense is concerned. Just playing real slow. Like, they've caught Caesar by surprise 2 times now outside of wood. These nades aren't going to give him away too much, but this is my biggest question. When is Caesar going to get some help through mid? This is the round.
Shot getting super aggressive. Sound like a Tundra shot heading somebody's way. And I think Cesar knows what's going on, hence the nades on their way. Shark may be dead to rights here, just about survives it. But It's the pressure. That's the problem that Exclusive have got to deal with now, because Shark is in this position. They have to do something about it. Shark will bring off shots into Neil. He'll have to back on down. A little bit tagged up. But then that's just creating the question. Is it creating a distraction for Exclusive? Are they just going to waste too much time on this? Is the rest of the team making their way over towards the A side? It's all going to kind of be down to Via to hold it down. Shark is really just a distraction right now.
Veer's going to find that first blood. A little bit late towards the timing, but the trade will be there regardless. Eel's going to posture himself inside of American, not before Godzilla is able to find the timing past the bathroom push. He's able to get himself towards the bomb, but he can't get it planted in time. He loses the wall bang. Neil was late, but the prediction's there.
They have the bomb.
Bomb will probably go down over towards this A side now. And it will. And now what do you do? About Shock. That's what Exclusive are going to worry about, because they're going to have to transfer themselves to the middle of the map somewhat. And Shock is just going to have free reign on them. They may well just say, actually, why don't we all just head over towards A and forget about the guy up in the tower? Says we'll find one on Neil. Oh, the second one surely going to fall their way. Sour there with the sniper. He's going to find 1 and 2. Champion will find Says. It's a 1 versus 2 now for Spy. And Animus have worked this so well. Spy not going to get anywhere near. The play with Shark up top in tower, that's just so frustrating for Exclusive. You know where he is. You know you can get him. But that's easier said than done.
Oh, you just needed that nade to roll, like, what would you reckon? Like, maybe like 5 more centimeters and, like, he possibly dies. But, like, that's just really tough to be able to worry about. So how do you react off of this? You get a lot of pressure through the middle of the map. The nades don't reveal much of anything. It's just a bloodbath.
Well, this is 3 in favor of Animus. Happy to find a little bit more of a hold in this game, and they may well get it now with a 4 versus 2. Search and Destroy was a bit of a slow start, but these attacking rounds are looking good. The current champions elect, right? Say's looking to find the final one. Via left here over towards Tin. Not going to be able to do much about that. Animus, very dominant round, I should say. 3-1 to the good.
You've gotten 4 different offensive looks, too. Like, I mean, these are deep pockets as far as Animus is concerned for firing range offensive rounds. And they're going in towards that aggressive one. That's going to cause a lot of honesty out of these positionings for Exclusive. Look at it. It's just a standard setup, and it's not going to be called out. These nades are coming all the way through. So much pressure on Neil. Can he find any kills?
That's the one. Oh, he gets taken down, but it's a big nade from Caesar. Sour will get taken down, and all of a sudden it is a 4 versus 3 in the favor of Exclusive. And, well, for want of a better word, they're running away with their tails between their legs, or Animus. B not necessarily looking like the pick anymore. You lose those couple of openers. Puts the doubt in your mind.
Watch out!
Filler and Code just scouting out, making sure they do what they need to do. Utility headed over towards this A side. Is it bait, or are they going to make their way? Very slow from Animus still. Says we'll find V, and I wonder if it was bait.
Spy didn't get tagged by that stun. He's throwing out a lot of shots, but nobody's going to expect that Champy has army crawled his way past the training dummies. Might not really matter. The B-side's still looking pretty juicy. If you ask me, Guthilla's up and out of there. Oh, Caesar's timing was so close for that kill inside a trailer. It's going to be a firing range standoff right now. Ton. Nobody extending through B. Spidey senses starting to tingle for Saves to go check over towards the B bomb site. Guthilla throwing out shots inside of Tin. He sees the crossback. We got to make a decision here.
You'd love this round if you're Exclusive. 4-1 would feel a lot worse than 3-2. Spy is still here over towards this B side. He'll give it a little check, and he's right to do so. Animus are very much here, and very much have numbers to cause some problems, but Exclusive have made their way over. 3 versus 3 on the site. 10 seconds. If they're dealt with, not much you can do here if you're Animus, because you just don't have the time. Nox gets there. He's dealt with. Says nothing you can do. No time. Exclusive will find the round.
Yep. Hesitancy does not look good on Animus. That is not a well-fitted suit. Let's just put it that way. You got that kill over towards the B-bomb side. I mean, I probably would have just hit the go-ahead if you're under 60 seconds like that, but hindsight do be 20/20. Exclusive has an opportunity now to even things up, and talk about a revert to the pressure. They're going to rush through Banana.
Sour, what can you do to deal with it? Let's find one. And the spy will find the trade. Sids is there to find another one. The spy as well, though. And Animus now in a 4 versus 3. It feels like Animus are finding, not necessarily the most of first bloods, but it feels like they're finding advantages. Okay, yes, they do have themselves a 3-2 lead, but it feels like there has been moments where they've not necessarily been able to make a count. Is VR going to shut anything down over towards this A side? The cross going to catch him out. Gothilla will probably get this bomb down. But Says ain't going to be able to help. Neither is Nox.
What's up the toes?
Gothilla. Oh my god, Gothilla can answer back. How on earth has he managed that? Neil will find one back 1v1.
Shark. He's got the cross. Neil, he just needs one shot. He's got plenty of time to work, but the slides might be giving it away. He's got to be real careful here, Tony. He checked the close corner with the machine pistol. Slammed! The body shots afterwards, too. I mean, the body shots came through the last time. They lost the preceding next 2 rounds. This time, it's a little bit more warranted. Able to get the kill. Plenty of time for the defuse for Neil. Wow, what a way to tie things up going in towards your offense.
Nice work.
Ginormous round for Exclusive and Neil. I mean, Shark barely landed a bullet. I think you're right. Absolutely slammed him.
Defend the objectives.
Animus have had so many opportunities. They could feasibly be 5-1 up here. And yet it's 3 apiece. I mean, Via with the 2 on the site. Gothilla then followed up with 2 of his own. It's an all-timer of a round between these two. Nox. Gotta be careful. Via is feeling it. Isn't able to land that shot. He'll have to back on down. 7 to his name, but Says he may well not be far behind. He's actually further ahead. 10 for him. Nox will find one under Via. This is better from Animus.
The enemy has the bomb.
Really is. Doesn't help when, like, the bomb just gets recovered for the first time in the round, but there was not a whole lot of space being provided for them to be able to get aggressive. That nade is just absolutely perfect. Just landed right behind Spy's earlobe. I don't know how that would be a fact, but Animus, they're not overextending whatsoever. They're waiting for the challenges to come to them, and they will be met. Let's not scam this now. We're just under 60. We're about to be at 60 seconds.
Says we'll find him. No. 2 versus 4 for Spy and Chambi to try and pull off. And just from positioning alone, do you really fancy their chances? They kind of need to concentrate together here, don't they? I think both of them are just waiting for something to come to them, but I think if Animus have got, well, their heads screwed on, I don't think they make too much of a move here. Says we'll get a little bit of information and we'll have to back on down over towards A if the threat is imminent. And he doesn't need to get aggressive. He can just back up and wait for the rest of his team.
So I gotta wait for the numbers. I guess still got that trailer control. Yeah, PKM versus the World. Out of luck with that one. Long range there from the machine pistol will be good enough to strike first on their defensive round. And I mean, the opening nades are ceremonious as ever, but it just comes down from the standardized crosses being held there for Animus. Says up to 13 kills, by the way. Just Media getting his teammates in towards trailer. Meant that the line was already met. Exclusive seemingly a little angry about that ton. They're aggressively heading towards that.
Haven't seen too much of this, really, have we? Exclusive getting extremely aggressive. The 1-for-1 making a 2-for-1 trade in their favor. A Shark will fall. A little bit of turn control now. Exclusive will go to get this bomb down. It's not a great look for Animus to try and go for the retake here. They're going to need, well, not something quite special, but they need a disadvantageous gunfight to go their way. And Neil will be able to back on down just about. Champy has got the close angle for the cross. Says has got his back. Neil and Spy watching the flank and, of course, the bomb site.
This is a diabolical setup. I mean, Darks is hoping for an overextension, but it's playing it all the way for the backside of bathroom. So as long as Spy just keeps that flank secure, you're just waiting to watch 3 members cross for this opening engagement.
Good shot from Neil. Sees the pixel, sees the full body of Nox, the third. Would have been an all-timer. Doesn't matter. Spy will find it 4 apiece. Just as soon as they get those opening picks, though. Just makes things so much easier, and when Neil can do things like that, oh, it makes things even easier.
Makes things incredibly entertaining too.
That helps.
Yeah, that's nice. Tie things up. Game of inches right now as far as the search and destroy is concerned. Aggressive hit through the middle of the map. Caesar. He's got the HSO. He's got the powerhouse. One shot stopping power. Can he get in position to do it? I mean, his teammates are taking the kills before you can even do so.
Oh, yeah. Already on the board here.
Uh-oh.
Round number 9. Yeah, you got to be careful. Says and Salo have answered back. Oh, I'm actually going to catch Cesar off guard. Gets a little bit of bad timing. Now Via and Neil left in a 2 versus 3. This is plausible. Positioning, oh, not going to help. Big push comes in from Says. Via will be dealt with now, Neil. Probably position unknown. Needs to find a pick, survive a little longer, maybe create some doubt. Knows one player was pushed up, and we'll find him. And shot through the boards, no problem. But information now gained. Sour and Nox. I think the problem is here for Neil is where the bomb is. It's in no man's land, bro.
There are more scams in this round than a telemarketer call. Made right over the top. Narc's half HP. That's all the information you need. Yeah, bomb's gonna get collected. He's expecting the reach out to come through, but I mean, Narc seems a little spooked. Lots to do here from Neil. He's got a USS 9. Does he catch good timing?
Oh.
You see him? Would have been a pick.
Oh, I'm not sure. It's hard to say when we've got Codcaster. We can see them very clearly. Oh, he's seen him. Or did he hear him? Gets aggressive. Nox trying to survive, but the middle of a 1v3 now for Neil. One player remains, and that will be Sour. But the bomb has to go down. 20 seconds to go. Sour may well slow this down, but this bomb should be planted over towards A. And is this a monumental, a big turning point in this game? Neil left in a 1v1 for the 1v3.
He picked up a sniper. It's a sniper 1v1 Sour versus his old teammate. Can Neil land the shot to close things out? Can Sour clutch up for his team?
He's cutting off the map. He's cutting off the map. He knows exactly where he should be coming from. Should get a good idea now. Sour. The information was gained. He was going to blink first season, go for the cross, and Neil with the 1 versus 3. Time and time again, the questions are asked, and Neil has the answers. 1v3 exclusive. 2 rounds away from going 2-0 up.
The enemy has the bomb.
Just all started with like that. They have the first 2 kills, did Animus. It's crazy to me. Or I'm sorry, did exclusive that they should have been able to win that round more decisively. Here comes a very aggressive hit. Spy wanted his turn with the H's, so Shark will kill him off where he previously stood. And they are not done yet. Says is up to kill number 18 as he denies that B bomb site from being the initial attack. Neil, what? He legged him, no scope, and then punched him in the face.
Now Says falls. This is dangerous, but Says has found a third. Oh, not again, not again. Animus, you can't let it happen. You've got the information, you've got the bomb. This is a significantly more difficult 1 versus 3 from Neil. He's up to 13, but I just want you to cast your eyes to the top right corner. Says has 19 kills.
Yep, just casual stuff. Man's been holding crosses, picking up secondary weapons, and just running amok. Bomb should be planted sooner rather than later here. You're only giving Neil more time to be able to clear the map. And I don't think the way that Narcs is playing, he saw that cross being developed, but Shark, he should be good enough. Here's the body stack. Yeah, they saw. Oh, wait, wait, do not give him a chance. I swear, if you give him isolated 1v1s, Neil, he rarely misses. As you saw in that 1v1 versus Sal, he's good for information in the centering to boot. We're still tied. Oh, even through 10 rounds, there's hardly even a whisper between the two, besides Say's 19 kills. Nades over the top, bomb left and spawn.
I mean, the question has to be asked of Animus, though. There's so many kills on the map. Yeah, okay, everybody else starting to get involved now. Shark and Sour will find 2. Sour will find another. Makes it now a 4 versus 2. But questions will be asked. How is Say's finding this amount of kills, and we're not just cruising? Stays on the left with Vieira alongside of him. Difficult 2 versus 4 from this scenario. They do have the bomb. They do have plenty of map to work with, but it's difficult, right? Sour nearly picked off just by sheer misfortune. Difficult from this spot, though. Yeah, Sour just going to challenge it. He has Vieira over towards the other side. A 1 versus 4 for Says.
Good luck. All right, finds the first. I mean, we've had some questionable decisions. Somehow finds that hit marker, even falling from the heavens. So, bomb needs to be recovered. That's step number 1. Located and recovered. The way that Animus are spread across the map, if predicted wisely, Caesar could clutch this, but this would have to be snappy as he doesn't have all the time in the world.
38 is not a whole wealth of time. There was one over towards this B side, but with the way that Sour's shooting, I don't think it's going to matter. Animus 6-5 to the good.
Ready up.
They are truly trying to throw the search and destroy away, but have found themselves now eventually in the lead. Say's not getting involved this time around for what feels like maybe the first round ever.
The enemy has the bomb.
He's averaging still nearly 2 kills a round after 11. Champion Cole getting aggressive over towards the Says. So much utility landed over towards the exclusive lineup. Says will find one. Cathilla finds one himself. Says found a second. An exclusive now in a really tough spot.
Wall banks for Caesar. Odin's gonna ring on true through that. 2v3. Can Neil pull a rabbit out of a hat? He's done it before. 1v3. They're all isolated. Says overextends now. He finds kill number 21, but we're now in a 2v2 here, Ton. And enough time has allotted for the regen. Narx is watching the cross, though. They have to somehow get over towards his bomb.
Time is on their side. I don't think either one of these two teams is going to necessarily make any rash decisions here. Gunfight start to turn exclusives way after a brilliant opener for Animus. One of those things are just trying to bait them out here. Is he getting aggressive? Is he moving quickly? Does he want Animus to bite the bait over towards B? Or is it bait? Or is it a push? Information going to be gained here from Shark in a second. There it is. Did he see him? I don't think he did because we haven't seen Nox move. Shark hasn't seen a goddamn thing. This bomb will go down.
Yeah, gonna have to be the retake. Gonna have to reclaim tires more than anything. I mean, if you're exclusive, where do you think this push is gonna be coming from? Animus are isolating themselves one by one. It's gotta be a double chow or bust.
Oh, they just don't know where they're coming from here, though. It seems the exclusive are playing a little scared. But Neil is alive. We know what he can produce. Utility starting to go out here. Neil gonna have to try and find something here. Shark was ready for the push, and he will find one but two in the map for Animus. They walk into the Shark's lair, and he eats them for breakfast. Animus will bring it back from what may well have been the brink had exclusive closed that one out. Sayers drops 21 for only a 2-round win in the search and destroy, but it's a win nonetheless, and it's a 1-apiece series here between these two titans.
21 kills for a 2-round win is absolutely diabolical. You have all the arguments in the world if you are exclusive to say that this realistically should have been a 7-4. Neil's 1v3 was the yoinking candy from a baby that I've ever seen in my entire life. There was a big scam coming away from that first blood, being able to convert the 2 opening kills. Caesar just trying to brute force his way through so many different portions in the middle of the map. It just felt like it was way too late. Like every single time that you got in a position of advantage for Animus, they were a little bit too hesitant to enact that advantage. And the same could be said on the opposite side for exclusive, but I mean, Neil, when push comes to shove, every single darn time that he's in a clutch situation, he's gonna hit those shots. But Says absolutely delivered. He was centering just about everybody through the scope and just about every single prediction. Here's that 1v3 one more time. Masterclass from Neil, but not enough to take a 2-0 lead in the series. Good enough to tie things up at 14-10, but double positive out of Says is just godlike. And I don't mean the team.
Incredible work. Of the 12 rounds we've seen, 21. That's egregious. And sensational work from him. I mean, really, we talk about, you know, sometimes kills aren't everything, but when it comes down to search and destroy, you're dropping those numbers when, I mean, we're not going to call Cathilla out because he's the homie, and we love Cathilla. 4-10 was your teammates 21-10. Incredible work from Says. The backpack was out, and he will carry Animus through to a tied game as we head into a control. I mean, that is just an all-timer of a performance, right? I mean, that is a true carry from Says.
It's a true carry, but again, I feel like we always end up talking about this, right? You know, from 5v5, just Call of Duty in general, and just Call of Duty Mobile, European region, just put it all into the blender real quick and just mix it up. And what you do have is a bunch of useless kills and not being able to take advantage of it. You take a look at what this team, these two teams in particular, have struggled with. A lot of these individuals on the international stage, it's going up against a team that does not hesitate. You got to be able to make these decisions a lot snappier, translate it over towards search and destroy, because those two teams just did not really have it. Even 7-4s versus the two teams that they face in quarterfinals, teams that they have stomped in the past. There's a lot more to be learned for sure, but at least we're guaranteed to go to a Combine Hardpoint. That's pretty electric nonetheless.
Yeah, that should be interesting. I can't remember the last time I even cast a Combine. But irrelevant of that, Say's incredible. I mean, we've got to talk about it. 21-10. That's an incredible stat line. I mean, we can talk about empty kills, but it was wasted opportunities, right? I mean, he's the one teeing it up for his team. And like me in golf, it felt like Animus were missing the ball on those occasions, right? It felt like there were plenty of opportunities for them to close that pretty comfortably at like 7-2, something along those lines. But I mean, look, come on. You would have expected it to look a little bit easier when Say's is putting up 21.
Especially from your snipers. I mean, like, you're expecting for like a lot of that pressure to be there through a lot of the defensive rounds, especially for Animus. Like, they did have like a PKM setup to deny any trailer control, and it's just like the setup was just so simplistic, and yet it was a game of scams. Like, again, like I hate to use the same analogy twice, but I felt like it was a constant game of who's the better telemarketer. But regardless, it's a tied up series here. Raid control is on the docket, and just as we have already set it up, Exclusive did play 117 not found earlier today in our opening series. They beat the brakes off them. That's putting it lightly. For better or worse reasons, it was a 3-0. They got their operators online, and Veer was a real powerhouse as far as that one is concerned. I think Animus might keep them a little more honest than their previous opponents.
Here we go. Raid is one of those maps that both these two teams are very proficient on. They know exactly what to do, the right decisions to make, but who's going to make them quicker? Well, Sour has just walked straight through the middle of the map, and that's two freebies Champy says are dealt with. And they will look to put aggression on the Via. He can find one, but pressure already in. Sour already getting aggressive up against his former team. Says will be dealt with. Oh, Champy, you thought he was the next in the chopping block, but good progress made over towards the B side immediately from Animus.
Yep. Just trying to work that ring progress. Champy knows the player's one shot. Snarks, he's dead. Got no pillar control, nobody playing through the middle of the map, no kitchen control, but I love the spread from Exclusive off the initial respawn. Just make sure that nobody gets over towards A, but as I already pointed out, nobody picked up inside a kitchen, and that's exactly where the pressure started to surmount for Animus.
Dangerous. Yeah, for Exclusive. They have to die for this to be useful for the side of Animus. Right now.
Enemy taking Alpha.
Jump on over towards A. Almost feels like it's a bit of a flip with how the map is being played. Animus rushing things over towards A, but a little bit of bedroom control never hurt anybody, and Via will take that all day long. Type 63 in hand from here. Lambs to the slaughter if you're Animus a little bit, but things going over towards A, and that's going to be pretty much free. Map in a weird state here.
It's making me feel like something's wrong.
Yeah, I was like, am I thinking the other team on the wrong side here? Like,
I don't know what's happening anymore. Yeah, bedroom control is absolutely great. You do need that, but like you were already pointing out, like you need the kills first. And now you are really late towards the second segment over at Ring. They're very aware that Caesar's still hanging inside of their spawn, and they're trying to clear him out. One player that was over towards that B zone, his segment will be depleted. But there is just spaghetti all over the place right now. We're finally stabilizing if we are Exclusive. You got R control, got ring control, player pushed up inside of P5 to bit.
Make me hungry. Via. Up top. He wants to eat from this position as well. Type 63 in hand, and we've seen how accurate, how devastating he is being. He ain't missing. He is not missing. Gothilla will be the next one to fall. Neil now trying to make a push here as well if he can. Animus found themselves in a really decent spot, but to be honest, Exclusive have done well to, well, maybe not drag themselves from the brink, but drag themselves from an awkward position. Via finds another onto Gothilla on the cross. For Animus now, no lives remain.
Plenty of time left to play a little game of TDM. If you are Exclusive, just hunker yourself down around Art, and the setup will be good. Neil is kind of shrouded down inside of the machine pistol. Basketball spawns will be here. Sawu, good timing. So he's just like, nah, I don't want that smoke. I don't blame him. Just trying to deplete the clock at this point. You just don't want any more segments to be given over. We're just waiting for the scam. I just feel like it's coming.
Surely not.
All right, never mind, we're good.
Not on an 8 versus 3 in this position. You would hope not. I think Animus, I mean, the fact that they've got 3 operators up and running that's potentially where the scam could come, because if they can find a couple more picks, they may well be tempted.
Later?
Color me surprised.
Be advised, hostile hunter
Says he's pulled it out. And I wonder if this stage it's just a case of, yeah, you've got to jump onto the point. And I wonder if he's just trying to bait something out. Is he going to force them into something? He may well do if they keep doing this. If they keep doing this! Oh my god! Says will find absolutely everything he needs to and calls in the missile to maybe shut this one down. Neil's still alive. Has to go for the Charlie, invest the Tempest. Says is he going to be dead to rights? Is the Charlie going to come through? It does. God. Oh, you said it best. You were waiting for the throw. You were waiting for the fumble. And it very well nearly came true. I was like, he's got to be out of his goddamn mind. Is he just sowing the seed to potentially see it happens? My god.
A scam for a scam. So it's just a simple War Machine on the opposite side for Guthilda to be pulled out here. 3 net, 4 exclusive for the opening offense. They will have that luxury. Neil may have used his Tempest to steal the deal there in the 1v1. Don't blame him, because that was a scary one, the way we saw Sage just shooting. But the first segment's going to get locked from B. They do have that luxury from all of the operators being popped, and Champion's going to push it all the way over towards Wheelbarrow with the Death Machine. That sets up Saze for the push inside a garage. We got to see some kills to come through for the spawn trap to an end.
I am immensely stressed after that one. Spy will find one on the Shark. Exclusive. B captured pretty quickly and have themselves a really good hold over towards A. That's a big gunfight win from Guthilda, though. I think if Champy takes him down, that might be in curtains. Sour. Causing damage. Hitting his shots. And that's a little bit more control now for the side of Animus, but they are down in lives and B was captured extremely quickly.
Sorry, I'm still shooketh from that last round. I don't know how you just...
I don't even know what to tell you.
Hey, we got 2 minutes of this one. 5 life lead here for exclusive. On the offense, no less, but you have operators this time at Spy with the Annihilator. Neil does have at least his at least 2 in the feed. But Spy here with the Annihilator should be a good enough space to move himself forward. There's still one on the backside of Tiki. Nice drag shot to find himself another one. He runs out of bullets and time, but his teammates need to find more pressure to move themselves a little bit further forward. Gave Animus too much time to be able to work their trades, but they're still down by so many lives.
It's a tough spot. Animus had their opportunity, an opportunity that you didn't think would come their way whatsoever. And that in previous rounds to maybe find something here, but at this moment in time, they're finding a way back into this round as well. Vierenko will have to take their time. 12 versus 7, 1 minute to go. They captured B, which, I mean, it almost feels like a lifetime ago. Gonna have to work on something over towards A pretty quickly, though. 50 seconds to go. You got a couple more pushes in you.
There's a pusher on the backside for exclusive. Just trying to get themselves maybe wheelbarrow control. They should be more than aware with all the space that they're finding around the back that they do not have garage spawn. So Caesar's going to spawn up inside a gym. Can he win the 1v1 versus Shark? Yeah, he sure does. Here comes Snarks, though, with the claw.
No.
This could be the equalizer, no pun intended, to find some more kills, but they need to come through now. And, well, now Narks lasts alive with the claw. You know he's all but dead to rights as far as this pool is concerned. There is time, though. There's time.
There's time.
Ouch.
10 seconds. Ah, he's so weak. That's going to be the problem here. They're going to have to jump on there. The time is now stopped. It's not going to happen. Nox could have been spat on and he would have died. Exclusive 2 to good. Oh, nothing, by the way. I mean, the first round was scary. They got it done anyway. Second round, scary for Animus. They just ran through them there. Unrelenting pressure. Exclusive now 2-0 up here in this control. Looking to try and get this one done. Bear's going to bring out the War Machine to kick things off over towards the B side. Shots will ring on through. He finds one. Doesn't fall. Cesar will find plenty as well. There you go. Via lining it up. Good start to the defensive round for exclusive.
A big start here with the War Machine as well. Just to make sure that there was no space provided for Animus to be able to get themselves comfortably over towards Ring Shark. He's going to get spun on, but Narcs is there for the trade. We do have our control. We are Animus. So Guthilda's going to pull himself out the War Machine. Just going to try to find these trades inside of Pillar. He does so. 2 players on the zone. Here comes the push through Zik.
Get things going with the operators on their own side, but Spy will find Guthilla, who finds, and I mean nothing, with the War Machine over towards this B side. But progress has been made. Exclusive going to try and find a way around. So Cesar is ready for the spawn trap when some kills actually do start to come through for his team. 2 minutes remaining now as B has been captured. Exclusive have the life advantage, but that is being whittled down. 2 kills is the difference now. Not necessarily backs against the wall because they can find these kills and send them back to Cesar, who's ready and winning in Garage. Nice work. Spawn's going to come in on the bedroom side. Neil could have done with winning that gunfight, but still, Animus with work to do.
Low value Tempest out of Salvo. Just the fact that it got popped meant that they could get themselves a little bit more space to maneuver across the entirety of the map. Another good kill feed comes through from Animus. Now hopping over towards the A zone. They got basketball control. They know that there's still 1 player left over by the AC unit. And 1 player off the spawn will be Godzilla. He's hunting for it. Money position here for Narcs as well. He's going to pull a lot of attention.
You're going to have to deal with them. And they just eventually do. Neil finds 2. That may well just give them a little bit more of a hold. Spy going to go for the gunfight. Stays is ready and waiting to try and find something with his Annihilator again. And the plays were being made in round number 1 to try and get something going. Couldn't seal the deal. Shark will be here to help him out, though. He will take down Spy, but some good gunfights coming back through. Stays ain't missing. He is not missing with the Annihilator right now. Eventually gets cut down by Neil. Exclusive starting to get into gear. Via will find 2, and that may well just do it. 1 minute and 15 to go. It's a long way back for Animus, even in an AV6.
1 segment is all they need to. They're going to start developing this pusher on the backside of Laundry. They're leaving Cthulhu behind. But you can watch the spawn trap. Neil's going to pull out the Tempest. 1v1 with the machine pistol. Oh, Sal, please find your target. Back over towards Neil will win it. Ring control there for the moment. But now you're out of respawns if you are Animus. All of that positional advantage for naught.
And how big of a map could this be for Exclusive if they can close it? A 3-0 will be a statement. Underkiller out here for the side of Animus. You need to bring everything else you possibly can here as well. So 6 versus 4, it is doable. Problem is, they don't really have an operator to help them break through. 30 seconds. And they are just waiting for their moment. Operator nearly available for the side of Shark. If he can get that going, 20 seconds. Says I will find Sour though. They've closed the gap. They've closed the nets. And they've closed out the control. 3-0 for Exclusive. I don't want to say it was dominant because round number 1 will maybe live in the memory for the wrong reasons. But they get the job done in comfortable fashion in the end and find themselves in the lead in this series once more.
I just can't believe that first round happened the way that it did, man. I'm not ready to forget about it. We got to talk about it a little more. That was crazy.
Okay.
But still, big swing map mode combination for Exclusive. Realistically, once we get through these highlights, the reason why I do poise it, we flipped the map entirely. It just felt super strange. Here's that Annihilator clip out from Says, able to find himself just this wonderful 3-piece to open up this 1v1. And I start to wonder that if, like, Neil, if he doesn't pull out the Tempest, like, does he win that 1v1 in 100 HP on either side? Sadly, not the universe that we live in, but Exclusive, as they always do in the winners finals, they will take a lead in this best of 5 series, putting Animus on their heels.
Big moments for Animus not coming through this time. And Exclusive will put themselves 1 map away from the grand final. And this is huge for them. Can they seal the deal? Can they find another one? We're going into a hard point as well here, proper, on Combine. And do Animus have some answers to what is going to happen in this hard point? Because map number 1 was very much about the money hills that Exclusive got offered. They made the most of. Animus kind of just chipped away consistently, but could not stop Exclusive with these money hills. Are they going to be able to stop that happening on Combine?
I think so. Look, Combine, it's a little bit more wayward. You can get away with a lot of players just going unnoticed. And I think that's how it's just going to be eating absolutely good. That said, on the opposite side, I could see it happening for Exclusive where they do shut it down because their fundamentals have been really on point. Look, that was the turning point even on Apocalypse. And I know I'm comparing apples to oranges or Combine to Apocalypses as they may be. But like, it's still something that was really able to have them overcome where 117 Not Found actually put them, and to make that scoreline a little bit more, I guess, reasonable. Came through in the Hacienda Hardpoint. For Combine, my biggest fear is just going to be the spawns, but when Veer's shooting at the way that he is right now, again, 19-11 in that map number 3, he's having himself a great performance. We saw was he able to do in the Search and Destroy, though it was the Neil show, for at least from Exclusive's perspective. I think that there's a lot of questions to be had here. Salwu cannot single-handedly carry this team with all the kills that he's finding on the map. That much is for certainty. So something's got to give here for Animus if they want to extend this to a map 5.
yeah, something really does have to give, and especially when it has come down to the run and gun game modes. They have struggled here, and they need to step it up big time, or they will be dropping down to that losers bracket final. I think for them, realistically, they know this is kind of happened multiple times. They've on very many occasions come up against Exclusive in the losers bracket final and lost, and went on to beat them in the grand final. It is, I think it's a kind of knack you don't really want to have. I want to say, like, yeah, okay, it's great that you can come back, but almost would you not like to make your lives easier than just losing in that first instance, albeit not much of an advantage, of course, heading into the grand final, but irrelevant. It just seems to always happen this way. So we are heading into a combine hardpoint, and are we expecting Exclusive to close it? It's the hardpoint, you would think so here, proper, but are Animus made of more than that? Do they want to force them out number 5?
Had a women pick for a reason, Ton. That's the only thing that I could imagine that why we would see a coastal search and destroy, but things could end cataclysmically here. Look, this map was made in BO3. And if you're unaware with BO3, there's a lot of high ground to be watching, a lot of players be spawning, and that's why it's not exactly beloved, but that's why it is very fun to be playing with an AR. You have these longer lines of sight, so that you could be able to play these advantageous positions. You can see right here, as far as the inner workings of these buildings are concerned, that's where SMGs can kind of go unnoticed. 2 to 3 is your money rotation when it comes down to Combine. I'm mostly resurfacing it for you, Ton, just because I know you haven't seen this map in, what would you say, about like 20 years. So I think you're probably going to be watching for that one more importantly. So I think Sawu needs to have a fantastic performance, but I'm looking for Says to have a continuation of what we got from his 27 and 17 there in map number 3.
It was 10. Okay, Black Ops 3 came out 10 years ago. I swear you're older than me. Anyway, besides the point, here we go. Neil and Co on the outside just trying to establish some sort of control as we head in towards P1. An Exclusive will come out the gates firing, it seems. Says I will find a couple, but Chocolate on tobacco 2 of his own. Extremely small map combine. And for players like Shark, well, is it going to be his map? It may well be. That 6 in a row to kick things off from Shark. Animus very much here to play.
Yeah, sure are. Again, starting off on this side of the map, this is the one that you want to be on from 2 to 3. It's all the way inside of the west side building. And you're going to be rotating towards the north side, but we've seen from Exclusive, they are gritty. That's what got them that Slums Hardpoint victory and that lead as well. 27 seconds was the difference in that map 1. And they're doing a great job just collecting the kills back through P1. Can they push through the outskirts, though, Ton? That has yet to be at least shown, but nobody was anchoring in the spawns and towards the back. They lost what was supposed to be their anchor in Says, and that's a worst case scenario.
Find the kills, though. And all of a sudden, if you are Exclusive, you take that all day long. Animus could not lock it down. And now the big push going to come on the outside, and they may well just be running through like fish in a barrel here for Animus, because Exclusive are ready and waiting. You're not seeing a kill come through from the side of Animus whatsoever, but Cesar, if anything, is going to be wasted. Here with the Sparrow. Says will just find 4 out of nothing. They just line up, and Says will say, yeah, I'll have you all. Vera's the next one to fall. Animus, out of nothing, find a breakthrough, Says.
Yeah, no, Says kind of went unnoticed just because the rest of his team was getting absolutely milli-popped on the opposite side. Has the Death Machine EMP. You ain't got nothing to stop that 10 spree. How about 11? Swung in the corner for 12. But he was bouncing all over that map number 3, man. Bringing that heat in towards his map number 4. Sets up on the backside for Veer to claw their way back with the War Machine, but scrappy as ever. Not exactly what you want off the back of an almost 12 spree, but Animus are fighting.
That is absolutely disgraceful. Says just bring what he needs to. 16 kills to his name, but it's still Exclusive in the lead. Incredible. Sawa starting to heat up. 6 in a row. Is he going to be able to find a 7th? Yes, he is. Not quite in a row, but he found 7 either way. And here we go. Animus starting to light it up all together. Saved. Honestly, some of the players that have been made in this game, mind-blowing. Animus getting some good time. Yeah, over towards P3. Trying to hold it down. 45 seconds remain. Exclusive trying to find a way through.
War Machine for Godzilla. Sal was also able to find 2 on the back of their life and combining for 3, but Where's the space to be provided? Anchoring spawns in towards the back is one thing for Animus, but there's no space towards the front, so you're gonna have to try to brute force your way through it if you are Godzilla. Interior decorating is about to be all over the place, given that the War Machine is just whittled with grenades, but still, Animus holding it from the backside. A lot of contested time, but nothing going over definitely towards either teams. The equalizer should at least be the staple towards the end of the set. No, it's just gonna get shut down, but still, that 20-point lead is what I talked about, Chris, and Animus are currently holding it.
I think he was so fast that I missed it. Says actually called in the EMP almost immediately.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
he got the EMP plus the death machine at the same time, and he hit both. And he went sliding into their spawn. Guy's nuts.
Questionable. But who are we to question? 22 kills to his name, Spying Code, trying to get something going. 45 seconds. Here to play for exclusive. Some good time potentially on the board here, especially with the death machine out. Got it covered from both sides. Players from exclusive on their way back. Everybody from exclusive still alive inside of the point, holding this one down. 35 remaining. Tempest here is just going to suck if you can land it. Finds one on a Nox. May well slow them down. The push is still coming on through, but it's a horrible push for Animus to try and make exclusive still in control.
Scamming. That's a really good setup now. No space in towards the back, not like you really want. So you got to be careful with how far forward you do press, because you can see Salwo's position is currently playing through the rafters. That'll enforce that Godzilla will spawn in towards P4, but this is what we were talking about. Have fun as far as Combine is concerned. Spawns all over the place as far as battling for the rotation is concerned, but still over by the time. Exclusive have done a great job just to be able to rectify was almost a 12 spree out from Says way back when. It's 101-90 as we go back towards the center of the map.
Hardpoint locked down.
Spying kill. Trying to get something going here. They are in the lead, but it feels like Animus just with that streak from Says, who I mean undoubtedly has slowed down, but I mean you have done well to keep that pace. Or was on a marathon in an hour if he kept that up. Sour now inside the middle of the map. Just trying to pick up what they can here with 35 seconds to go. Good shots coming through from Sour, making it 2 in a row. Rest of his team starting to fall. Sour just lining everybody up in every different direction. 4 in a row with the Tempest. There's a reason that these guys on exclusive had Sour on the squad, because he's hitting shots like this, making another onto Neil. Calling the Predator missile, will keep walking it down. Sour on a tear.
On an absolute heater. 25 kills combined, 50, 75 there with Shark Predator missile being called from one side. Sawu has the EMP, and I think he died just trying to call it in, so he'll have another go of that. There's no operators on the other side, unbeknownst to Sawu, but still a massive heavy-hitting piece of utility going in towards this set of rotations. Animus, though, fighting hard back through P1. They hold the spawns over towards P2, and Godzilla's got the War Machine ready for the hold.
Can he hold it? War Machine is out. Push starting to come through. Animus starting to extend. A brilliant hold over towards P1 thanks to Sour. Godzilla finding everything he needs to as well. Just tough pushes coming through. Viado has found a little bit of an angle here. The rest of the team like Neil just not able to get anything off of the Tempest whatsoever. But is the gunny solid from Champion Co? Not solid enough. Neil is there to find one more. Shut down. Animus still in control. Exclusive with close spawns. Trying to find a way through. But Animus are farming them. Champion can find something eventually. They'll find a way in. But is it too little too late? You find yourself around 40 behind. This 15 seconds or so it could be massive for exclusive.
And Neil got his charge back for the Tempest. He pulls it out here as far as the hill is concerned. Same thing for Champion. That's why the EMP was so influential. It shut down those two operators right at the door, and they wanted it for the break. They still used it. They're able to fight back for the back 30, and that keeps things interesting going in towards this side of the map. You've still got 2 players for Animus into the back here, Ton. Sparrow being popped now for exclusive, just trying to find where these last members hit it at, and they hunt him down.
Are they going to be able to hold it from the other side, though? The core spawns coming through from Animus. They deal with them on the outside. They get it locked in. One player who could potentially do something way well have been shocked, but he gets shut down. They're inside of the point. It's close quarters. Warfare. With a War Machine out as well. Via finding 2. Godzilla over towards the backside. There's still the core spawns here. Exclusive trying to hold it from the front.
All these kills just ringing through. There comes the route finally. Thank you, Says. He has an operator. Does he pull it here for the break? 25 seconds remain. In exclusive, you ask the question, can they hold from the front? They've done a bang-up job to be able to do so, and they're still fighting it.
Animus are going to find a way through. 15 seconds. Eventually, get a little bit of a toehold, and they'll run with it. Sour, Nox working well. Rotation over towards the next hill. Incoming. It has been chaotic, to say the least. I feel like I've lost 5 years off my life in this series as a whole. I think I might only have 10 years left at this rate. Animus managing to find a way through, but it's going to be about this break that comes on through. Contention may well be here, but not a shot can just find 4. Spy, do you have an answer? Sawo is there to find another. Time now on the board for Animus.
The prediction now from Sawo to work off of this combo. You got the big old bang out for operators, and then Shark also has the equalizer here as far as P4 is concerned. Again, not the most beloved hill as far as the 4 that we do have to offer here on Combine, and the equalizer might just seal the deal for 30 points. It's good enough for Animus to get over 200 points. They have so much utility to hold the line.
Can they do it? 30 seconds to play for yet.
Death Machine.
And they are finding so much. Yeah, saves with the Death Machine. That's 4. And just if you're exclusive, it's just felt a little one by one. It's felt a little desperate. I don't know if they want to see a map number 5, but they may well be if they aren't careful. Champy will find one on the Sawo. Animus trying to get this one closed out. 10 seconds remain before we head back over towards P1. Exclusive didn't really get a foot in until the final 4 seconds. That is a big statement hold from Animus.
Yeah, it really was. Puts himself within striking distance, 27 points. And they will force out that Coastal map number 5. An exclusive. Fight their way back and end things here. Veer. He's got himself a War Machine. Does he need it? Just to try to keep themselves alive. And look at the kill feed. It's just ringing on from blue. Animus, they will find the kills. Veer, he feels the desperation. Plus the nade in the War Machine. Exclusive will fight back.
Can they find a way through? And can they find the time? 3 operators available for them. Finding good time and finding the kills alongside of it. Animus trying to find a way through, but yeah, there's one player who's left back here, and he's actually going to manage to find a kill, and that's going to be important for the rotation that may well be coming up. There may well be another fight going over towards this backside. I believe it's actually Says who's made his way through. 45 kills to his name. The rest of Exclusive now starting to scramble as Gathilla and Coke can break through over towards P1, but Champy will find 2 out of nothing. Spawn's still there for the side of Animus, and of course, they already find themselves 18 seconds away. Exclusive may well not be far behind by the time we get over towards P2.
Champy uses Equalizer for P1. There's no operators to burst through the front door. It's a Sparrow to maybe try to find some damage. Caesar. He does find 2, but the spawns in towards the back are still there for Animus.
Says, how on earth is he still finding it?
Another EMP.
Says is on an absolute mad one in this game. He's going to drag Animus over the line to this map number 5 all on his own. If they can hold for 10 more seconds, Nox will find 2. Spy trying something on his own. Not going to happen. I don't think Exclusive are close enough. And Animus have ran through. They have battered Exclusive around. It's a 48 bomb from Says. And we head to a map number 5.
Oh, wow. And wouldn't you have it any other way? I called for it. Says needs to have himself a performance like what we saw from the 27 and 17, even from an 0-3 loss there on the raid control. He brings that heat here in towards Combine. My first time casting it in COD Mobile, but wow. That 12 spree into the EMP being popped when it was not even necessary to do so. Was something to behold. The fact that he laps that later on down the road, be able to get another Death Machine rip, plus the EMP, be able to shut things down yet again, was absolutely massive. I mean, that EMP that was able to flip that the P3 in the second set was where this insurmountable lead came from, because Champy still pulled his equalizer out. And I hate to really pin the blame on one player here, but we always talk about the operator usage when it comes down to breaks. I think that Summit's probably a really good shout for this for their P3 at the same time. But when you use your operators, I guess, off-timed like that, the flip spawns come through, you're spawning all the way in Boo-Foo, and you're never going to be there for the rotation. 48 and 29 out of Says, 45 and 32 out of Shark, and 43 kills from Sawu. Yeah, this team was humming.
Yeah, big time. But it does raise the question. I don't want to put anything down from them in that map in particular. I mean, it's Combine as well, right? But 48, 45, 43, they've outslayed them heavily. And I mean heavily. I want to say that was probably about 20 of 30, quite easily. And yet they've only won by that small amount. And I suppose part of that is Combine. It can be mixy like that. And when they did hold, they held big time. But wow, what a performance from Says once again, who is having himself a series. He is dragging his teammates, screaming and kicking over the line to this map number 5, whether they wanted it or not. But we will be heading to a coastal. This is how things are broken down. Map number 1 went exclusive. So the hard points have been split. The control went Exclusive's way. but Animus won the first search and destroy. So it truly is anybody's game heading into map number 5. Coastal is such a good way to finish it as well. Very classic search and destroy. I will say, and I just want to give some props to the maps team for COD Mobile. As far as search and destroy goes, some of the best all-round search and destroy maps that I've seen. Tunisia, absolutely love it. And absolutely love to see Coastal as well. It's nice to see them just purely as COD Mobile maps. Crazy to say. But how well they play, which way does that go for one of these two teams? Who's the more methodical? Who's the one who will be patient on the defenses when they need to be? Who can find those attacks when they so often can be difficult to find? We're going to find out very, very shortly in the map number 5.
Yeah, I think that it's probably looking for Animus's favor. When you go back to that map number 2, like we had every single argument for it to be a 7-4 win because of the bag of tricks that they had. I know that it's not a firing range anymore, and one map mode combination has been in the game since its launch, but still, when you think about it from Coastal's perspective, there's a whole lot of unknowns, and there's a whole lot of lack of VOD in between these two teams to be able to go back and watch that. So unless you're running secretive S&D chow, as far as COD Mobile is concerned, who knows what's going to be on the opposite side. But we do know one thing's for certain. That fierce sniper rifle was going crazy. Don't give Neil 1v3s. That guy is dangerous. But Animus, man, Sawu, SMG, gets that guy some really good timing. Might be able to catch them by surprise. There were so many rounds in that firing range that were so decisive for Animus that they just scammed away.
Can they do it again here in map number 5? A place in the grand final. And to remind you, the stakes are at hand. Yeah, the prize money is there, but it's a place at Champs. Not just in this game, but when we finish things off tomorrow. Grand final that one of these two teams is one map away from. Then we'll have to run the gauntlet of the losers bracket final for one of these two squads. But, well, with the way that things have been playing out, who knows if that will be a gauntlet. There seems to only be one match for each other in this region. And that's the team on the opposite side in this winners bracket final. Coastal, we're loading in. And it really, really could go either way. Search and Destroy has been interesting so far. To be fair, for exclusive, they probably didn't deserve to be as close as they were in the firing range, but they dragged it there somehow. Can they somehow manage to take this one in map number 5?
It'll be interesting. And you're looking for your snipers to really find value. It's a really big middle of the map ton, and there's a lot of interesting spots that you can kind of get some cheeky jump shots on. We'll see here in a moment once the minimap does populate, but it's going to be offense first for exclusive. This was the side of the bomb I wouldn't say that they necessarily struggled with, but really, I would say, had a hard time trying to understand fully where Animus were lurking at. Very patient on that side of the bomb, but they're taking aggression over towards A to start.
Oh, Nox will find the first gunfight. Champy will be dealt with. Gets aggressive with the angle. So often we do see these mixing round number 1s. Catalado will deal with 2. And all of a sudden it's looking like Animus absolutely sweeping exclusive in round number 1. But Via can find 2. Makes it interesting in a 1 versus 3. But the information is there for the side of Animus. The numbers is there for the side of Animus. It stays in anymore. Incredible work from Via. Not expecting the sniper was Says. And now a 1 versus 2. This becomes very plausible.
Got the bomb to try to make this very fast rotation over towards B. Time as well. And he's still expecting for the challenge to come through over by boxes, but wise enough decision to come through for Guthilli, just playing for the 1v1 chow that could be coming through on his side of the boxes. And shoved away Shark for any sort of assistance, just to watch the middle of the map and the rotation as well. Veer's got less time to work with that I'm sure that he would like, but if there's anybody to be in a position, I'm sure that would be Veer. He has found 3, so he is on for the ace.
Animus have slowed down their aggression after 3 of their teammates were dealt with. Gothilla and Shark, though, more than well equipped to deal with this. Although if you're Gothilla, are you ready? The answer was no. You will fall. And Via now in the middle of a 1 versus 3. It may well even be a 1 versus 4, but it would be the ace alongside of it as well. He gets himself over towards B. The timing will be good enough to get this one down. And Shark is not going to be there. Exclusive have found clutches like this
The bomb has been
in the
planted.
previous search and destroy, and Via is now in prime position to find another. The one that may well be more disgraceful than the previous.
Oh, he could be anywhere inside a wine. That's the hardest part. Got about 26 seconds to make this work. Hunter Killer Drone doesn't connect, but doesn't give any information away either. Here comes Shark, though. Gonna have to do it from the front.
It's a tough one. Shark looking to save the blushes of Animus. Does he check the right corner? Yes, he will, but it does not matter. It is an ace and a 1v3 from Via. And what a round to do it in, to kick things off in the search and destroy in a map 5. Incredible work from Exclusive, but Animus will be scratching their head. How the hell did we lose that round?
That changes things ever so slightly. Veer, hot hand will be gunned immediately. Says we'll take that first blood. No aggression to be met whatsoever. The bomb is dropped, so now we're just probably going to try to do this via the kills. Sawu just expecting the challenge inside a winery. Is ready with the HSO.
Expectant push. And will be about to come through here over towards this B side.
Bomb's going to get grabbed first.
A little bit of control here for Exclusive wouldn't be bad, but maybe they're waiting for a push to come through. Are they waiting for a mistake to be made? And you were made in round number 1. I don't think Animus are going to give you that gift again. 3 players push it over towards this B side here, probably with 1 player with the bomb more focused over towards A. Could be a bit of a bait here from Exclusive. But Animus going to bite.
Gotta try to push in. Neil takes down Says. HSO shotgun, Sawu's hands. His positioning, he's gotta at least walk away with 1. Here comes the shove all the way forward. Sawu's there for the first. Shark there for the back end. Spies left 1v4. Veer was able to find the ace the previous round, but not gonna be on the cards this time around. And it was kind of spelled disaster. Neil was the one that scooped the bomb off the rip there a ton. He loses that first blood gunfight versus Says, who finds a really nice timing jump shot and then peeks there in the corner to be able to take down Veer off of his 1v5 ace. And able to tie things up here, keeping things honest. Here comes another aggressive hit over towards A, this time through the bottom stairs.
And Spy going to try and find a way through. And manages it this time. Gatilla dealt with. Via pushes around on the other side, catches them off guard. After the mid push, you probably don't think that anybody else will push that side. And Via will have his second. This should surely be around over towards Exclusive. Shark has found himself in an okay spot. But needs some help from Sawo, who is right over next to him, next to the stairs. I mean, it's just such a tough push from this angle. Surely Exclusive can't throw this round.
Well, say surely, but Sawo gonna be able to get the regen here. It's gonna come through for some very snappy gunfights. If they can rip Caesar, that would be the go.
You gotta do it now. You gotta do it soon. Cesar will find Sawo, Spy will find Shark. The dominoes will fall the way of Exclusive. Just that opening break, that really does help them though. See Shark can go straight through the middle of the map, and then Vieira is well positioned to slow peek around long.
Defend the
You'll
objective.
find the easy pick. Very nicely done. Find a way through once again. It's round number 4 we go. It's been entertaining to say the least.
That trophy system's actually really good information for Animus on this B-side defense. Is it going to call more numbers over? It actually shoves Says away. He thinks it's a bait. It's a 3-on-player assault, but the bomb's still in Spy's hand. And he's late towards this push. And it might have delayed enough for the reinforcements to come through from Animus to defend this B-bomb site. Oh my.
Sour trying his best. Slow things down though, it's dangerous. Neil, watch your head, son. Oh, Sour, does he want to take a little bit of control? Does he want to take a little bit more pressure? Nade through, finds nothing. Still 5 versus 5. Couple of postures, couple of stray shots. Headed in both directions, but mere flesh wounds at this moment in time until Says was just taken down by Via, who has still really been the catalyst for a lot of what Exclusive have been doing. Neil finding a pick potentially in the middle of the map. Did he see him? Did he see him cross? Because if he can find this, if Shark can find nothing, they'd be in so much trouble. But still, the numbers are with Exclusive.
So I was repositioned, expecting for this push now to come through mid. Neil's got a sniper. This nade, oh, it just goes a little bit too long. Sawu doesn't get tagged by that, so they're not going to expect him to be here. But the push is redeveloping. So Spy was already over towards the A lane. They were thinking that they were going to be able to get themselves in towards A more aggressively. Whether they know the information or not, here comes the clear inside of B, just under 20.
Oh, they've just got them cornered. They've just got them cornered. Exclusive of walk through. They were so patient. Via not patient enough to find that kill over towards the backside, expecting the flank to come on through. Neil just holding over towards the mid side. It's a 5 versus 3. Neil doesn't need to throw anything away. He doesn't. Just get Thilla to the respawn screen. And now a 2 versus 5 here for the side of Animus. Just not feeling likely. Shark, he may well find a second. He doesn't. Exclusive. Driving seat right now. 3-1 to the good.
Yeah, really good patience. I do really like that being showcased by Exclusive because it was surely missed in a lot of the firing range rounds, but could be a certain amount of unknowing of what to expect as far as Coastal, depending on how many they have played since it's been added, but regardless, here comes Exclusive for getting the bomb in spawn ton, just trying to get a lot of good space on the map, and they might just have to do this off a kill, it's just from the bad timing that would be them having to go back to collect that bomb.
If I gets Neil. It's like one of the first times that Animus have actually managed to find the first blood outside of round number 1. And it's one that you're curious if they've maybe been still feeling the effects of. 1 versus 3 from Via. Well, that's not going to happen this time because he's being dealt with. Shark will find him, and this feels like a round that will go Animus's way. And one that they really did need.
You could hear a pin drop. The timing from Spy, now under 60 seconds, just to slow roll through mid. He's going to stun clear the top side of red. And the stun's going to cause an alarm bell for Sharky. He's still playing down low. Can they overwhelm and find the kill? Says. He's getting a lot of good shots here, but he can't walk away with the kill. Everybody is weak.
Just not able to finish his dinner there, was he? Says I will find Says. 4 versus 3. Shots, not good enough. Chambi will get taken down. Gathela will just back on up. Information gain, 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1. Spy, not a great deal you can do from here, my friend. Animus will find a round to get it back.
It's now 2 different rounds that we've had the bomb being forgotten and spawned, and that's 2 rounds that, look, albeit 2-minute rounds, you've just exhausted 45, 50 seconds because nobody wants to be that guy to have to go back and recollect it. So here we go. Aggressive hit. Gonna be back inside of bricks, and well, you're just hoping that you're able to collect at least something, but the early damage not good enough. The return stuns nades even better. It's a bloodbath inside the tunnel.
Not again. Not again. You don't offer this opportunity. There ain't no way. They will have to back him down. He looks to try and find a pick, but I just don't see Animus giving him the option. Tundra is in hand from VA, but just such a difficult spot to do anything but big pressure plays coming through from Exclusive. Does not work out. Animus defend well.
He did get an ace in the last round, or the first round when he was in a clutch. So who knows?
I mean, this would be something, right? Oh, hi guys. Hold on. Oh my word!
A marker? Huh. So now they know. Now the question is, can he still do it?
Doesn't have the bomb this time.
Yeah.
But will they be expecting him to be as aggressive? Doesn't have a freebie to his left. Can't see through walls like we can. But yeah, this is just surely impossible. You know, I think if he finds Shark through the middle of the map with that second one, it becomes so much more doable. Animus find back-to-back rounds on the end of their defense and send us all square. This Exclusive will move over towards the defensive side. Animus now on the attack.
Tied half does not ring good virtues for Exclusive when it comes down to the search. But we did trade hard points, like you said. Maybe we're ready to trade search and destroys. No blood so far, just straight bullets being thrown across both sides. They're leaving Shark in a position to late execute over towards B. This is a long con play on Animus. Maybe try to bait something out over towards A.
Seems that way. You can see that Via is still lingering over towards this B sign as Animus will start to rotate themselves. He'll just having a peek. Just pure information. Spy raining these bullets down where needs be. Nobody has blinked quite yet. The push over towards B is maybe on its way here. Animus here in numbers. Needs not landing. Via ready and waiting.
Not very often that get a missed shot like that, but Caesar, he's the HSO player here inside of Wine. He throws his shoulder, sees a lot of the information in Animus. They see that HSO, they see the separation from the rest of their team to be able to make that work, and they just give it up. Here comes the push now over towards A. Exclusive are really late to read this, but luckily enough, they're on defense. They should be able to set themselves back up for a couple exits.
Bomb has been planted.
And they find a way around in time. Bomb will go down from Animus. They've rotated so well. The Nox find out the spy. Champy will feel like he has to get aggressive. They will just get cut down. Neil now left into 1 versus 3 with a bomb defuse needed as well. Just not going to happen, especially with the push that's coming down from low. Finds a bullet through the wall. Doesn't matter. Says cleans things up, and Animus have found 3 rounds in a row now.
Over rotation, man. It's gonna be the death of Exclusive. And the color of my hair. And maybe my hairline too. I'm not too sure. But that's, you gotta try to at least keep one player in a defensive position to try to deny, if not get information there for the exit. Spam shots through Veer for the smoke. Gotta find that first.
And Shock, the tip of the spear, so often. Felled immediately. Makes it a 5 versus 4 in the favor of Exclusive. Feels like they need a break. They haven't had one recently. Nades out to try and clear some of this pressure coming through from the middle of the map. Nox and Co. They were ready for it. They're back on down. 4 versus 5.
You know, expecting for the push to come back through the bottom side. You'd be right. Timing is just going to be about everything, but in this 4v5, still very winnable. You can see the spread across the map for Exclusive. They're not going to make what happened in the previous round happen again.
Just pure information game for both these two squads at the moment. Nothing landing so far. If anything, it will be Exclusive getting a little antsy. A little bit impatient. No information right now for them whatsoever. I still think it's happening over towards A, and they'll be right. Says we'll find a pick. That might open up the door for Animus to make their move.
Nice shot. Gonna be able to make the collapse happen, and the bomb's gonna get planted here at A. Caesar, oh, the timing was so good, and then he just premature shots. Just shot right through the forehead. Veer finds the return shot. Can't find the kill, though. And although he has the 1v5, and we're going to continue to talk about it, this one seems near out of reach.
This will be Animus 5-3 to the good. It's felt like Exclusive. At the beginning of the search and destroy, just pulled rounds out of the fire. Right now, they are in a little bit of danger, though. Because Animus, what's that now? 4 in a row. They were 3-1 down.
Defend the objectives.
They seem to be feasting. 2 rounds away from Animus and a grand final spot.
And it's aggression coming through from Animus just to try to steal the deal. Trophy System's going to deny the nades. But not before first blood has already been found. And we've seen how much that matters when it comes down to a coastal search and destroy between these two. So I was going to be left behind to watch the flank, but this hit on the outskirts here through checkers. Very much so on the cards.
Shock. Big win. Neil was able to trade something. No. Shock finds another. 3 versus 3. They will just back on down. They still do have the bomb. Animus have managed to get themselves over towards A. And we'll back out from it almost immediately. Exclusive. They rotate themselves over as well. But Githella finds one on the cross. How on earth has he found that gunfire on Tavia? How on earth has that happened? And now that may well open up things over towards B. If you're a spy, you've got to make the move through the middle of the map, and they're so ready for it as well. They're going to go back to A here, probably.
He wants the reach out to come all the way through. He's going to pop the smoke, and then he's going to chase him. Oh, this could be perfect. Spy's got the R9. And remember, Caesar, he had to go find a weapon. Spy's late. So now Caesar has to do this 1v3 to deny map point. And they got a good lockdown on the side ton.
It's all falling apart for Exclusive.
Oh,
Start of the game just tells you that they need those kind of rounds to get them over the line. They are not being offered the opportunities anymore by Animus. They are one round away from another grand final. This will be one of the first times they beat Exclusive in a winners bracket final, even though they've been the victors time and time again here in Europe. They're going about it the easy route this time. 6-3, one round away.
Do I hear 6 rounds in a row? Dare we make it 6? Guthilla's up to 10. Combined 22 with Shark's 12. Champy doesn't have a single kill. Oh man, here comes the B onslaught. And they're leaving Norks behind to watch this very long cross in case the overextension comes through, but Exclusive, they're just too scared to make any wrong moves. I don't blame them.
Playing passively. Not playing within themselves, really, are they? I don't know. They don't need to make the moves. It's Animus that do. And they blinked and Says has punched them directly in the face. There's another first blood, but look at this awkward positioning. Spy. He might catch somebody here. He might catch a couple. There's one. Gothilla will fall. Can Spy find another? He found 2. Doesn't find the third, but he's done some good work. Says will trade it out. 3 versus 3.
You're gonna wrap back. Veer's repositioned. You saw his position there inside of the winery all the way in towards the back. You're gonna catch really bad timing. No, wasn't ready for Shark still to be lurking. The over rotation comes through. If this very much so could have gone back over towards A, but they're taking the gamble here.
Finish it.
Shark. Someone will find it on Neil. Champy will find one back, but all of a sudden Champy has to find the 1 versus 3. If he wants to keep his team in this search and destroy. And Animus will just back on up over towards A. And they'll get the free plant. Thank you very much. Champy needs the 1v3.
He just got his first kill. He's got to clutch up for his team in a 1v3. Bomb's going to be planted for the stairwell. Can Champy find isolation and good timing on him?
All the hopes and dreams of Exclusive in this game specifically. On Champy's shoulders. And I hate to let the Exclusive fans know, but 1 kill to his name over 9 rounds. It needs to treble. Yeah, they heard it. Says and Narcs have got a good read on exactly where he is. This is such a hard gunfight to win. They're not going to chall it. They're going to make him wait. He's going to have to go for it, and there ain't no way. Animus feel inevitable. Doesn't matter if aces 1v3s come out the cards from Exclusive. They get it done. They will send themselves to a grand final. And they are 1 series away from sending themselves to Katowice.
I dared them. I done dared them, and they did it. 6 rounds in a row to win 7-3 in a map number 5 versus Animus. From being absolutely desecrated in a raid control to winning it here in a map number 5. Wow. I mean, what else can you truly say? Just from the adaptations, just the abnormality as far as how they play Search and Destroy as far as this region is concerned is just nothing like you would ever expect. It's a continuation from the firing range and a little more, I guess, decisive when it came down to the coastal search.
It felt that way, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think maybe that first round did it wake them up, did it? Well, maybe it didn't actually. I mean, they still went 3-1 down at that stage.
Yeah.
So it took something within them to get them back into the game. Shark 14-5. I mean, ultimately, where do you look at it? Exclusive Veer found 12, but 5 of them in the first round.
Yeah.
You know, like, you don't want to pick out at anybody whatsoever, but Champion 1 and 8, that's not going to help things over the line. And what was a relatively comfortable search and destroy for Animus, a 3-2 victory in the end. And I believe we got Brody back in with us here as well. But that was a long old series there, Brody. But Animus do come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, insane. Good job, guys. Yeah, just an insane game between those two teams. Animus Exclusive back at it again, as per usual. I had a feeling that it would be a game 5. I didn't think it was going to be that 3-0 that Proper was talking about, and it was not. Animus, I mean, just looked phenomenal, especially in Search and Destroy. I got to say, Exclusive, maybe a couple of unforced errors there at moments, especially in that last game. But yeah, got to give Animus their props for their Search and Destroy prowess. That is going to give them a massive advantage going into potential grand final.
And proper, I think, you know, we've seen the moments from Animus, though, in those search and destroys that they still do have leaks there, right? I mean, how many times, what, 2 1v3s, aces coming through from exclusive. On that hand, though, that you can say that Animus have got their leaks, but it feels, is that something that you can maybe look at as that exclusive need to do that defined rounds, or are Animus just handing them rounds where they shouldn't?
I'm not too sure on how to answer that, but it could be a little bit of both. I will say this much, though. At least Guthilla does have some VOD to watch back on exclusive, because it is the one of which he almost lost. So, yeah, I think that you're going to have to ask them. They're going to have to ask themselves that question when they go in to watch that VOD ton, because going in towards this is very much so could have been a 3-1 win if you're looking at it from Animus's perspective, losing Slums the way that they did, waiting for the wake-up call. Firing range should have been more decisive. If that's raid control, it should never have been in the best of 5 map set in the first place. It's just a really tough conversation to have, because Animus, as we continue to set themselves up on this pedestal, are the #1 European team, albeit constantly beating exclusive from the lower bracket side. They almost lost here in the winners bracket way that would have been way more devastating than any other stage that we have ever seen these two face in a winners bracket final before.
I mean, there was some crazy moments during that game, Brody, where it really did feel like both these two teams maybe not at 100% in this winners bracket final. Mistakes being made, but I suppose that's what we really do sometimes love about European culture. It sometimes can be a little bit messy, but it's entertaining to say the least. But we do have an interview once more. And I mean, look, you've got to be feeling good, Guthilla. You get it over the line here for Animus, but a scary game to say the least.
Yeah. That was close. We choked the control. Little sad about the control. We missed something. We got a good move, but we choked the rotation, the good kill, and that's sad. But after, we get the SND. That was the most important, and 1 hardpoint. So we worked about the hardpoint. So that's perfect.
Yeah, you talk about that control, Guthilla, and I do want to talk about that a little bit, right? Because that was probably the only map in the series where you guys obviously kind of lost convincingly, right? Everything else was so close. The hard points were super close. So the search and destroys, maybe not the last one, but that was down to you guys being great at it. Talk to me about the kind of the veto process here, because I know you said you weren't really doing VOD on exclusive, that you were really kind of preparing for yourselves. Grand final tomorrow. If you have to play exclusive again, is raid control going to be in the map set?
Yeah. We will try to improve on the control. We're gonna see our match. We're gonna vote the match of today, and we're gonna try to fix. I think it's just sometimes, Codem, it's just if you are good in the day, like that's sad, but it is like this. It was not our day for the control. We missed some gunfight. Me personally, I missed a lot of gunfight. I will be better tomorrow, and we're gonna take this win tomorrow.
And Saze's 1v-odd situation, almost able to win that first round, felt like that would have been the difference maker for you guys to potentially win that raid control, but it's a who's who of what could have been as far as the control is concerned. But let's talk about what's happening later today, just kind of like an extension off of Brody's comment, and question for you as well. What's tonight's preparation going to look like? Are you going to continue to deny any VOD? Going to continue to internalize a lot of these mistakes? Because if I'm being honest with you here, Guthilla, like this should have probably been a 3-1 win. That map #1 for Slums was so close for you guys to be able to win it.
Yeah. We're gonna vote, but after I think we just missed some little things. The hardpoint was so close to we missed. I think if I remember, we missed the rotation P2 to P3, and that was our mistake. Just to fix. That's all. Now we know what we have to do. We know we're just gonna do it, and we are confident. Like every year, we try our best with Animus. We train. We are a really good team. We are good friends, and that's our power. Like we are full French. We communicate. We always try to be better every day, and that's why we win. I think we are like a family. We have our supporter, the community supporters. That's just perfect, and the most important is to get fun. We have to remember sometimes it's just a game, so you have to get fun. That's really important for me.
And for you guys, this is one of the times where you went up against exclusive in this winners bracket final, in the upper bracket final, and actually found the win. So does that give you more confidence in the grand final? How does that make you guys feel?
No. We are not gonna. We are confident, but we are not gonna. I'm not gonna say, okay, guys, we won today, so we're gonna win tomorrow. No. It's just we have an advantage. We have 1 point for the best of 7. That's perfect, and that's the first time. The last year and this year for the master, we lost. So for one time we got 1 point. That's great. But no. It's a match. Tomorrow is tomorrow. And we're gonna play like today. We're gonna give our best, but not too confident. We have to be focused.
Excellent. Well, we'll let you get rested up for tomorrow. Thank you so much once again, Gothilla. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
And again, just full of confidence. And at the same time, a level head on his shoulders. They have to probably go in with that same mindset. And he said they will, Brody. Like, this is the first time they've came through in the winner's side of things for, what, maybe 3 years or so. It feels like it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But they get it done the quickest way possible. That's still going to give them an advantage. I'm not saying it's going to be, them overconfident, but it gives them an advantage, right?
Yeah, it does. Look, I'm glad that he's not feeling too confident right now, because that can be the end of teams. I mean, it has literally been the end of exclusive for the last 2 major events in Europe, right? Having that advantage going into the grand finals and still losing it. So for them, I think they know that it can go very awry very quickly. They know that exclusive, if that is the team they're going to face in the grand final tomorrow, will have a lot of momentum coming from the lower bracket final if they end up winning it. So I like it. Don't be too confident in this one. Obviously confident enough that you guys are going to win, but not overly so. You don't want to get pompous.
Today's results on the right-hand side of your screen. Most of you will know it by now, but Exclusive and Animus get it done in their winners bracket semi, and of course meet each other in the winners bracket final, and then a map 5 banger to get Animus through. And this is how it really has played out in the bracket and how things are going to work out tomorrow. 117 not found against Severity. That should be a crazy game in the lower bracket. Which way that one goes, I don't know, but we've seen from Exclusive against 117 not found, they can bleed as well. Whoever gets through may well have an opportunity to knock down an absolute giant, and will then have to go one step further. Animus are the team who are going to be waiting in the grand finals after a 3-2 victory over Exclusive in that winners bracket final. Fantastic stuff today. We've had some absolutely crazy games, some crazy moments as well. I mean, Andy, how many stupid moments did we have, though, in that last game? I mean, we've seen with Nelly, the throw and the control. We've seen Stays going crazy at the start of the combine. The 1v3 with the ace to start off the final match. I mean, how many moments are Exclusive going to be offered to get that opportunity to beat Animus?
It's tough to gauge where the scales would be heavily weighed as far as Benny Hill music being played, or for all the top plays that were being exemplified throughout the entirety of this Super Saturday. But I digress. I think that the way that the bracket did play off was honestly different. All of us, I mean, besides myself, I did have Animus winning for the winners finals, but I think that everything planned out to be c'est magnifique for this entire bracket thus far, man. I'm excited to be able to see how it does pan out, especially for that first round match. You talk about 117 taking on Severity. I honestly like either of their chances to take down either Animus or Exclusive. We've seen how they can lose before.
Yeah, look, super interesting to see how that game is going to go, and it should be interesting to see how things go down. But make sure you are, of course, following us on socials for any further updates on Call of Duty Mobile Competitive. We have had a crazy day, and it's not just today that we've got tomorrow to finish things off in Europe. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll be revisiting things for the NA side, which I'm sure, Brody, will be a laugh. But I mean, today kind of gone as expected in a certain way. I mean, look, we've typically always said Exclusive come through that winners bracket side of things, but they haven't done it this time. Adversity now very much in the favor of Animus, I should say. Exclusive got to do it the hard way. Is that maybe going to help them? Is that switch up going to help? I don't know. I'm theorizing here.
Listen, look, there's always that momentum, right? You got to play that lower finals before you get into the grand finals. I think that momentum will definitely help Exclusive, and it's worth saying, like, they didn't get blown out in this grand finals. Like, I know Proper was saying that Animus should have won 3-1, and he's absolutely right. They probably should have done, given the way that Slum's Hardpoint ended. But still, Exclusive by no means a slouch, especially if, like, we were talking about that raid control getting into the grand finals again potentially. That's literally what we were asking. Is like, is that going to get in? Like, if that gets in again, like, they definitely have a shoe into the grand final. I think it would be silly at this point to count Exclusive out.
And Andy, I mean, nobody can, especially after some of the plays we've seen. Again, you can kind of say it one way in the sense of Animus allowing them their moment to try and get through, or Exclusive just clutching up well. They absolutely have it within them to bring this one back.
Oh, absolutely they do. I think that much was being showcased ever so wonderfully, right? Veer had himself a hell of a day. So, I mean, if we can just get like some minor bit of assistance in maybe about half the amount of scams that we got from exclusive, we're probably in a really good spot to get the run back in grand finals.
Excellent. Well, I'd imagine we will see that, but we still have 3 more games to decide who is going to go to Katowice and who will be your Stage 4 final champions here in Europe. And those games will be tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number you like. Now forget it, you won't need that tonight. Know my reputation, they got it tight. Let me show you this trick I like. Yeah, baby, I'm the best. That's why I ain't taking no less. I'm like the Royals, don't sweat. The haters look little from the jet. Woo. Little to the left. You always hit the spot, yes. Think I'm just blessed. Red souls with that new couture dress. Yeah. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said they got us a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? Welcome to another world, one where they let out all the girls. Them boys, they don't know where to look now. We're stripping cause it's winning's hot work. Yeah, little to the right. Just so I hit the spotlight. I want everyone to see now. This is how you do the thing right. Yeah. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said they got us a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? I guess you heard they call me good luck. Cause with me you'll be on the good stuff. Cause we go harder than the bedrock. Shine like the neighbor when the bed rocks. All you need to know is I'll be back. I shine and you won't need the flash. Said I'd be a lights, you can see I got it right about that. Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number.
A quick slide through from Prevail.
So good, I can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop.